are going to face. And that big problem is the fundamental loss of credibility of the opposition, of the NPP. So nobody takes what they say seriously, based on how they themselves conducted themselves whilst they were in power, based on the arguments they advanced in support of some of these things. Because you need a bit of credibility to also criticize. And the best credibility you can point to is how you yourself handled yourself when you found yourselves in similar situations. We all heard the arguments they advanced in support of why the president would leave the presidential jet and spend a lot of money hiring what's called flights. So the presidential jet had what's called very the leg room. Yeah. The leg room was not enough for the president. I'm not a tall man. I think on the average, I wouldn't even say as an average guy, I meet the average height of the average Ghanaian. I think I'm taller than the president, significantly taller than the president. You understand? So for you to advance an argument that a president who isn't tall, had issues with the leg room as a reason why does a need to spend so much money and high, then what kind of credibility would you have in criticizing why the new president would want to bypass the national airline? And for me, I think the danger there is that there's a danger of we going through the next 4 years without any credible opposition. Unless maybe we, the members of the movement for change, we grant that opposition, because we need to hold political leadership accountable. But unfortunately, because of the debased nature of the NPP now, they don't have that moral right to be given any kind of opposition. The people of Ghana won't even listen. The people of Ghana sadly won't even listen. And the way they've conducted themselves over the past 14 days in Parliament, the thought comment, very needless comment. Because see, when you are criticizing, it has to be constructive too. Because like I say, it's the duty of all of us as Ghanaians to build a nation. That includes holding political leadership accountable. That is also a role you are playing to build the nation. So you just don't criticize because you want to make government so unpopular, so you think it can put you in the best position of being considered in the next 4 years. That shouldn't be, sadly, like I'm saying, you can't discuss almost 14 days in opposition without how the NPP as an opposition, how they are sinking. Yes, based on their own, their loss of credibility over the past 8 years, and how they are handling what's called their 2 weeks in opposition. Also, over the past 14, I think the government has made it clear to all of us that they are seriously considering privatizing the ECG. I think it's an issue that we need to have a serious national discourse on. And my personal view is that yes, I feel that we must introduce private sector into the distribution and sale of energy. Whether or not that means that ECG must be privatized is a totally different discussion. Because an argument could be made that you could keep ECG there, just open up opportunities for other what's called private entities to also buy and sell what's called a jazz. An argument could also be made that why don't you convert ECG into, let's say, an authority, a regulator, more and they regulate that private sector space, their participation in the commercial side of. But at least what it tells me is that, and I keep on saying, see, we may disagree, and that's the beauty of democracy. You understand? But at least this is a government that has clearly thought about how they feel the energy issues ought to be dealt with. So, and to come up with such an idea, it doesn't matter whether you are. These are the people who have thought about solutions, who are the opposition, and are not afraid to roll out how they think what's called energy crisis, especially the commercial side of it, has to be dealt with, and I think it was need to be applauded. One thing also that I've been really impressed with, as in by Mama, is his appointment of an envoy to deal with the what's called the Mali. So this is somebody who clearly understands Ghana, understands the relationships, the long-standing relation Ghana has with some countries. Obasanjo will be turning in his grave. I'm telling you, if Mali, Guinea, as in the thought of Ghana being part of the Committee of Nations, who thought that the way to deal with this coup is to attack countries. So when those countries are Guinea and Mali, includes Guinea and Mali. We had a president who didn't even understand Ghana. To think that Ghana, as when that day was mooted, Ghana should have been the country that was going to oppose such a thought, just the thought alone, that a coup d'etat has happened in Guinea, Mali. So Ghana, we should join forces. So we will go and attack them. Having no regard to the historical relationship that exists between Ghana, Mali. Have you not heard about the Ghana Mali Guinea alliance? The significance of their flag. So for me, that's one of the most significant things His Excellency has done. And who understands foreign relations and Ghana's position in terms of, because it's very critical. Over the last 8 years, our foreign relation was all over the place. To the extent that Ghana will support Israel to attempt to in the Palestinian issue. Our foreign policy was all over the place. No regard to our historical alliances. And when you are president, it's not about what you personally think. In some of the issues, it's not about what you personally think. It's about what the country's position has been over the years. You understand? It's like how Ghana lost its relationship with Serbia. I think sometime around the 2009. Because when you understand that when we were forming the non-aligned movement, one of the key allies was Yugoslavia, Tito. You understand? So when you are president, you also need to understand all these historical alliances. And I think the president has, for me, and very, very encouraging, has shown that listen, he understands some of all these very, very critical, what's called, issues. Also, another thing that needs to be mentioned, which is very positive, is a reversal of another evil that was done. In 2020, 8 of our compatriots lost their lives in their undertaking of this most noble of their civic responsibilities, going to vote. And I stand to be corrected. I didn't hear a word from the president on this issue. I didn't hear a word from the vice president on this issue. I did not hear a word from the police on this issue. I stand to be corrected. Probably they said something I didn't hear. It was naive. Probably this. But so from Rams, I didn't hear a word. But within 14 days, a call has been made that investigations should be had on that matter. And the significance of the attempt is a restoration of the trust the people of this country have in the ability of political leadership to protect their lives. Because if 8 people can die and the president does not or behaves in a manner that tells us that he does not even value their lives. The danger is what it causes all of us to think, that do our lives matter to the president, the man who took an oath that he was going to be faithful to Ghana. Do our lives matter to him? And so I think that's also another significant thing that has happened. Concerning the economy, as in beyond his appointing the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Trade, and I think the Minister for Trade now includes agribusiness. It tells you clearly the value the president puts on agribusiness, and his appointment of an advisor over the 24-hour economy. I think those are the significant things as in terms of appointments. But we are yet to, or I'm yet to hear any clear policy direction as to how, as to the way forward in terms of this, because one of the losses in credibility that needs to also be restored is the loss of economic credibility. And once again, I think that we shouldn't wait. We should kick the. We should move and then attempt to restore all this. So really for me, I think there has been a lot of positives. The mood in the country, I think, is good. You can see the tension dissipate. There's real hope, if you ask me, that at the end we have somebody at the helm who understands what leadership is all about, who understands Ghana, who I believe, even though I may not agree with a lot of things he does, but who understands what it means to be president of Ghana, who values his words. You understand? He said he won't pick more than 60 ministers, and I can see that deliberately he intends to keep his word. So I'll use this your platform to make that call again. That, you see, there's hope. Ghana can be reset, but that means that all of us must be involved. It is not that is just the job of government to build this nation. It's an idea that we must deliberately put in the dustbin. It's all of our duty to build this country. Now, it's all of our duty in the sense that you can help push that reset agenda. You can help the agenda to restore Ghana to its past glories. We can all help to start the process that will cause Ghana to regain its position as the black star of Africa. If all of us together manage to build the right culture, that will hold political leadership accountable. Yeah, you understand? Where you disagree with the president, you must be ready to give constructive criticism. Those days when people are in opposition and they feel that their job is to paint the government in bad light, so that they will have the chance to take over the reins of power, must be discouraged. We must, all of us as Ghanaians, whether you are an MP, whether you are a minister, wherever you find yourself in private life, you must understand, we all need to understand that it is the duty of each and every one of us to build our nation. And we can do that in our own way when we also reset our mindset. Because among the things that needs to be reset is also our mindset, our belief, that sense of patriotism. We don't have any other country. The only country we have is Ghana. You understand? We must reset that crazy tribalism and regionalism that Nanado, it was already there. I'm not saying that it wasn't ready, but it was taken to a different level under the new regime. You struggle to find any country that's made up of just one people. When you go to every country, there are diverse people from diverse places. But trust me, our diversity really is our strength. It's not our weakness. And it becomes our strength when we realize that in spite of all the various places we work on for, we have just a common agenda. That agenda is the country's agenda to ensure that this country is the best country in the world. And a belief that all of your ambitions in life, everything you believe or you want to fulfill, can be fulfilled here. But that can only be done if we all come together as one people and build that right culture, build that right environment, build that right society, where the right values, social justice, the values for respect for all people, where true love for people and also for your country. When all those values are, then we can, in our own way, with the right leadership, and in the next 4 years, the leadership of His Excellency John Mahama, begin the process that will not only reset Ghana, but that will cause Ghana to take its rightful place as the black star of Africa. So to conclude, I call on everybody to support the president. Where you disagree, don't be afraid to criticize, but criticize with the mindset that criticism is your own small way of ensuring that we succeed in building that strong one Ghana. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me go through some of the comments you're sending to us. But if you just join us, we are talking about the first 14 days of the administration and there's signs for the future. What does it say about what we should expect from this administration? Well, a few comments. This is from, I think this is, okay. This is Yaokisi from Tadi. Says, indeed, the reset agenda for the country is on course. Firstly, JM has fulfilled his promise to review Ghana Constitution by setting up a Constitutional Review Committee. Secondly, he has reduced the ministerial appointment from 30 to 23 numerically. Thirdly, he has dispatched food to various senior high schools to fulfill his promise to decentralize the school feeding program. Ghana is indeed on a reset path. And he continues, the MPP government turned Ghana into a cinema hall, and they were using it to premiere horror movies like Night of the Demons, Night of the Living Dead, Eating Alive, and Wishmaster. We thank God for JM who has restored decency and respect to the seat of government. Regards to, okay, thank you very much for that, Yao. There's this one from Martin Kwame Sedemi, who says President John Dramani Kwame Mahama has delivered on his promise to name his cabinet ministers in 14 days. This is in line with his agenda of resetting Ghana, and the future is promising. My advice to all of us is that we must first of all reset our attitude towards work, and this will reflect the overall agenda. Thank you, Martin, for the comment. A few more comments from those of you joining us. This one said this, okay, the way the MP have destroyed the economy and left many debts and unemployment for this current government to pay, and this will affect salary increments. And I think the best way the president is to focus is to clear outstanding unemployment and also continue to do more, to employ more and pay outstanding debts instead of increasing salaries. And when NDC reduces inflation, interest rate, and exchange rate, automatically all Ghanaian citizens and workers' salary have increased because the price of goods and services will reduce and will spend less money to buy food and many things with the same salary compared to the time under MPP we spend more to buy food and others. And this will help all Ghanaian citizens to spend less if all is done by the NDC. Thank you. You didn't add your name. There's Marcelino from Teshi who says, President Mahama should sit with the Kaye who moves the economy than the so-called men of something. Hearing the president say he will open investigation into the failed cathedral makes me happy. I want to see my former moderator, Reverend Mate. You want to see him jailed. Marcelino from Teshi. There's also just one Mandela from Chichire in Gasao says, good morning. It is too early for this administration to start acting in bad faith. The people who led the charge to suppress innocent and marginalized voices under the previous administration, resulting in the closure of numerous pro-NDC media, are the same people who are being rewarded with juicy appointments by this government. It doesn't make political sense at all. Thank you, Mandela, who sent that comment. And then there's Stephen in Kwabena who says the newly appointed minister should go through the books and tell us our indebtedness in those departments. They should tell us the rust and the mess in all departments. Stephen sent that from Kwabena. Ibrahim, Mashoud Ibrahim, Kanda Accra, says, okay, he says, Mampugu activists for NDC thanks His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for appointing the following people as ministers and CEOs. Alhaji Isifu Baba Seidu as Minister of State in charge of climate change, Honorable Ibrahim Tia, Northeast Regional Minister, Honorable Abdul Kudus Abubakar as Deputy CEO for YEA, Youth Employment Agency. They are all hard-working professionals. Mr. President, we expect more appointment among our people who are highly qualified and ready to serve Ghana in the right direction. Long live the great NDC. Thank you for sending that comment. So those are some of the comments you're sending in early into the show. Like I said, we are discussing the first 14 days of the administration and the signs for the future. I come to my left, Prof.
And I'm glad to be here. Before I start, I want to say thank you to my constituents, the good people of Iskaduketan constituency, for voting for me and also voting for President Mahama for the first time in 28 years. We have annexed the seat, and we only didn't annex Iskadu, but we also annexed Secondary in the metro constituencies, which is the 5 metro constituencies in the Western region. So my constituency executives, my branch executives, my coordinators, and all of my assemblymen, I am so glad and I'm privileged and I'm glad that they voted for me, and I'll do the work that they have tasked me to do, and I'll do it well diligently. Senna, as we started from what my brother just said in terms of the climate before this upcoming this election in 2024, Ghana was in dire straits. You know, there was the food crisis, people were going to bed hungry, there was the looming energy crisis, there was the haircut for our pensioners who had invested their monies in government bonds, the arrogance, the disrespect, it was just a mess, and Ghanaians were really fighting for some sort of a relief. So at that time, you could see Ghanaians and you could just see that the affect was flat. People were just stressed. And leading up to election 2024, remember some of the utterances of people like Brian Achampong, people like Lord Comey, people like President Akufo-Addo himself, that he's not going to hand over to somebody who he has lost twice to or something. You know, all those utterances put a lot of tension in the system. So people were afraid what would happen on December 7th. God willing, December 7th came, the election was peaceful to a certain extent, and President Mahama is the president. So after the election, there's some sort of a euphoria in the country. You see that people are less stressed. You see that people are more hopeful. Everything changed on December 7th by the time we woke up on December 8th, or after the election, when we knew President Mahama had won that election. Only because we were just so stressed. So for me, it was like some of the best moments in my life as a Ghanaian to see that happen. Then we went to the inauguration. The inauguration, that whole ceremony for me was also very encouraging, interesting in terms of the people that came, you know, the world leaders that came to the inauguration. After the amount of people that came and the delegations that came from different countries, President Mahama's inaugural speech was also very encouraging, and especially for those of us who are young politicians. It was the most encouraging speech I had heard. Because remember that given the same opportunity, President Akufo-Addo would have said something worse. Every time he had an opportunity to rise above, he goes lower. You know, the saying about Michelle Obama that says, if they go low, you go high. He always goes lower than the low. So he has made utterances in parliament, in public, about almost like disrespecting President Mahama. But this was the one opportunity that I think everybody would have given President Mahama a pass if he had said something bad about President Akufo-Addo. But, you know, being the kind of person President Mahama is, and being a very astute, compassionate, empathetic person, he rose above it. So now he has given all of us a high bar to live up to, because instead of saying something about President Akufo, he actually even chose to commend him and say things about how they were in parliament together. He spent a significant amount of that speech discussing his relationship with President Akufo-Addo. And for me, I was sitting there thinking, why is he being so nice? But that is who he is. He's really an empathetic and nice person. So for me, it taught me a lot of lessons, that every time you have an opportunity, rise above it, stick to your own integrity, keep integrity, be honest, and also be extremely empathetic to people. And that is the message I got from the speech. The second thing I got from President Mahama's inaugural speech had to do with his calling for regional integration and cohesion. That was also like one of the best things that I heard, because you saw all the regional leaders come in, and President Mahama was trying to get, you know, that whole Pan-Africanism, that whole Kwame Nkrumahism. I saw a little bit of encomiased in President Mahama during that segment of his speech as to how the African countries, and more importantly, sub-Saharan African countries, we have to band together and work together and also facilitate trade between us, because that's the only way, because the countries are so small, that's the only way we can maybe move forward as a continent in the first place. So I thought that part was also very encouraging to me. Then lastly, the issue of corruption, I think that got the biggest applause in his speech. He talked about how he was going to curb corruption, and also how he was going to set up systems that would really come up and affect the people who actually, the previous corrupt government. So I thought that was very good. And then shortly after that, he came up with oral. So he set up his team for oral. And so I think that if he doesn't do anything at all and he's able to really have the evidence to bring these people to book, I think Ghanaians would be very happy. Because when he mentioned that part of his speech, I think it was the largest applause, besides the fact that the Burkina Faso president also got a lot of applause. I think the next applause was the oral, his mentioning of corruption in Ghana. As you know, what this previous government has put us through, the debt that they have left us, the haircuts from our pensioners, the fact that most Ghanaians were going to sleep without food, 3 meals a day, the school issue where the students, the SHS students, were not having enough food to eat, just the dire economic stress that the Akufo-Addo government has put us under. So Ghanaians were very happy when he mentioned that. Now, after the inauguration, he's putting a solid team in place. So you look at his nominees, right? The nominees, being a member of parliament and sitting a friend of the committee, the nomination of the committee, I think that I have learned a lot, because you see the quality of people that President Mahama has brought to the table, the depth of knowledge, the poise of the people, the way they spoke. I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm so impressed with the kinds of quality people he has brought to the table. And as I was sitting there, the one thing that was going through my mind was that any one of these people could fit any role. And you could tell from his choices also that the service they have given to their country, these are people that have served their country and they've served them well. And so his choice for me was, I think he's making all the right decisions. I think Ghanaians are happy with what we are seeing. I hear from all angles, all corners, how Ghanaians are really, really happy that President Mahama is making some of these choices. Now he has also picked his regional ministers. The ministers too are some of them have been vetted, and the vetting is going really well. The quality he's bringing to the table compared to the Akufo-Addo government, even when you look at the individuals pound for pound, the educational background, just the whole atmosphere in Ghana is almost it's like we're in a dream. I think we still haven't woken up, some of us, because it just changed in less than a month and everything is heading towards the right direction. He has also set up his oral team, as I mentioned earlier. He has also set up a team to review the constitution. Then he has the secondary school intervention with the food, how that was swiftly done. It came up quickly. Now the kids, the students have food to eat. He went to the crisis area in the north where there's the war, and he is also, the swiftness with which he's moving is almost something we've never seen before. And as the lawyers spoke about early, President Akufo-Addo was it sounded at one point, it looked like he was not interested in anything Ghanaian, or that he wasn't interested in what happened to us Ghanaians. You know, he has also asked for probe into what happened in December 2020 election with the 8 people that died in Techiman South. And that was also one thing that I couldn't wrap my mind around throughout the whole 4 years of President Akufo-Addo, because I thought that if he didn't say something, the person who wanted to be the next president, which was Bobie, should have said something. And they all pretended as if nothing was happening and almost turned a blind eye to real Ghanaians who have been gunned down in cold blood only for exercising their rights to vote. So the swiftness with which President Mahama has asked for that probe for me is also very good and very swift. And so we are very encouraged that he's making all these right moves. As you can tell, he swore in a few of his ministers yesterday. And interestingly, he actually picks each sector and tells them what he's expecting. For instance, for the educational minister, he asked him to have a stakeholders engagement and experts in education to find out what are the problems in the educational sector and how best to fix those problems. With Madam Elizabeth Ajari, Honorable Elizabeth Ajari, to do with agri-business. He talked to her, he spoke to her about, I think he said something to the effect that agribusiness is going to be the game changer for Ghanaians. So he's expecting that she'll come up with good policies and good programs that will really help in the agribusiness, because we have to be self-sustainable. We have to be self-sustained. The Operation Feed Yourself idea has to come back, where we have to grow what we eat and eat what we grow. So I think that if Ghana is going to change, and even our financial situation is going to change, it's going to come from what we grow and what we eat. So we have to put a lot of emphasis on that aspect. And so combining the trade and industry with agribusiness, I think, is the right thing to do, and also to emphasize the agribusiness, because once we get agribusiness right, it's either by adding value to our raw materials, by either halfway processing it before we ship it, or processing it to the final product. It's what's going to change Ghana, because it will also affect our foreign exchange. You know, we spend a lot of money to buy goods that we could have grown or produced in Ghana, like rice, for instance, sugar, all that stuff. I remember even during the vetting, she was asked about the Commander Sugar Factory, if that's going to be revived. And I think that she needs to look into those agri-businesses. When I talk about my constituency, for instance, we have a lot of rubber, and we also have a lot of cocoa farmers there. So the rubber plantations, instead of maybe we can use the rubber to add value to the rubber in Ghana, and then maybe we can sell it to the Chinese instead of just exporting a lot of our raw materials. You know, the cocoa industry is one of our biggest income earners for Ghanaians, and now we're seeing that a lot of the cocoa is being cut down for galamsey. So she needs to address all that, and I think that once we get agribusiness right, I think Ghana would turn the right corner. So some of these things that President Mahama, the people that he has put in place, are the perfect people for the job. He couldn't have gone anywhere. Like he said, maybe the individuals, even if you disagree with some of the individuals, I think that these are the right people for the right job. For me, I don't see anywhere there's any disagreement. I think he's done a really thorough job. He thought through the process. And so in the last 14 days, I think that President Mahama is on the right track. He has brought a lot of hope. He has inspired a lot of us. He has raised the bar. There's a little bit left of his cabinet. He has finished the entire cabinet, and there's a little bit left of his deputies, and I believe he hasn't finished with some of the CEOs of the state enterprises. So we're waiting for all that. But again, there's nothing, I mean, it looks like there's a new dawn. There's a lot of excitement in the system. President Mahama he has almost, I feel like it's a second independence of Ghana in history. If we have to write what happened on December 7th, 2024, we will have to look at it as the second independent of Ghana, where in a day and in one voting event, everything changed. Our entire fortunes have changed. While he was talking or advising his nominees, President Mahama kept insisting that we should, everybody, especially those of us in Parliament and all his nominees, the era of disrespect, the era of arrogance, is gone. So this is a new era where all of us will be extremely respectful, extremely less arrogant. We have to treat Ghanaians, the people who voted for us, that we have to let them know that we are there to help. And we are there because they voted for us to be there. So every single time we do something or we say something, our movement, our utterances should be based on who sent me here and how best will I serve the people that sent us here. So he's emphasizing on service and above all, humility. You know, we're going to be humble. We're going to do the work that Ghanaians have put in front of us. We will do it diligently. We will do it with expertise. We will do it with humility upon humility upon humility, and we'll try and change, reset the agenda that President Mahama has put in front of us. President Mahama has also, I think, indirectly tasked a lot of us to really be cognizant of, you know, that whole extreme partisanship, which has, I think, plagued the country for such a long time. So for me, what I've taken from everything that I've seen in the last 14 days is strictly to be a Ghanaian. I think even in his speech, he mentioned, in his inaugural speech, he mentioned that you are Ghana, everybody is Ghana. I forgot the exact quote on that segment of his speech. And so he's tasking all of us to think Ghana first. He's tasking all of us to be Ghanaians at heart. He's tasking all of us to really, really step up to the plate, to do the work of Ghana, and to reset the country in the right direction. So that, as my brother also said, we only have one country. Ghana is for all of us. It is not NDC or NPP or CPP. We are all Ghanaians, and so let's all stick together, reset the agenda, follow President Mahama's lead, and try to relieve the country of some of these really, really worst economic hardship that we have ever seen. If we have to write this in history, it will be the worst time that Ghana has. The last 8 years has been some of the worst days of Ghanaian lives. And so it is a big relief. We are happy, we are excited, we are all 100% supporting President Mahama in all his decisions. We are watching him. He is doing all the right things that Ghanaians went out on December 7, 2024 and voted for him with a margin of 1-point-something million people. And so we're encouraged, we are happy. We just want to wish him good luck. We want him, the Almighty God bless him abundantly, give him the wisdom, and also after that, the next thing is my Prof. Nana Jane. I have to talk about her and what she's bringing to the table and how she has lifted all of, like, women, the whole women angle. Now we have for the first time a vice president in Ghana who is a woman, and how some of us, those of us young politicians, have looked up to her, what she has brought to the table, her eloquence, her demeanor, everything about her. Like, she's going to have to be a study in like one of our universities, and we'll have to take courses because everybody wants to be like her. Her forthrightedness, her convictions, everything. So we are so encouraged as women. And to add to that, President Mahama is about 27% women in his cabinet, so, or in his nomination. So we are encouraged as women, and we want both of them to do well. We are wishing that the good Lord will bless them. The good Lord will give them the wisdom that Ghanaian needs to move the country forward, and to also give them long life. So thank you, both of you. We couldn't have done it without you, and we are so, 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 so glad that you came in at the right time. The timing could not have been more perfect. So to end, I would say God bless them. Continue the good works. We are supporting, and we'll make sure that this last 4 years will be exactly what Ghanaians voted for us for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Goyle Olonya has decided to give us some education on who you are. He said you are probably the first female Ghanaian art student who has become a top international surgeon.
That is true. I didn't do science in Ghana.
You did that?
No. So I went to Holy Child Secondary School for my O-levels. Then for A-levels, I went to Archbishop Porter Secondary School in Western Region. I did history, religion, and English literature. were my classes that I took in sixth form. Then I was supposed to go to Legon to read business, but then I had an opportunity to go to the US. And so I went to the United States and I started my undergraduate at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. The difference between the Ghana system and the US system is that once you enter university, you have 2 years to kind of figure out what you want to do before you declare your major after the second year. So in the first 2 years, I decided to try physics and chemistry and math, organic chemistry, and it was very tough, but I realized I liked it. So after 2 years, I declared my major as biological science with a minor in Judeo-Christian religion. So my major was in biological science with a small minor in chemistry. So it's more biochemistry. And I graduated with a major, a bachelor's degree in biological sciences. And then I decided to go to medical school after that. So I applied to medical school. I got a scholarship. I went to medical school, University of Wisconsin, and I was there for 4 years. And then while I was in medical school, I decided to be a surgeon because you have to do another 5 years after the 4. In America, medicine is a second degree. It's not a first degree like the British system that we practice in Ghana. So my second degree was my doctorate of medicine. And then the third degree was my 5 years of general surgery. So I'm a surgeon specialist, burn trauma, critical care with reconstructive surgery, which includes plastic surgery, but more reconstructive, more to do with like burn patients. You know, when somebody gets their nose bitten off by a dog, then I have to kind of try to reconstruct it, or the ear. I normally reconstruct people who have had trauma or accidents. So I do that kind of reconstruction.
I see.
So yes, the person is right. I'm the first Ghanaian who has gone from not doing science in Ghana to now being a surgeon specialist and a professor of surgery at the University of Utah and the Ansah Global College.
Quite interesting. Well, she's member of parliament for Esikado Ketan. You replace Jogate in parliament. Well, let me do a few more of your comments that you're sending to us. This Trewajun says, Akufo-Addo and Bawumia together with the MPP have destroyed and shattered Ghana into pieces in 8 years. No one should give His Excellency John Dramani Mahama pressure. There's Mohammed Lafia Abdullahi, who says, President Mahama so far has done well. Hello, Lumensa only says, Sana, good morning. The NCA man must go. Fafali GH is also joining us. Says President Mahama should quickly start negotiations with interested ECOWAS leaders, especially the military leaders in Russia, China, to build a common nuclear power system to power ECOWAS countries sustainably as soon as possible. It is time for African countries, beside fighting for common currency, to collaborate and establish common mega industrial projects with shared equity to process and add value to our major natural resources for export to boost revenue and create sustainable jobs. Successful examples are Airbus, West African Gas Pipeline, among others. Fafali, thank you. There's Musa Ramatu, who is joining us. Says, Sana, good morning. We, the NDC, are coming to solve Ghana's problem, not to be flying in the sky. And the problems will not solve. Look at the appointments so far. That tells us that Ghanaians are blessed. Thank you for your comment. And Komla Genya says, Lawyer Dankwa, you're fantastic. There's Kojo Fiagwe says, we thank President Mahama for choosing Edmond Irinchi Fianco over and above the general sentiment from the grassroots. We thank the NDC for recognizing our lives this way. Tomorrow too is a day. Barbara Nto Buahine says, well speaking, Professor Grace Ayensu, actions not words. We are very proud of you. Francis Rastito says, this woman should be groomed to lead the health ministry in the future. With expertise as a medical expert and her intelligence, she has demonstrated while speaking. I think she'll be a good asset in the health committee of Parliament. Then a few more comments on our WhatsApp line. It says the president's appointment of a special envoy to the Alliance of Sahel states reinforces regional peace, security, and economic cooperation. This initiative enhances diplomatic ties, promotes stability, and fosters trade, while reaffirming Pan-African unity. Ghana's leadership strengthens collective security, investment, and self-reliance, advancing a more integrated and resilient West Africa. That's from Dr. Felix Larry Sophie, who is Executive Director, IDER. Some more comments. Fantastic delivery, Prof. That's Benjamin Breu sent that from Esikado Ketang. There's Snet, who's a sinner. We need a savior to reset us to the work that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah began. It is true that all hands must be on deck, but the leader who has offered himself to reset us must clearly show us the vision or communicate to us how he intends doing it and how we should respond. Then only can we respond appropriately. And all willing to respond must be embraced, especially those with no skills. They are the biggest challenge because they look up to the savior the more for a change of life. If not, then everyone, as it is now, will be trying to survive the Ghana economical weather or find a Masonic group. Snet sent that from Snet. Thank you very much for that comment. Eric Inejisu Kumasi says, kindly allow me to commend the Honorable Lady Prof on her election to the legislature. This is the second time I'm seeing her on set. Prof, you're highly inspiring, especially for our youth who have almost lost all hope in leadership of our country. May the good Lord strengthen and guide you in your committed assignment. My congrats also to Nana Jantwa on her appointment to the presidency. We need more of such smart women leaders to boost our democracy and governance structures. Thank you. Eric, thank you very much for that comment. And let me conclude with this before I come to Mr. Pratt. This one says, Ghanaians do not give to-third for NDC for nothing. Ghanaian gave to-third to the NDC to take control of the country. But the absentee should be careful. Interesting. Mr. Pratt.
Well, you're looking at the first 14 days of the administration of Mr. John Dramani Mahama as President of the Republic of this country. I must say that this has been an interesting 14-day period. And there are many, many things that have happened within the 14 days which are inspirational. There are some things which have happened in the 14 days which give us hope and so on. But at the same time, some things have happened within the 14 days which make us uncomfortable. And I like to deal first with some of the things that give us some assurance and so on, and deal with the things that make us completely uncomfortable later. One of the very first things that I have noticed, which is encouraging and so on, is the attempt to keep promises that he made on the election campaign. Indeed, even before he started nominating his ministers, he reduced the number of ministries by 7, which indicated that he was considering or taking seriously the promise he made about reducing the size of government. And I found that very, very impressive. I must say that some of the changes I thought could have been better, even in terms of the reduction of the number of ministries.
Okay.
Because it sounded strange, that you would have a Ministry of Natural Resources and so on, and have other agencies responsible with dealing with natural resources outside that scope. Because I thought that the idea was to bring all of the agencies and so on who deal with the same thing together, So I like the idea that the number of ministries has been reduced by 7. And as I said, it gave us the indication of what was to come. So I'm happy with that. Maybe as we go along, the coupling can be done much better. But nonetheless, I think that it's a good and bold step. The other thing which has impressed me also is his insistence that his appointees ought to be modest. And every opportunity he has had, he's raised the issue of modesty. He's raised the issue of showing the respect, you know, to the electorate and so on. I find that reassuring, because at least it keeps that still, you know, in the horizon. It gives a certain focus and all. I had been worried in the past about the fact that even in opposition, I mean, I saw his convoy, his campaign convoy, and sometimes I counted more than 40 cars and so on. And I was very alarmed, you know. Since he became president, I do not see that. It has not been carried into the presidency. And he's persistently insisting on modesty and so on. I think that it's a good thing. Then, for me, one of the good things is that he's keeping his promise to appoint his cabinet within the first 14 days. There's no doubt at all that that has also been achieved. Mm-hmm. So that's also generally impressive. Then you're looking at the caliber of people he has appointed. Not all of them actually fit the mold, but most of them appear to have been carefully selected and placed in positions where they have the relevant experience and so on. You understand? Now, I can understand why a president of Ghana may have difficulty in focusing on competence and so on. Because we ourselves have placed presidents in a jam, you know. There's so many things that ought to be balanced in the appointments. And sometimes it makes things extremely difficult for the president. One of the persons I've admired over a long period of time is this young man called John Jinapor. I mean, anytime he's spoken about the energy sector, you've had the sense that he knows the sector very well. He has his figures, he has his analysis, and so on. You get the sense that he knows the sector quite very well. And I was not surprised that he was announced as energy minister and so on. Now, Senator, some of the things that worried me, and they worry me very, very deeply, in the first 14 days of President Mahama, is the announcement that his government is even thinking about the privatization of the electricity company of Ghana. It shocked me completely, okay? Because President Mahama ought to be aware of the fact that the people of this country have resisted the privatization of the electricity company of Ghana for at least 30 years. Vigorous resistance. Cogent arguments have been made against the privatization of the electricity company of Ghana. Indeed, one of the reasons why he was elected, I dare say, was the anger of the people of Ghana at the prospect of the privatization of the electricity company of Ghana. So I was really surprised when first it came from him that the question of privatization of ECG was on the table. And then this was also repeated by somebody like John Jinapor, who I've already said I had admired over a long period of time, that the government was considering the privatization of the electricity company of Ghana. Now, my brother, under Mr. Rawlings, aspects of the electricity company of Ghana's operations were privatized, and it led to total disaster. Mr. Rawlings' government brought in the electricity company of France to handle the question of revenue mobilization and so on. After 2-3 years, the performance was so horrible that we had to chase the electricity company of France out of this country. And the records are there. Again, one of the governments, I think it was the Kufuor administration or so on, decided to privatize one of the utilities. That is the Ghana Water Company. And brought in Kwabena Rand of South Africa. The performance was so horrible that in the final analysis, you had to chase Kwabena Rand out of this country and so on. So all of these records are there. Now, besides, since 1966, when the Nkrumah government was overthrown, we've had about 500 state enterprises privatized. Sana, out of these 500 state enterprises which were privatized, only 2 survived. Only 2 survived. And the 2 which survived are hotels. What is today known as the Lancaster Hotel and Ambassador Moving Pick. All the others collapsed completely. So that should teach us that private capital is not necessarily the answer to the problems which are encountered by state enterprises. You understand? The evidence is there. Look at those which collapsed. State Fishing Corporation collapsed. Black Star Line collapsed. Many divisions of Gihok collapsed. Just check. In private hands, they collapsed completely. So nobody today can make the argument that privatization is the solution to the problems which confront, state enterprises. Now, I ask myself, what is it that we expect the private sector to bring to ECG to make a difference? One of the major problems confronting the ECG today is just simply the fact that it is broke. It is not able to generate sufficient resources to run its operations. Now, can anybody tell us that the private sector has more capacity for generating or raising funds than the state of Ghana? Somebody must make that argument. I don't see how that argument can be made. But I want to hear somebody make that argument so that we can challenge that argument with facts. I said, when you're looking for expertise in the energy sector, there is no private sector entity in Ghana which has more expertise than the state sector, the state energy sector. None whatsoever. I want to be convinced. None whatsoever. Okay. Which leaves us with the possibility, if you're talking about expertise, of bringing in external sources and so on. But that is a disaster waiting, a disaster in waiting. Because the question of power, it's so very strategic that it is not just an economic factor. It's not just a factor of industrialization and so on. It's a factor of national security. Who manages your energy? It's a question of national security. Now, given the analysis that I've made so far, are we going to hand over our energy sector, a substantial part of our energy sector, to private capital, private foreign capital? That's shocking. One of the reasons why the electricity company of Ghana is unable to generate the financial resources it needs to be able to operate efficiently and so on is simply the energy mix that we are running, the energy mix. And right now, we have substantially hydro, and then we have thermal generation, and we have some very small green energy. That's the mix we are running. Now, if you take hydro generation, 1 unit of hydroelectric power cost at the maximum 3 cents. It can cost 2 cents, maximum 3 cents. When you come to thermal generation, the cost begins at 11 cents per unit all the way up to 33 cents per unit. So you can see that the more you depend on thermal generation, the more expensive it is. And the more expensive it is, the more likelihood it is that your tariffs would increase. And no government wants to increase tariffs for the consumer, because you can lose an election, you become unpopular and so on. So we've come to the point where the PURC has been extremely careful about raising tariffs. And the ECG has complained over the years about the fact that the tariffs that are approved are not sufficient to enable it to run efficiently. And one of the reasons why the ECG has argued that way is simply that our line losses are huge. You know, line losses, or what sometimes is called technical losses and so on, they're huge. And these line losses are huge partly because of the existing infrastructure. The existing infrastructure is outdated, is old, is weak, and so on. So we need to change the existing infrastructure. Okay. So one may argue that the private sector will bring in much needed funds in order to be able to revamp the infrastructure and so on. But I'm saying that governments have more capacity to generate resources, including loans and so on, than the private sector. And indeed, even the loans that the private sector usually acquires ought to be guaranteed by government. You take the energy sector again. I mean, Osajifo Dr. Kwabena Nkrumah got his resources for building the Akosombo Dam from Kaiser Engineering. But the Ghana government had to provide guarantees in order for Kaiser Engineering to raise the kinds of resources that is needed for the building of the Akosombo Dam and so on. Now, I like to go back into history and to find out why we are where we are today. And I recall that by February 24, 1966, Ghana did not have the kinds of problems we have today with electricity. Our major problem there was the rich. We had not extended, electricity to many rural communities and so on. The rich was a problem. But in terms of generation capacity, one of the biggest generation capacities in Africa at the time, 1966 grew. But even then, the Nkrumah government had decided that in addition to building the Akosombo Dam, we needed to build the Bui Dam, build what was called the mini hydro projects, build a nuclear power plant, and also pursue green energy. This was in the 7-year development plan of Nkrumah. In fact, at the time, Soviet engineers had already arrived on site at Bui. The construction of the dam had almost begun. These Dankwa Buzia elements and their coup makers brought in a so-called expert from England who advised that Ghana's generation capacity was too big and that we didn't need all the other sources, so we should stop. We stopped the construction of the Bui Dam. We abandoned the nuclear project which the Nkrumah government had started and so on. And for a long period of time, there were no substantial additions to our generation capacity. That is where we are today. The negligence of the Buzia government and other governments in refusing to add on to the generation capacity that we had. Indeed, it took a champion to build the Pong hydroelectric project. Without that, we would have been in a bigger crisis than we are today. Okay. So if this is the problem, how do you address it? If these are the problems, how do you address it? Do you address it simply by handing over to private capital? And you see, this government itself needs to learn its own lessons. Because when President Mills came to power as president, with Mr. John Dramani Mahama as vice president, one of the companies we had sold included the Tema Dry Dock. And I remember this very, very clearly. President Mills' administration, which included now President Mahama, fought tooth and nail to repossess the dry dock at Tema because privatization wasn't working. And the dry dock at Tema, properly managed, properly handled and so on, can become a major economic factor in Ghana's development. So they took it back. Why am I not surprised that today we are talking about privatization again? Now, significantly, the Public Utility Workers Union of the TUC has fired a first shot, has issued a statement opposing the privatization of ECG and has put forward other alternatives. This has been the position of organized labor all these years. It's not just the Public Utility Workers Union. And I recall when President John Dramani Mahama went to have a meeting in the Hall of Trade Unions, he pledged that he would consult the trade unions, he would work with them and so on. ECG is one area where he should listen to the trade unions and work with the trade unions and abandon this reckless part of privatization. It is so reckless, I can't believe it. Okay. Now, one of the best decisions that the Mahama administration has taken so far, as far as I'm concerned, has to do with the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Bevlo Latte as special envoy to the alliance of Sahel states. I think this is a masterstroke. Masterstroke. If you place it within the context of the geopolitics of West Africa. Okay. Now, what are the main factors? If you look at West Africa, the total population of West Africa is about 500 million people, a little over 500 million people. Nigeria alone has half that population at 260 million. Okay. Ghana is the second most populated country in West Africa with a population of around 32, 33 million. Now that should tell you a lot already. Okay. The lopsidedness when it comes to population distribution is obvious. So Ghana has something else in addition to just its population size, and that has to be its history. And its history is that history of Osagyefo Dr. Kwabena, who spearheaded the liberation struggle not just in West Africa, but across the African continent as well, and gave Ghana a clout which enables Ghana to punch way above its weight in international relations. Very significant. Okay. Now, if you take Nigeria, Nigeria has so many limitations. Nigeria ought to have been the giant in West Africa, no doubt. Nigeria produces 2 million barrels of oil a day, huge economic power. 260 million people in this country and so on, huge. But Nigeria's power is limited. One, because of the insecurity in Nigeria. As if you go to the northeast, you have the Boko Haram insurgency thriving. If you go to the Niger Delta area, you have what has been described by security experts as a low-intensity civil war. And then if you go to the east proper, you have the Biafran secessionist movement. Thriving. Okay? Then the mismanagement of the national economy of Nigeria is also phenomenal. So Nigeria is not able to play the kind of role that it ought to play. And that comes to Ghana. You understand? Now, ECOWAS reacted so very badly to the coup d'etats that occurred in Mali, Guinea, Niger, and Burkina Faso, and to some extent Chad. Okay, ECOWAS reacted so very badly. Tinubu and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Alassane Ouattara led the charge. And their solution was that let's send our soldiers there to go and kill people and so on, and reinstate ousted heads of states, including Bazoum of Niger. I mean, such a reckless thought. Okay? And it was so reckless that the Nigerian Senate actually refused to go along with Tinubu, voted Tinubu down. In fact, all the Nigerian states bordering Niger told their government that they would not allow their government to use their space to launch any attack on Niger. Now, come to think of it, France, who should have been the beneficiary, the ultimate beneficiary of this recklessness, gave West African leaders $20 million to go and kill themselves, to go and kill their citizens and so on. They're going along with it. Okay. Now, it's as a result of this recklessness that 3 states, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, decided to form this alliance. A lot of people tend to think that this is a political alliance. It is not. It is first and foremost a military defense pact. Now, the 3 countries are saying that if you attack one, you have attacked all of us. We are all coming to face you, and so on. More or less a defense pact. Okay. Now I'm sitting back and wondering why West African leaders were so reckless, given the fact that ECOWAS was formed by military leaders. Go and check the time that ECOWAS was formed. See who were the leaders at the time. The vast majority of West African leaders at the time were military leaders. So even the very institution they claimed to be protecting and so on was formed by military leaders. So it doesn't make sense to have this level of hostility against military leaders and so on. It doesn't. Okay. Now for me, there are some reasons. I mean, when Traore comes to Ghana and is being cheered and so on, there are concrete reasons. Okay? Real concrete reasons. If you take a country like Niger, at the time of the coup, Niger was classified as one of the 3 poorest countries in the world. Fact. 1 year after the coup, Niger is now classified as the fastest growing economy, not in West Africa, not in Africa, but the world. They must be doing something that our leaders must learn. Indeed, they are doing better than our leaders. In one of the countries, I think it's Mali, its GDP was around 18.2 or 0.4% dollars, you know. Within this short time, its GDP has shot up to $24 billion. Is that not something that we should be learning? Look, from the Nkrumah days, all African patriots have insisted that we should build an Africa without a bomb, that no foreign power should be allowed to establish military bases on our soil. We haven't been able to do that. Indeed, Akufo-Addo signed an agreement to the United States of America permitting the United States of America to use our Kotoka International Airport as a forwarding base for its military activities in the sub-region and so on. These military leaders so-called coup leaders have come and they have dismantled foreign military bases on their soil. Niger used to house the largest U.S. drone base in the world. It's been dismantled. The French military base there has been dismantled and so on. These are inspirational moves and so on. But you see, maybe that is not what John Mahama is looking at. And I don't know what he's looking at, okay? Because he hasn't explained why he has appointed a special envoy for the Sahel states. But I'm doing an independent analysis. Now, if you do the independent analysis, especially Ghana and Burkina Faso, the people in the farthest part of Ghana, the northern part, and Burkina Faso are the same people. In fact, the boundary between Ghana and Burkina Faso cuts across villages. Part is Ghanaian, part is Burkinabe. They have the same culture, they speak the same language, and so on. Same people. We cannot afford to have a hostile relationship between us because we are the same people. You understand? We cannot afford. Now, beyond that, these countries suffer from some insurgencies, okay? Everybody says Islamic insurgency and so on. If you do the proper analysis, more than that. Because if you take a country like Mali, yes, there are Islamic insurgents in Mali, but they also have the Azawad Liberation Movement, which is not an Islamic insurgency group. We need to understand that clearly, okay? Burkina Faso has some Islamist insurgents and so on. So does Niger and all. Now, one of the things which is most significant is the fact that before Traoré took power in Burkina Faso, the government of Burkina Faso controlled only about 40% of the land area of Burkina Faso. 60% was in the hands of the insurgents. That situation has been reversed now. Okay? Now, what I'm saying is that these insurgents in Burkina Faso and other places have attacked northern Benin. In fact, the recent attack on Benin came further southwards than has ever happened in history of these attacks. Northern Togo has also been attacked by the insurgents. La Côte d'Ivoire has been attacked by insurgents in the past and so on. So perhaps Ghana is the only country which has not been directly attacked by the insurgents. But I've seen police intelligence reports, authentic reports, which say that these insurgents have infiltrated Ghana all the way below Tamale, heading to the Volta River at Yeji. And that they have sleeping cells and so on. You understand? Cause for concern, these police intelligence reports. Recently, we were also told that the insurgents in Burkina Faso use Ghana as some kind of a place to retreat to. And so we heard that report in the media and so on. Now, how do we protect ourselves against these insurgents if we are not going to cooperate with these countries which are at the forefront of the insurgencies? So it is imperative that we build a certain relationship with these countries to protect ourselves. And that is why the decision by President John Dramani Mahama to appoint none other than Lieutenant Colonel Gbeblo Lati is super commendable. You understand what I'm saying? Then there's the issue of trade. Burkina Faso is a landlocked country, and I think so is Niger, and so on. So they need access to the Atlantic Ocean for purpose of improving their own trade and so on. We can actually strangulate them. But if you strangulate them, you will bear the consequences because you share a border with them. If you strangulate them, your fertilizer will be smuggled on a larger scale than before. Your petroleum products will be smuggled on a larger scale and so on. Smuggling would be intensified and so on. The revenue we get from allowing them to use our ports and so on would also vanish and so on. Those countries themselves will also suffer a great deal, and so on. So any sensible leader in Ghana, and I will count President John Mahama in the category of sensible leaders because of the appointment he has made, would have to look at how to improve that relationship. Who better to appoint than Lieutenant Colonel Kwabena? I'm sure all of you know him and know his background and so on. He actually started off his military career at Border Guards headquarters. That's where he started his military career. But under the so-called, and I mean so-called 31st December revolution, he was recruited for training in Cuba as a commando. Okay? He was trained in Cuba as a commando. And his colleagues in the army will tell you about his skills as a military officer. I'll just give you a small part of his skills. This is a guy who is so trained that he can jump from a flying aircraft at a certain altitude without a parachute. That's the level of his training. That's a small idea about what he's capable of and so on. Okay. He eventually commanded the 64th Infantry Brigade, and that brigade was not very popular. In fact, later I think it was called 64th Infantry Battalion, and so on. It was not very popular. But look at the skills they had and deployed, which kept the PNDC in power for 19 years. NDC in power for 19 years and so on. So you cannot run away from his military skills and so on. He has them. Then he speaks French. I don't know if he reads French, but I've heard him speak eloquent French. He speaks French, which is an addition. In addition to speaking French, he headed the AU's anti-terrorism unit in Algeria. So he knows his marbles. Is that not how they say it? Yeah. He knows his marbles and so on. Okay. So I think that was a brilliant idea. I mean, many people, rightly or wrongly, expected that he'd be made the head of national security. Indeed, he had a huge group, which included retired military officers, retired police officers, and so on. And I used to follow their platforms. And I read some very disturbing posts when it became apparent that he was not going to be made the head of national security. One of them actually posted something which simply said that, look, we came to fight to make Mr. Mahama President of the Republic. We had two objectives. One, to make Mr. Mahama President of the Republic, and two, to make Larry Kwabena head of security. We have achieved our first objectives, and we'll do everything possible to achieve our second objective. I was really worried, Now, I think all those people will begin to understand that there is some merit in the new appointment that he has been given. You understand? And that, given the necessary assistance and so on, Larry Kwabena would do work which would be highly beneficial to the sub-region. Because the sub-region is not peaceful at all. At all. Now, there's a huge conflict raging between Niger and Benin over the transmission of oil resources to China. It can lead to war. It can lead to a conflagration and so on. I'm worried. There has already been a coup attempt in Benin. The experts predict that there could be more attempts, and I believe the experts and so on. So turmoil is around the corner. You need somebody with the agility of Larry Kwabena, and in mentioning his credentials, I failed to mention the fact that he's also a lawyer and an academic and so on. So he has so many things that come together to make him the ideal choice for this position. And there's one good thing that President-elect John Dramani Mahama has done. It's only 14 days out of how many days more? I mean, 4 years.
Yeah.
Huh? But what you're seeing is substantially good. It could have been better if they had not added the privatization of Electricity Company of Ghana. Perhaps it would have been much better than it is now. So we congratulate them. They should carry on and make sure that the promises they made are kept. Whether the promises are good or not is not the issue. Keep them. Because for the first time, we want to demonstrate to the people of Ghana that when politicians approach them on platforms, they mean what they say.
Some of those promises are very interesting. One of them I heard this week was from his own people in Bobie, who said he came there and said, vote for him, the MP. If he wins, I'll give you an appointment. And he said he haven't seen the appointment yet, so he should give the appointment. And I think they said one in her constituency too. Yes.
That's happening in so many places. Yeah. Bobie is one of them. Whole Central, is it Whole Central?
Yes, Whole Central.
It's also one of them. Yesterday I heard about the situation in Winneba, which was also boiling and so on. And I'm sitting back and saying, look, NDC has 180-something MPs. It is not possible to make all of them ministers. It is not possible. You understand? And this agitation for making people ministers because they come from a particular constituency and so on ought to stop very quickly. It's not sensible. It doesn't assist the president to achieve his objectives and so on. And now I've heard people in the NDC say that, as for the 60 ministers, you can drop it in favor of 24-hour economy. You can drop it so that our MP can also become minister and so on. My friends, if you pressurize this president to drop that promise, and he adds one extra minister to 60, you are not winning the next elections. I can assure you. It's a major promise which must be kept. That figure can only come down to 59, 58, maybe 40, maybe 30. Huh? But 61 is a no. He will not be allowed. There will be protests, and I will join. I'm telling you, I will join. Because, Senator, I believe very, very strongly that we can run Ghana with far less than 60 ministers. And then, surprise, surprise. You remember that in the last elections, candidate Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia promised, after JM had promised that he will have 60 ministers, he promised that he will reduce it to 50. The people who campaigned with him and for him are asking JM, how can you do 60?
Yeah.
So if they think that 60 is impossible, why were they promising 50? The indication is that they didn't mean to keep that promise. You understand? One other area, Atu forcing promises that as soon as he becomes Minister for Finance, he will make sure that e-levy goes. And then Gideon Waku,
where would you find the money?
Spokesperson for Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia on council says, how are you going to find the money? There will be a hole in the budget and so on. I said, but didn't you also promise that you were going to remove e-levy? So how were you going to find the money? I agree with my brother here that the MPP ought to be very careful. Because if they are not careful, they will push themselves into obscurity. They cannot be trusted again if they are not careful. They have to be consistent. If when President Akufo-Addo was chartering private jets and so on, you made an argument on the fact, you understand? And you look at President Akufo-Addo, and you look at President John Dramani Mahama, And you think that as for President John Dramani Mahama, he can have enough leg room in the same presidential jet that Akufo-Addo does not have enough leg room, something must be wrong with you. And then you come and make the argument as for President, when he's traveling and he's about to reach some place, he needs to freshen up, he needs to take his bath. As for John Dramani Mahama, he shouldn't take his bath. What is this? So I would urge our friends, and I mean our friends, in the New Patriotic Party to be consistent. You know, they should be principled. And being principled requires a certain measure of consistency. Because if they are not, they will soon drive themselves into obscurity.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me do a few of the comments that are coming in. This is Emmanuel Kumsi in Awo. She says, from an objective point of view, President Mahama's ministerial appointments is excellent. He is relying on experience, which is good. However, his neglect of new faces can breed discontent within the party. I hope he will consider the new faces in the remaining positions. That's coming from Manuel, who sent that from Awoshi. A few more comments from our WhatsApp platform. This is Tony Dixon, Green and Safer Mobility Research Foundation. Says, good morning, Senator. Congratulations to Lawyer A. Amaliba as the Director General of the National Road Safety Authority. My only plea with him is to make sure government commitment to road safety is his topmost priority. Also to make sure they resource the authority for them to be able to implement their policies. That's coming from Tony Dixon, who sent that. There's Dr. Larry, Felix Larry Silfe again, says, Ankwesi Pratt has once again delivered a masterclass analysis of practical sociology and political economy, presenting a compelling argument against energy sector privatization. His depth of knowledge and sharp analytical mind are truly inspiring, offering profound insights into Ghana's social, economic, and political landscape. Engaging with his perspectives continually strengthens my pride as a Pan-Africanist. Doc, thank you for that comment. There's more. Uncle Pratt is super extraordinary when it comes to data. Such resources are required to be protected and recognized. Viva Uncle Pratt. There's more comments on the discussion we are having. It says, good morning, Senator. JDM has given us our second independence from the colonial trainee, and he has promised us to reset Ghana. My humble suggestion is that we should take off the name of the coup maker from our international airport, who has brought us to where we are today. Bibi sent that from Accra. Bibi, thank you. There's one from Tom the Tom Cape Coast. Please, I'm a big fan of Professor Yensu since her first win, but never was in 2020. I pray that she gets the Deputy Health Minister and almost the NATO Deputy Defense Minister. Interesting. Then there's more. Togbe Kupe Damsa II, aka Babylon, is it chapter 2, says, I wish this message reaches our President John Dramani Mahama this very morning. He must surrender to pressure to use the presidential, he must not surrender to pressure to use the presidential jet. All the complaints about using his brother's jet is an agenda to kill him. He must make sure presidential jet is fully tested under the supervision of his trusted technician, who flies considerable distance before certifying the validity of the jet. The pressure of how much the brother's jet may cost the nation must not scare him to do the unneedful. Thank you, Togbe, for that comment. There's one here from Mbash in Tamale. So the Mahama must renegotiate our natural resources with the bloodsuckers who steal our natural resources to develop their home countries. If they are not ready for renegotiation, they can leave. The resources buried in the earth neither needs water nor fertilizer. Burkina Faso has done so. We can. Mr. Bash sent that from Tamale. And then there's, okay, I think there's Mariama, who says, please tell the MPs to take good care of the things in Parliament. Millions of dollars were spent to renovate Parliament. They should take good care of the things there and stop hitting their hands on the tables. Mariama, that's Mariama's issue this morning. And then there's more from, okay, a lot of comment coming. Eval of Kwash in Nansuman says the appointment of pro-MPP individuals to key state institutions such as GRA and NCA by President Mahama sparks significant tension within the party, particularly among the grassroots who are dissatisfied with these appointments. The appointments of individuals like Anthony Sapo and Reverend Yerenchi Fianco, who did not contribute to the party's success to top positions, whilst overlooking deserving candidates. is perceived as unjust. President Mahama is advised to reconsider these appointments and replace them with, okay, and replace them with loyal party members who act in the best interest of the party. That's coming from you. Thank you for that comment. There are more comments that you're sending to me. We have to move on to our very next discussion, but just one text message. It says, good morning, Senna. Now that God has finally answered our prayers to ensure that the wicked Nanado administration, let's also hope and pray to ensure that the MPP never comes in power and subsequently see them die off in our very sight. President Mahama's first fortnight in office sends strong message to Ghanaians as a whole. Please extend my heartfelt greetings to our NDC, Senegal Constituency Chairman. Thank you very much for those comments that comment you just sent to us. There's a comment from, I saw a comment from Mr. Kojo Chumbuafo. I have to go through the comments. So this is Mr. Chumbuafo sent in this comment. It says, Senator, I first met Gracie, I think he's referring to, as we call her 30 plus years ago during our student days at a mutual friend's home in Maryland. She was on holidays from University of Wisconsin. At the time, I wondered aloud why anyone from Ghana in their right mind would go to medical school in Wisconsin of all places. That place is cold, foreboding, and a place where temperatures in the winter can go as low as minus 20 degrees. I vividly remember the answer she gave me when I asked her, quote, I have come from an even more foreboding place. I need to return home with something tangible, something my people can touch, end quote. So what she has been able to achieve ever since she stormed Esika Doketang and eventually annexed a seat we have never won doesn't surprise me. Mind you, she is still as beautiful as she was then. What Gracie won't tell you is the charity and gratis medical care that she offers people in her constituency and even in Accra. She regularly conducts clinics, preventative health? Okay, healthcare, prenatal and antenatal healthcare, complicated surgeries, and a slew of other health programs. She even goes to the extent of assembling colleague doctors from the US far and wide to provide healthcare. This young lady is one of God's agents on earth. Prof, on behalf of all the people that you've touched, including yours truly, Yadasi, I pray for the strength that you found to go to Wisconsin to perpetuate you for the rest of time. So now I will stop before I get emotional. Professor Gracie, go and do your thing. I have an arrangement with Kojochum. If I don't read this message, I'll be bonded till the end of time. So I went through everything. And sorry for questioning your English. You are one of the people whose English I never question. Well, we'll take a quick break, just a quick break. We'll be right back to have a discussion on what transpired in Obuasi. Give us a minute.
Freedom, he's the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He's the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom.
Well, thank you very much for staying tuned to the Mother of all talk shows, Alaji and Alaji. And of course, this morning, we have in studio, we're supposed to have Honorable Neil and Vanderpoy join us. We don't have him in studio, but we do have a panel of three, starting from my left, Professor Grace Ayensu Danko of Esika Doketang, Member of Parliament. And then there's lawyer Andrew Apia Danko of the Movement for Change, and of course, Comrade Kwesi Prajinia, who's General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana. Well, we've already discussed our very first topic. We're moving on to what transpired in Obuasi. And this time around, I'll start from my left with Prof on the matter of what transpired in Obuasi. The military has given their own side of the issue. There's also the people of Obuasi saying the people who were killed were not to blame. In fact, I heard one narration which the assembly member told me that the people who did the thing left. And then some people went to apologize and they were gunned down. There are different narrations of exactly what happened. But the president says we have to look into this matter. It must be looked into and the truth established. 7 people were killed in the process. Prof?
Thank you And then I also want to say a big thank you to Kojo Chumbuafo and for the compliments. I'm grateful. The issue in Obuasi is rather a very sad commentary on life, because I truly, first of all, we're waiting for investigation, so I'm not privy to any private information. So this is just my personal opinion. When we look at this whole Galamsey issue or mining issue in our mining areas in the country, it is becoming a huge problem because, one, it's employing the youth. Two, the local people, most of the areas they don't seem to be enjoying a part of this. So what is happening is most of the monies that are coming up, even though it's employing the youth, they're getting very minimal amount of money for what they do. And the work is very dangerous. So work safety issues are called into place. There is the whole idea of even children are in the mining areas doing some of these mining. I'm talking about the artisanal mining and also the Galamsey, the legal aspect of it. So in my constituency, for instance, there's areas where we do mining. When you go up towards the Mpoho area, there's places called Atiasi, there's places called Mbredani. And when you go beyond, they're even cutting down cocoa trees and rubber plantations to do mining. The locals are not participating or are not benefiting from that whole mining process. And then the foreigners or the people who are mining or the owners of the mines or the concessions, they take all that money and that money is privatized. So Ghana, we are caught between a rock and a hard place. I mean, we have the mineral in the ground. We want to use it. We want to use it for good, but the locals are not benefiting. So I think that this is maybe a microcosm of what is happening in Obuasi. The youth and the young people, they feel like the mining company is taking up all the gold. They are not benefiting. Those who are getting the jobs are too dangerous. There's no work safety issues there. So I feel for both sides, but nonetheless, it shouldn't have resulted in anybody dying. So I'm not privy to a lot of that information, but I'm thinking that since President Mahama has said that he's going to let the investigative bodies really look into it, but we need to address this issue in the mining areas or the mining sectors of our country. What do we do with the youth? What do we do with youth unemployment there? What do we do with some of the gold that is taken out of the land to help the locals? Whatever it is that is coming to the local communities is never enough. The rivers are destroyed. The land is destroyed. We're getting a lot of diseases coming out of there in terms of the mercury, the arsenic, and the cyanide that they're putting into our waters, and it's even ending up in the soil, and that is ending up in our food. So how do we address it? That is one area that I think that we have to have a huge stakeholder engagement and really address it and make sure that the communities that people are mining or companies are mining, individuals are mining, also benefit. And the mining has to be sustainable. We need to really look at this whole Galamsey. I know it's a sort of a political hot topic, a political don't go there kind of conversation. But I think that with this new administration, it is something that we need to really look into it and hold a really big stakeholders engagement, including the communities, the chiefs, the owners of the mines, the people who are supposed to manage the waterways, our rivers, and all that. Because if we don't take care in the next 4 years or even in the near future, we are not going anywhere, because it's affecting our water. You know, Ghana Water has come out to say that if at first they were using 1 cup of water to clean 1 bucket of water, now they're using 10 cups of water to clean the same 1 bucket of water. So even the chemicals that the Ghana Water is using is now having traces in the water we are drinking. So currently in Ghana, we are almost having a water crisis that I think that a lot of us are not paying serious attention to. And this water crisis, when you come to the Western region, some of our taps, we have not flowed with water for months. and we're all looking at boreholes. But pretty soon, you know, I know it's the water table and all that, but if all of us are digging boreholes, which even most people can afford to, then where will we get water? Water is becoming one of the most essential commodities that we are running out of. So we need to really, really look at water, the source of water, and what this mining or the galamsey, either artisanal galamsey, legitimate or illegitimate mining, the entire mining sector is doing to our water. And I'm hoping that with the new Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, he will call a stakeholders engagement and look at this issue. So the youth in Obuasi, going back to them, it appears that they feel left out of the national cake or the Obuasi cake of the gold in the ground. The company is a private company, so they have also invested. Now, how do we end up where the youth are fighting, like there's a conflict where people actually are gunned down? At this juncture, I think that it should be rubber bullets, or it should be like something. There's a way to curb insurgency or curb riots, and it shouldn't end up with live bullets where people actually die. So I'm not sure what the instruction was for the mining company and why they're even holding real guns. At this juncture, there's no warfare. So I feel like there shouldn't be a circumstance under which they have guns with live bullets. It should be rubber bullets or tear gas, something else that would disperse a crowd rather than live bullets that would actually kill 8 people. So I'm hoping that police will do a good investigation and come up with an investigative report. Once that report comes out, I think that we will all now be better able to speak on the matter, because as you said, we are hearing so much conflicting information. The assemblyman, I saw him on air saying something else. This person is saying something else. The youth are saying something else. So what is the true story? What actually transpired? But in spite of what transpired, I still truly believe that nobody should have died. So why are people dead, and what was the instruction? But the bigger issue is about how the communities that have mining within the communities benefit. What I see with our gold, specifically gold, is that almost all this money goes into private pockets. It is like, unlike the resource that we have, I think we have in abundance, that the money is all privatized. I'm not seeing even, I mean, I'm assuming that if a company is mining in my village, for instance, right, in Mbredani, I should go to Mbredani and see nice schools. I should see, like, the people who live there have to benefit. But every time I've been to a mining site or mining village, it's some of the worst places in terms of development. Even the road leading to the town has not been done. So where is that money going? And why is it that we are not even required, whether it's a real concession, it's Galamsey, it's Obuasi Gold Company, whoever, private people, why are we not requiring that there have to be some minimum development in all those areas? And I keep saying, especially like for the Western region, you know, the Western region has a lot of natural resources. And every day I look at the Western region metro, which consists of Sekondi, Takoradi, Esikado, Kwesimintim, and Efia, the capital of the Western region. And I keep saying that with the amount of resources coming out of there, you look at oil, you look at gas, you look at cocoa, you also now look at gold, bauxite, we have manganese. And the deplorable state in which we live in the Western region metro, I'm always baffled. Every time I go back, I sit in my car and I'm either weeping or complaining about something, because it should be like at least nothing at all. It should be like Johannesburg, maybe mini Johannesburg. We have all these resources, but we don't know where it goes. And the people that live in those communities are not benefiting. So I think that the anger of the youth has to do with some of these underlying sentiments The anger of the company has to do with, it is our concession, we have the legal right to be here, you're not legal. And so it's going to lead to, maybe if we don't fix this problem and find lasting solutions to this problem, I truly believe that it's going to escalate in other parts of the country. And so we're waiting for the investigative report, and once it comes, then we can speak to it with more evidence and more evidence-based solutions to it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, a few comments, just a few comments. Kojo Chumbafu has come back to remind me that he went to Achimota School, the same school that Ken Ofoyata and Charles Edubon he went to. I don't know why he brought in Charles. He said Ken Ofoyata and Charles Edubon also went to Achimota School. There's this one from Prophet Christian in Volta Region. Says, I would love to ask why we do trust the military with their guns to protect us, but do not trust them in governing us. There's Mohammed, who's, okay, Mohammed just tells us that, okay, so the road ministry should construct rail from Accra to Kumasi for easy access to both cities. I'm not sure, when it comes to rail construction, that now goes under the transport ministry. There was a separate ministry, but goes under the transport ministry. So it's the transport ministry that this should be addressed to. Okay, some more comments. I'm trying to read some of the text messages you're sending to us. I rarely read text messages. So today, says, Senator, please tell parliamentarians we the young ones are learning from them. They should stop They should stop hitting our properties like parliament. It isn't money used to... Is the money that is used to provide this issue. Skef from Sogakope, they are not so happy about how a parliamentarians treat property in parliament. This one says, please, we the grassroots are worried not only about the appointment of NPP members to NCA, GRA, and VRA, but at the way national, regional, and constituency executives are going for appointments, it will affect the party's chances in 2028. Example, the National Youth Wing, have all of them been appointed? The National Communications Officer and his deputy as well. I think we shouldn't have 4 years to rule this country. My regards to Kwame Kwesi Pratt Jr. That's Honorable Sani Kahuna, who is in Boko. I hope I got the spelling of your name right. There are a few more comments that I just wanted to go through. Then I'll come to you, Lawyer Pia Dankwa. There's Lawyer David Amatepe who says, send a hi to my client and adopted MP. Professor Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa. Okay, so you're a lawyer. There's okay, Angelo Kojofiagbe says, okay, started very well until the intel that one Edmond Yenchi will be director of NCA. Strong signal was directed from the grassroots against that appointment. But President Mahama ignored loud cry of the grassroots and chose Fianco over and above millions of grassroots grassroots opposition. It's painful how President Mahama could soon begin to throw dust in the face of those who made him president of the nation. How could President Mahama choose Fianco over and above those of us who receive abuses just to make him president? Thank you very much for that comment. Those are some of the comments you're sending to us. I'll go through some more, but Laya.
Yeah, so I think Alaji should be commended for not only giving us opportunity to speak to a lot of people, but sometimes we ourselves we get educated here.
Yes.
And today has been very personally, and like I said, it's always a pleasure to sit with permit me to say comrade Kwesi Pratt and then my professor here. I think the expose on why Bebulati, why the Envoy thing was super, and also on the Galamsey issue. I think I'm not enough with you about the need to find real employment for the young people. I think that goes to the bottom of why we're having the Galamsey issue. But I think in analyzing this issue also, we must not lose the fact of what the last regime was in their role, and then how that has played out. I recall during the latter episodes of their reign, sometime late last year, in the Western region, when the Western regional minister had a a meeting with on this Galamsey issue, and one of the PCs, I don't know exactly which constituency he was, had the temerity to say that where the people tasked with stopping Galamsey, when they come, the military, the police, then they should attack them. And I think you can't decouple what has happened in Obuasi with some of those reckless statements in the past. Because we've had an issue where, because of the negligence of government, in spite of the trust that was created in the president, they've allowed Galamsey to become endemic to the extent that these Galamsey people also have their own militia. So I understand usually where, so it's not like a rout, it's more like a warfare. So because it's either as they will kill you, they have the Galamseyers, they have weapons and they may kill you. You understand? And also they've been told by politicians that where the military or the police come to stop you, attack them. And for 8 years, government has slept and allowed these people to grow, you understand, to the extent where they can have the courage to attack the military. Also, I've heard there are a lot of things going on social media, and I've touched on something that also Captain Smart said, and it's very worrying when you consider what triggered the genocide in Rwanda. You see, I always say in Ghana, the journalists in Ghana, or people who play roles that journalists play. I think the way right now we have so many media, a lot of people who are not trained journalists also play the role of journalists. But you see, for an institution that we confer the fourth estate of the state on, it tells you the power, the world. For all of us, when we have the privilege on coming on set, we must be guided by that huge responsibility in terms of what comes out of our mouths. So, when you get the privilege to be addressing people, you must be mindful of the things you say. It must be things that will build, not to destroy. Yes, there should be things that builds that will build institutions, not to destroy institutions. There should be things that will not cause chaos and mayhem. Yes, so you understand that because of the framework of that governs our natural resource sector, the people are not benefiting. Well, there's a reason why Article 257 of our Constitution says that the natural resources in Ghana are for the people of this country. And the president just holds them in trust. But I agree with Prof, which is that we don't bet, the money gets into the hands of individual pockets. Indeed, even the royalties, we must even look into the royalties. Well, the royalties goes to the chiefs. And the chiefs themselves, the mineral resources there are not for them, they are for the people. So we need a massive overhaul. But having said that, it shouldn't lie in the mouth of somebody who speaks to people through the media to give a narrative that will promote chaos. That will promote chaos. I've been seeing Captain Smart's views around. And
to be fair to him, I think what he said is that those comments were very old.
No.
That's very old.
They're old, but they're still alive. Because they're old, but they're still alive.
No, but he said it's very old, but it is after the thing happened that they started being circulated
you don't understand.
Okay.
So let's say he even said that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, you would have built a certain narrative, a certain opinion in the minds of people that would lead them to explode, like happened in Obuasi. And that's what I'm saying. When you get the privilege to be on media, you must be mindful of the kind of things you say. Indeed, I think the media regulator should do more in terms of even regulating the persons who even I know we have what's called freedom of speech, but where people are leading, as in they are leading programs, serious programs on media, then there must be a system which will ensure that you don't allow people who have the propensity to go on media and drive a certain narrative that can cause this, what happened in Obas, because he can't exonerate or take himself out of, he's certainly at fault. You understand? Also, I've listened to the minority chief whip. The same minority chief whip who said that when it comes to the issue of Galamsey, the NDC has destroyed the river bodies more than the MPP. Very reckless and unfortunate statement. Yeah. Because you see, when Dog was talking about the sun, I know the sun had lead. You understand? See, when those chemicals get into your system, you don't leave, or you take a very long time. Yeah, understand? And so when you talk about the issue pertaining to Galamsey, you are talking about our very existence. River bodies are being destroyed. Understand? And you need to understand that when you are talking about the history of the forging of cities and those communities, you can't take away with it, because there's a reason why every major city in the world aggregates around a major river. And you have this minority chief whip trying to reduce this serious issue into one of partisanship. Is there any evidence? And I don't understand why the NDC are sitting and allowing this party that has no credibility now to be driving a narrative that is NDC members causing a lot of mayhem around. I don't know why the NDC is sitting and allowing such a narrative to be driven. Because is there any evidence that suggests that it's NDC youth who did what they did? Especially when senior MPP members are on record to have encouraged Galamseyers that when people granted authority by the state and by extension by the people of Ghana to arrest people who are committing this atrocious crime against all of us, they should pick arms and fight against them. It's MPP people, it was MPP, what was called PCs and senior members who were driving that narrative, and yet what's there? And he didn't say. And the regional minister is the chairman of the RECSEC for Western Region, and we allow all these characters to lead politics in this country and to be making such reckless statements. Fail to recognize that this is a national issue, because at the bottom of this is a security issue. See, so there is the Galamsey issue, but it's also a security issue. And it must be addressed properly. But you do not sit down, minority chief, and want to reduce such a serious issue where people, they claim it's 7 people. I've also heard reports that they may even be more, have lost their lives. They want to reduce this to a partisan issue. Minority chief whip. They want to reduce this to a partisan issue. Yeah, so you see, we all need to be serious. We need to be serious. We need to renew our commitment to building this nation. We shouldn't allow all certain characters to be driving certain narrative at all levels. Also, sit and allow certain characters to be playing with very serious issues, you understand, and cause a destruction of our nation. We don't have anywhere. The only place we have is Ghana. Yes, sir. We talk about and you see, I think there's a story that said there's no place like home, no matter how humble it is. Yes, sir. And also George Bernard Shaw said that liberty also means what? Responsibility. Yes, sir. So as much as we should always take pride in the freedom and justice, being like the motto of the country, we must also understand that it comes with responsibility. And the people who chase positions, minority chief whip, and they should also understand that it comes with responsibility in how you speak, the kind of things that you say. People who get a chance to go on media, it also comes with responsibility. Because we've lost 7 needless lives because of careless statements. Largely, we must be able to draw a line. You understand? Unlike the previous president, at least this president says we must investigate. Unlike this previous president who didn't see the wisdom in making a statement when 8 lives were lost. At least he said what an investigation should be made. beyond the investigation, I think there must be a comprehensive review of our natural resource management structure. There must be a comprehensive review, a comprehensive battle against galamsey. You understand? A review that will ensure, like Doug rightly said, that the people who the minerals are for benefit from these minerals. And then we create a system where it does not just enter into one person's pocket. And I also mean the royalties. Because in my mind, the chiefs are giving the royalties with an understanding that the land there belongs to the people. Because in Ghana, the land belongs to the chief, the land belongs to the chief. But the chiefs are also supposed to hold the land in trust for their people. There must be a system that will ensure the royalties benefit everybody. And did not find it's in one person's pocket. So I won't speak much. We are waiting the investigation. We are waiting the investigation. But the call for a reset is also a call that the people, the repository of real political power, because this is a democracy, we should forge that charter. That will ensure that certain characters are far away from political leadership. And the system must also ensure that people who are placed in front of TV, who communicate to masses, are people who understand the responsibilities, the ethics of what they are doing. Because just one wrong statement, one wrong narrative can be the spark that will bring an unnecessary chaos in our system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me read a comment sent via text. This is Lewis. Lewis says, I'm worried when people don't talk about the truth when it comes to the Obuasi issue. If we have any questions to ask, I believe we have to ask our leaders. Because if we live in a country which can't open its own company, but trying to privatize every company to private persons, mind you, no one will sit back and watch his or her investment destroyed. And secondly, those galamsey guys are armed. These politicians are making our officers unpopular by encouraging the youth to make them look like normal security personnel. There's also Nana Echampo who says, Senator Prof is right. The government must take a monopoly of our minerals for development. There's this one, Let's Ghana Lead, says, okay, I think he concludes by saying Let Ghana Lead. I didn't get his name. Initially, I was getting impatient when some new faces were not appointed as ministers, because I know for a fact that there are people who drain their blood to see the NDC win, who equally deserve it based on merit, wondering why the repetitive appointment of former ministers, but I've come to realize that we are at the face of Ghana's economy where trial is not an option. It's a crucial point of resetting where some level of experience in the same space is critical. Fellow Ghanaians, if nothing at all, President Mahama is good at reshuffling. Let's relax and hope that the economy stabilizes, because that's more important than just flooding fewer people in positions. Who knows? The president may consider bringing others on board where necessary. Let Ghana lead, he concludes. This one says, please, about Obuasi issue. Why do they want to include Captain Smart in it? By the time when Captain Smart talked about the issue, everybody was happy. So if there's something wrong, they should look at that thing and stop diverting the problem onto Captain Smart. Thanks. Thank you for that comment. Ricky Ni Odatilamte from Odododi Audio Consultancy says, I'm an NDC branch executive. We use the organization to work for the NDC party. The name of the organization is okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for introducing yourself. This one says, Mr. Owis, this is most unfortunate that 7 precious human lives were dreadfully lost in Obuasi incident. I think comprehensive investigation must be launched by the Ghana Police Administration, and the government in any one form capable in aiding it must face the law. To mitigate the galamsey menace and its ecological impact in Ghana, alternative livelihoods must be provided for those in galamsey communities. NS Everlove Kwashi Dansuman said that particular statement. Okay, so those are just some of the comments. Mr. Pratt.
Well, I keep hearing that 7 people lost their lives. But I've heard from some other quarters that 9 people lost their lives. I've also heard the figure 8. Yeah. Whatever it is, people have lost their lives and we ought to be concerned. Now, I'm worried about the whole picture which is unfolding before our very eyes. We recruit people, train them, arm them, put uniforms on them to protect us, to protect the territorial integrity of Ghana and so on. And then in the final analysis, no matter what happens, they turn the guns on citizens of Ghana. That's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. You understand? Huge problem. Now, they don't just turn the guns on the people of Ghana. They turn the guns on the people of Ghana in defense of the concessions granted to foreign multinational corporations. Master, clear. Our soldiers in this particular instance and in other instances are not there for our defense. They are there to protect the concessions of foreign multinational corporations against us. That's the problem. No matter how you look at it, who attacked first, who attacked second, and so on, just sending soldiers to that concession is a statement that the soldiers are there to protect the concessions against citizens. I don't know why we don't see it that way. Our soldiers must first and foremost, under all circumstances, be there to protect Ghanaians. That's part of it. The second part of this is just the raw statistics, the raw picture. If you take Africa, and I mean the whole of Africa, Ghana is the largest producer of gold in Africa, the leading producer of gold in Africa. Ghana is the fifth biggest producer of gold in the world. Now move around the world and see where gold is produced. And come to Ghana and see where gold is produced and see the difference. And ask yourself whether the difference does not tell a story. If you compare Obuasi to Johannesburg, why wouldn't the people of Obuasi be angry? They have a legitimate right to be angry. You understand? When I was a kid, one of the delights of my life and our life was just to eat oranges from Obuasi. They were the sweetest oranges you could find anywhere in the world. You cut them open and they look yellow, beautiful yellow. Sweetest oranges you could find anywhere in the world. Today, I cannot eat oranges from Obuasi because a couple of years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the Third World Network published a report which indicates that the arsenic level in oranges from Obuasi, food grown in Obuasi, are 10 times more than what the World Health Organization says is allowable. We should be worried about this. The people of Obuasi have a legitimate right to be worried about this situation. Today, and I'm happy that we have a distinguished medical practitioner with us. Children are being born in the mining areas without their limbs. They are being born deformed. Some are being born brain damaged. Some are being born they will never see in their lives. Children are being born deformed. Why? Because of the chemicals which are being used for mining. And they don't get any benefit. Senna, I've been to Obuasi. I've been to Obuasi. You cannot believe that the biggest gold mining operation in West Africa takes place there. The roads are bad. People have no access to decent housing. To think that Obuasi does not have a first-class medical facility. Because if mining is leading to all of these conditions and so on, at least get a first-class medical facility in Obuasi. There's none like that. So this is the context within which we should be having this conversation. It's the context. It's mining, what it's doing to the community, and what the community is getting or not getting from mining. That's the basis. You understand? I've heard some people in this discussion say that, oh, we've given license to these multinational corporations to operate, so we have to protect their investment. Nonsense. When the concession was being given to Anglo Gold Ashanti, were the people of Obuasi consulted? None of them took part in that decision. None of them took part in that decision. It is the connivance of our ruling elite and the giant corporations from the colonial metropolis which is perpetuating this situation. And it's a situation we should not accept. Sana, in 1945, when Kwame Nkrumah, Nnamdi Azikiwe, all those leaders, Padmore, Du Bois, and so on, when they met in Manchester, the resolution they passed was that we should intensify the national liberation struggle, we should become independent very quickly and so on. And that independence meant three things. One, we should have the power to choose our own leaders. Two, we should own our resources. And three, these resources must be exploited for the benefit of our people. Are we exploiting these resources for the benefit of our people? Are we? You know, I am getting deeply worried by the situation with mines in our country. And Sana, we've already discussed the 14 days of President John Dramani Mahama. Given the hype which was given to Galamsey in the election results, I would have expected to see some real serious action on Galamsey. Yeah. From the first day, not 14, first day. I would have expected to see some serious action. The announcement of a task force to deal with it, something. Because Galamsey is killing us. Only recently, the water company of Ghana issued a statement that the whole community in the Western Region cannot have access to potable water because the water is not treatable. They can't even treat it. The people of Sekendi Takwa, they are in trouble, your constituency. Because their water sources have been destroyed, completely destroyed. That is why people are angry. That is why people are also struggling to get some access to the gold on which they sit. So that at least they can keep body and soul together. That's the reason. We must take measures, and urgent measures, to take control of all of our resources, including gold, including bauxite, including oil, including gas, and exploit these for the benefit of our people. It's an imperative. We can't run away from it. You understand? Only recently, one of my very distinguished friends, Sir Sam Jonah, made an astonishing revelation. I hope you remember that we, Ghanaians, we don't have even 1% interest in the exploitation of our gold. Are we happy with this situation? And if we don't, why do we think that our people, our young people and so on, would not find ways and means of getting some of the wealth that they see, that they sit on? That's the problem. Again, you know, I am happy that the president has asked for full investigations into what happened in Obuasi. I'm very, very happy that he had done that. I do hope that the scope of the investigations will go beyond just what happened at Obuasi that day, the shooting, to cover a political, social, and economic analysis of gold in Obuasi, a full-blown political, social, and economic analysis of gold in Obuasi. So we can understand the problem in all of its dimensions. If you go and we do an investigation of what bullet was fired, what direction did it come from, did the indigenes have guns and so on, it does not address the fundamental problem. So we must set up a committee which will do a total, full analysis of all the factors involved in gold production, using this happening as the entry point of that investigation. That's the only way this investigation will make sense.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's a comment from Hardy Pig Farm. Says, good morning. Honestly, MPP is an enemy to the state. They will never change. Why do they hate this country called Ghana so this much? Anytime MPP comes to power, Mother Ghana goes back 20 years. Nanado was more interested in becoming a president than accepting the responsibilities of a president. Nanado has troubled Ghanaians so much that even chiefs are afraid to sit down and greet. Indeed, Nanado is the only president who has disappointed the past, disappointed the present, and disappointed the future. Inshallah, Mother Ghana will work again under the leadership of JDM. That's Hadi. A belated happy birthday to you, Hadi. I think you celebrated a happy birthday your birthday this week. This one says, happy birthday to the most amazing person in my life, Elliot Wogbe. It is my prayers that he continues to excel in life. Amen. Elliot, a happy birthday to you. And a few more comments that I can see. Okay, this Ezina, who says, it's about time we stop viewing our minerals, land, forests as resources. We should reframe and redefine them as our wealth. By this definition, we can make any investor who is exploiting this wealth with their so-called winner-takes-all technologies to understand that the computation of sharing this wealth will no more be based on their interest, but our interest as well. Ezina, thank you very much for that comment. And okay, this one's a sinner. Hamza Pig Farm says, good morning, my brother. The appointment of president to various individuals so far so good, but they should remember that they have been appointed to serve with humility and respect to Ghanaians. I only hope that they will learn from ministers of the past government. The arrogant posture and disrespect to Ghanaians lead to their defeat in the 2024 election. Sana, is the NDC telling us that we don't have men for the job, or what? What is Fifi Boafo and Usu Bempa and Co still doing at their various positions? The NDC should remember party functionaries work hard to bring the party to power. We are watching. Thank you for that comment. A few more comments. This one says, if a state fails to control national resources that will benefit the people, that's what you see. What you see is like an example of what happened on Obuasi. More is yet to occur. That's coming from you. You did not add your name. Marvin says, this is Marvin Kwako from Kwashima. Fantastic delivery from Honorable. Okay, he is not here. Marvin, I don't know. Okay, it's an old one because Marvin, the man did not make it in, right? Saying that he made a fantastic delivery. Neil and Tewan up always not here. Suglo Ibrahim is also joining us. Says, it's good JDM has called for swift action and investigation into Obuasi case. It's commendable. Thank you for that comment. says the NDC MPs must be extra careful with their MPP counterparts in Parliament. They don't mean well at all. They are setting traps for the government to fall in, as well as to fail the 120-day social contracts promised by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Even as MPP is materially irrelevant to our cause as we see it, they are bent on pushing for relevance by their ill motives and actions. I urge all and sundry to become wary of this phenomenon of the MPP as it is. Time will tell, and we can do better. I have to go through the rest of the comment because unfortunately, but I don't think we have time for the last discussion. So let me use the time to just go through a few of the comments that are being sent. This one said, frankly speaking, my brother Senna, this Obuasi killings is a stampede on the fundamental human rights of we the citizens. Is the act of the youth who went justified? Certainly no. And is the actions of the Rasta and Bede soldiers also justified? Capital no. So now tell me, can two wrongs make a right? The military men should have acted professionally. The intel I gathered is that the first batch of soldiers came and spoke to the youth to calm down. A second batch also came, and then a call was placed to someone unknown, and then the third batch now came and they opened fire on the youth who were unarmed, killing them and injuring many. Reverend from Danso said that the investigation should be quick and findings made known to the public. Thank you, Reverend, for the comment. There's also, okay, this one doesn't come with a name. Sana, with all due respect, I do not agree with Kwame Kwesi Pratt, assuming without admitting that some people plan to rob a prominent person or organization. If the military or police have information, they should not protect the company or individual because the company or individual is cheating the neighborhood people. I don't think that's what he said. The problem he had was the turning of the guns on the guys. He didn't talk about protection. Thank you for the comment. This one says, Ahmed Zongo Caucus Coordinator, Sikado Ketan says, good morning. Today is a fantastic. God bless you for the in-depth analysis since regards to his MP, Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa. There's also says, I think no matter what comes out of the investigation, the soldiers must be arrested for killing defenseless people. Killing is now common and becoming normal in the country. And this is very bad. Joe sent that from Elembele. Thank you, Joe. This is Isana. Please tell my fellow foot soldiers that there are some people behind NDC, but you can't see them. They are working quietly. So we should allow the president to do his own appointments. Thank you. There's Kwame Nkrumah. Is it Abraham? Says, good morning. My name is Kwame Nkrumah Abraham from Tamale. Please, the problems we have today, we are not only physical, but not spiritual. Okay, your comment is not clear, but I think it's suggesting that the problems are a mix of the physical and the spiritual. Anthony Bruce, mystic from Gomoa West. If the MPP have nothing to discuss, they should set up a 30-year defeat committee in having a strategy concerning how to come back after those number of years, rather than wasting their time discussing a private jet belonging to the president's brother. Have they soon forgotten about the jet that carried the former president and Sawa Bruni all this while? Thank you. Some more. Let me see. I'll go through. I'm trying to go through as many as I can. Hi, Sana. This issue about killing of guys in Obuasi all ties down to what Kwame Kwesi Pratt said in his earlier remarks. It all ties down to the issue of privatization of our state assets. Can we consider the Niger action of sacking Orano Mining Company from their uranium mine and privatizing it in order to benefit them fully? Can we do the same to these mining companies where these multi-million-dollar foreign companies mine and take all these from us, leaving our people with some sort of health issues and poverty? I think this is the time to take back all things belonging to us rather than always thinking of foreign investment. We've done it before during Nkrumah's time, and we can still do it again now. Thank you. Some more. And then says, what are NDC MPs using their supermajority for? Why are they allowing the MPP MPs dictating to them in Parliament? If this is what they are going to do, then they should be preparing to embrace whoever defeat in 2020. It's very disappointing to see what went on in Parliament yesterday. There's Afesro Amira, who says, good morning. I can't believe the hypocrisy and misbehavior of the MPP. Were they saying no Ablekuma, no government business? What happened under Nanado to the people of Sahel? Have they forgotten that the people of Sahel were denied representation for 4 good years for no reasons? Are they not Ghanaians? They should kindly give us a break for the NDC to develop Ghana. Please, we should remember that the president cannot appoint everyone because the number of ministers are very small. So we should exercise some constraints for now. This man has very good intention for Ghana. Yeah, some more. Just that I think, okay, there's this particular one. Okay, this one is from Pastor Brian Scanlan Dofe. Says, please, Sana, kindly extend my greetings to Madam Jifa Tegan. Tell her I miss her very seriously. When would we see her again? Good morning to you, Jifa. And there's someone who is also asking that I should, someone pass on a message a bit earlier on, that I should ask, okay, please ask Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa if she has attended Kotoka Primary School in Bemakam before. Okay. So it's not the Grace Ayensu Dankwa, you know. This is a different Grace Ayensu Dankwa. A big thank you to you for making time to join us on the show today. Once again, a happy birthday to Elliot Uwogbe. Happy birthday to you. Celebrates his birthday today. Elliot is one of the biggest contributors to Alaji and Alaji, and we really do appreciate the years of dedication to the show. Okay. The Sel Del Glad who is also celebrating another year in ministry. So, happy birthday to you, and of course, congratulations to you, Sel Del Glad. We are back same time next week with another edition of the mother of all talk shows, Alaji and Alaji. We say a big thank you to those of you who watched us and listened to us. I am Sena Nombo, and joining me in the studio to have our discussion, very educative discussion we had this morning. And of course, Professor Grace Ayensu Dankwa is Member of Parliament, servant of the people of Esikado Ketang. Congratulations once again. Wish you success in Parliament.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to tell the people to give us some time, the NDC side some time, and let these people show their hand, and then we'll take over the Parliament and do the right thing for the people of Ghana. So this.
Thank you. And of course, lawyer Andrew Afia Dankwa, member of the Movement for Change, always happy seeing you. And Kwame Chrissy Pride Jr., who never stops reminding us of alternative thinking. Most of the times we are hearing the same things in the whole week. He comes and his dimension is completely different, and holding on to the principles that he's always held on for this many years. If not, would have lost a lot. But thank you, of most importantly, for making time. We really do value your time. We'll see you same time next week for another edition of the Mother of All Talk Shows, Alaji and Alaji.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into
I'm said, on the Ram can go 40 bomb or Ghana. Ain't not the Chi, no. And you may afford train, Prof. Anna. And as one more train, Anthony Sapoana. And so Crofone Shetray, Moody Sans, Crofo. Miss say, me who will Bobie, Miss A. Bobie position, your appointment if ya, Bobie ada quite ayeni. After then, you me a first credit better, why ya dear or boy Juma or Sefata, I near can and one rather cast say and yano cray. A Timua mo share children, more yes, appointments, some fake appointments. No, you people are warned, do be careful wherever you are hiding. Ya, most sorry, some most more young appointments, Begumuno. Mushe ye pana, mushe ye. Ni bedi abedi no mfa komatie bia metoto nkrofo so Hishia no security agencies no mfa mo nancy form eya doso wo Ghana ha sei eja hishia no eya doso enra saboba EP okay nti na de si ya ewo okay de si ya o GR no ani ho de si ya o Ghana Revenue Authority anie ena chese enkrofo akobodom pem ho no no na omu ebisa se Professor Sharif Muhammad Caleb ena eba anase eye owura Anthony Sapon ena eba na so ho show mu ankasa unnecessary tension bi ena mo hye baabi na mu kreti e de ma Ghana fo enti regiare ni mu ho no enkrofo abodom pem edwumayefo ni nyina apie boss de he na eba boss hwan na eba eye Anthony Sapon anase ye Professor Sheriff ena eba na ena Jerry office go show hey she we akadai we akadai esi say my yesa wo ho no man release we say pine na ba no mo chiche ministerial positions ni the man crofo na ba ese fake enya papa wo ho no man release we ya ba no mo che CEO positions no na free release free fellas kwacho fosu aba fake enya no kre ade na moje ade na moye no mo a mo hye baabi no a mo so mo yam appointment no 7 December 2024 ya kwa election ya kwa akoto aba no mo a mo ye sa fake appointment no ballot papers no na ballot no na mudin wo so na mo mfo nyine wo so unnecessary tension ni just stress ni pressure and am create wa Ghana ha sei emfa so obi ani so we na de chi yei police fo na mu soldier fo na mu enti senya se one man penifo ni mienu na Professor Sharif no ebeti ase hu se ono ne de na ebaye no it was not signed by the secretary to the president na ono so ne dom aye ho party e na de chi yei na ka to aso wo kwa adwuma obekwa na Mr. Anthony Sapon so say mesumi kutame de na eno no anim guase ne sa ne ma na mo ye ne ka den e ka say e ka say sana ama metia se na de ache ne abomidi na me kwa maslok na nya fellas kwa chofo sunshine ne shaase na nya Dr. Kalisto sunshine ne shaase me so de se pia e fake or authentic or original nya pie no kwa de me take over me de se bomode pie dia say ye fake say ye authentic say ye anya original o me take over by force mu by force pa me fa nya akwadro kra siwa but in penifo no mo to mo ho ase ekwaye wa mo nto mo ho ase a enka be ha adwen kwa me pacho majority caucus leadership no ma me na me boboso na komanim because me ba eja hyehye no eso ade ekoso wo Ghana ha say no Ghana Police, Ghana Armed Forces, Ghana National Fire Service for all the security agencies no minim ne mo yade afa ho because as eya agensemu eya ye too much enra Saboba EP Senior High School Saboba EP Senior High School eja to dormitory honomo ama obiba girls dormitory obiba abajua wawu wahye wawu ede na ekoso wo Ghana ha say after election biano especially as and when na NDC wapa wa biano e wo say ja to Ghana wo say ja to Ghana ye de ekoso no ye nte ase every 4 years ebe kwa election biana NDC ene be win biano first 3 months wo betie ne ja to ha 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 it is becoming too much and nuranko ano me ye so ne ate se medina ho ba bi jadam enumre achimota petroleum ho no mo na jadamu bru ye nya asem ketwa e jadamu bru ehwa ne asanso anya videos eno so ekoba Sasa Boba EP Senior High School eja damu wo hono ma obi ba ahye ama obi ba yo ahye every week fire incident yenti 1 2 and one say yeti free and yeti the free ha yeti the free northern region yeti the free upper east yeti the free western region yeti the free buno ade na ekoso Ghana so for how long enti eti Ghana security no kese mu da ho no mo sa emu ye loose sa kese yenti mintina se endetect eniema hudu be ehunu se eye asin eye se ebe hu se bia enkrofo bi na taye kese obi on bedi bone ana yenhunu enye car accident o eja na atototo baby eja na ehihye nkrofo adwapade ensan so kura kum nkrofo ma enti system ni ye loose sa ye weak sa enti na dru baby na so mo betan no mo de dampare am bi se am pese meka bi because first pa na Ghana Police Service active pa no ade achia on if I say daily basis we beti Ashanti Regional Police Command na wo mu brief ye niam ahodo bia incident no ne niam bia sisi ho na wo de ho report eba we beti Western Region Police Command Regional Police Command niam esi no wo de report ba Northern Region na niam esi no wo de ba even Kwa District kura no division kura no wo my update incident ahodo a ekoso but under dampare ye ntehwe one just on to she enti Ghana ni ti wanu ma de wani tiri man say eh ene dampare boy adwumo bibia nkoso robbery incident akofom attacks akofom wenu mu akofom na be ye Inspector General of Police na wo de wo set rules wo interest rules and our set here ade be favor because when we say predecessors in any challenges face difficulties we bra Ashanti Regional Police Command e report eba Northern Regional Police Command e report eba Western Regional Police Command e report eba Central Regional Police Command e report eba on daily basis na we mu brief Ghana for say the security situation city all the regions no ohun so mu nya challenge because mona those reports in the urban now IGP ni ye bowachi and we be collapse system no we be good that system no ya eye adwuma sa system we be gu no enti se we gu no dia na ye report bibia se bia we yes western we yes central we yes northern we yes hasei na ya ka dampare bo adwuma dampare badu meanwhile ye kum nipa robbery ekoso eniema ekoso but ye nte because you report to the man national na national was sanction say mun kawe James Opombuanu bebrei James Opombuanu predecessor Asante Piatu bebrei esan say the 16 regions no commanders ni division for no mo ye active fidi Ghana for information a was yensa ka no ba wo de wo hu say wo pese wo di IGP ni che eti that system no operate na ye adwuma no wo be collapse no eti se wo collapse ne dia on daily basis yente Western Region dia ekoso yente dia ekoso Northern Region sana was our running police administration no I don't care do aba be ye IGP no me na memfa no but I was say police administration ye active say the nim Ghana Police Service police administration ye active no sana ye pesi ye hu no because the last time me no obi di kuma na me say enti Ghana police ni o na me say na ye Ghana na adwo ana na o me say Ghana na adwo monkwa na monkwa hwe ne ma ekokoso e wo other regions but dampare ma yen report who interest first. Who interest first? You just mami EP school no Saboba fire incident me the video na ma. Na MP kura wo ho no no. I don't know say first time ni dia. Bomodian ye bibi fafa ho because enra after fire incident no video ami hu ye edi free say school mu ho no eye ma were ho. Eye me ahomete after fire incident no me hwe sa Saboba EP senior high school no me hwe school ne environment ya eye ma ahomete eye ma were ho na question na me bisa mo say wo be wie junior high ne ya post no ed ne ko senior high school EP Saboba EP senior high school environment kura na nkura no kura kwatena okura kosuade school ne environment kura airtime che school ni nie eno school we Saboba acha se northern region ho no mo baabi ene ja toye mo de mo hwe video yi na da so yi mo hwe school ni environment hwe senior high school mo hwe Citizen show here TV because video so ya na show ha se ya na here TV Citizen TV ya demo ho okay Citizen TV ya demo Citizen TV enti no hwe school ni nie na hwe school ni compound school ni environment hwe school ni compound honom as a school no baby a school ni wo no any member of parliament any MP any DC and as a MC mi sister na ehwe o se wa hwe o honom a na BEC resource aba computer placement yes ya place wo ba e de ne ko Saboba EP your friend is a senior high school hwe school ne environment na akora ne be ko sa school we ye wasi examination no questions na ya set ye no mathematics integrated science English any elective subject na ya set sa questions na ya set ye no dia wote Prempeh college opoku ware presec achimota school every gas nom St. Augustine no mo atwe no sa examination paper question na bi ena wo bia wo sa school me onu so atwe bi question na ya seti wasi no a e wasi wo bia atwe no watwa no hwe school a senior high school ya e wo sa krom ho no Saboba ho no no EP senior high school e ya government yuji ma video ni naso enti me hwedi na mbisa say enti MPs na mo no den region no common fund MPs common fund ya na mo de mo de ya den ebinum o enye mu nyina MMDC is am no den region mo common fund e ya mo de mo de ya den because over southern sector na sa wo hwe de wa as a development infrastructure na wo ko no den region wo bisa say the same common fund na ye twa ya de ma MPs ni nyina no ebi eno ebi na some of the MPs no one month sakana district assembly common fund na ye che no a ye spread it across no eno ebi na some of the MPs no month sakana because there are some MPs a ukom constituency a one kasa kwa no du ho no mo a na wani achi me first time me call Tamale NDC campaign lunch chese me nam kwa so a me ko no me fa fam ene ko ye you be and trap plane ticket am me ya ko ne me say you spend the best 15 hours 20 hours in the kokodrie wo hwe northern sector na omo lack development be ani ho omo so wana musi for parliament they have reps they are MPs in parliament common fund na MPs na eje na omo de siesie omo constituency no omo so gibi MMDC district assembly fund amoso mo jian musu mo gibi MPs in Kaya one more lobby for development infrastructure ekwom constituency no mo de amoso ko parliament amko koye den because look at this senior high school wo ba mi kro ma fidasa square constituency a ya wa fiscal o re fiscal fidasa secondary school e ho kama ho fefefe ya oti aya mass na ye both ayi man ne mema se ya na a girl school we reti aya mass kokohwe infrastructure dormitory kokohwe bibia ho no mo ye school ho na nasu bibi kro bia Asante amofre no Dr. SKB Asante wonu asi kro bia Asante technical vocational school kokohwe ne adan ya wasuade egu ho enwura mu kumo no kokoye esa school but you go there and see Saboba EP senior high school member of parliament e dey na do common fund dey Ghana Education Service get fund for to no munyi bi fan kwasiesie school mu ho MP ba kwa wo lusu ya eye me ya eye yandi Farouk Ali Mahama ba no ono de na ye me ya madam fu bi wo yandi o se de we guy na ye adwuma no me I don't care say we MP we are independent we are this now we are adwuma we lusu ya me ya but maslock ma me na di na bro e ma ni lusu ye wo se na ma transform nko a wo de aba no e kwa be se de wo ho wo se street lights ya Farouk atwa no wo kromo no nya asem ketwa boho a Farouk atutu e wo ne constituency nya asem ketwa wo se kwahwe clinics ya wasi e wo yandi wo se kwahwe kwan ye wa gusuo e wo yandi so ahu wo se de wo bomod madam fo wo yandi o me yandi o minim wo ono na ma me this feedback ono na ma me stansem we say so ono so ye member of parliament enye MPs common fund no ano no so de ye na de no lobby eno no atu ono ankasa initiative wo ye development so mu MPs na maje no de region contents no most of them e de na mo ye o constituency e de na mo so mo ye o constituency Farouk so obesa akọ because any panic kan o se Farouk adwuma wa ye wa yandi no eye ne yase wa lusu na yandi fon so lusu ne ma ba maslock ma me na ebo na bro na maslock mo wa president kura mo ho president na mu kura di ne MPC abro se be ko godi en kokona na maslock ma me de obo obi abro ase ne nya hwe eniema bi se na wase sorry wase kasa de fa ho obi ko achimota obi ko presec obi ko St Andrews obi ko Prempeh College obi ko Opokuwari obi ko Jas obi ko Kumasi Anglican obi ko Accra aka no mo ni ade edu 3 years se akwa exams question paper no aya set no ebia na ekọ se suku ye mu tantantan ya ye de nkrofo ma akwa akogui MPs amu Ghana ha no mo a mo constituency ye underdeveloped no munya bibi fa ho me first time I me kwaye Dr. Kese ato force in constituency I was shocked say MPP fo wo kromo no mutimi kasa atode or 1,000 times on one ye beto de ama no che se kuro no makura bia be fa bia no ye twa so bia be fa bia na to forcing kromo be bia ye kwan ya nam so di ko ne constituency kuro be bia ye twa so entu bi sa MPs ni bi ho no mo a omko parliament ya omko koda na ase ya omko koye dey omko parliament ya e de be pa ne ya no omko koye okay enti list ne de abanie National Democratic Congress announces leadership for majority in parliament. Majority leader Honorable Mahama Ayarga, MP for Boko Central. Majority leader Honorable Mahama Ayarga also wachewa parliament pa. Deputy majority leader Honorable George Kweku Ricket Hagan, okay, MP for Cape Coast South. I will say Buka Parliament ho. First deputy Majority Chief Whip Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafiamapo. Hey, okay. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafiamapo, South Day Member of Parliament. Second deputy okay. So majority chief whip Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo. First deputy majority whip Honorable Comfort Doye Kuju. Okay. And also MP Ada. First deputy majority whip Honorable Comfort Doye Kuju. Ya ono ye MP Ada. Second deputy majority whip Honorable Richard Echampon Bia East. Eti misanso abosubiem. Majority leader Mahama Ayarga. Deputy majority leader George Kweku Ricket Hagan. Majority chief whip Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo. First deputy majority whip Madam Comfort Doyi Kujo. and second deputy majority whip Richard Echampong. And to say and one shasha no where ya krata a free fifi fiavi kote kwete. Okay. Fifi fiavi kwete. General Secretary Nensa Eshasia wode akwa party no a leadership. Say a free party leadership at the aqua parliament. Speaker ho so on fa enye juma nti say majority leader eye Mahama Ayariga ni deputy eye Roxy Nelson da fia mapo ye hwe ese omubetimi aye juma na anu no obi ka say de we afenyo eye no obetwa afa wo mo so ena me ka che nipa cross say your friend say honorable say chairman sabonsu etra parliament what to say no obo boxing ho when it yes say honorable say chairman sabonsu no obo boxing e wo parliament honorable Haruna Idrusu enso ekwaye minority leader when it yes say no obo boxing e wo parliament e wo ho e common sense leadership enye gudu and I na did and someone no mujina parliament o kan does it even make sense? It doesn't make sense. So obi hu say Mahama Ayariga enye buga da be na parliament e ho no leadership no majority caucus leadership minority caucus leadership no eye buga eye boxing bo e wo parliament enye sa na parliament tie I'm respect one argument ye debate ni ye kwa nim na yesin but under the leadership of Afenyo Markins no no say ni baby a wo mo hye no so anya ni buga hardly say Ghana for ebehu ni so mfa so parliament so wan kwa that tangent no anya ni buga anti atiamu an challenge anya obi anti ne nka say onu nsu wom because say no MPs omu wom anyama omu frima edosini enti so obi tira no akasa Mahama ya gatena parliament nye no okoyi abey honorable Mahama ya ga me bank ran ena me tele nka so we MP e wo parliament we MP member of parliament Mahama Ayariga okọ parliament na emenha enti no parliament no bibia proceedings ni bibia no otiase bibia onim bibia enti enye buga se yenkwa tiatiamu yenkwa ne yenkwa pre ne yenkwa yese ya sif se chese wo sa wo tiatiamu mankrofo hunu se wo so wo parliament e wo se nkrofo ate wonka se wo so wo parliament and no her submissions and ekoso wo hono mu anodon preven some anodon prejina hono ma wo ka say president Akufo-Addo there is no where wo be fa ni nua private jet so di tu kwan da doesn't even make sense I was say free wanu mu kura aba anodon pre say identity president Mahama di wonua edi wonua private jet etu kwan. Now there is no way me man in Sasso, yeah, President Akufo-Addo, na Akufo-Addo yeah president no. In any case, na Akufo-Addo yeah tina Ghana ni wusu ni be na private jet. Bi omu belu 2 year no ma to bi esie dia. Tina Ghana ha say yeah na Akufo-Addo yeah na Akufo-Addo a ye so papa ni keroforiata papa be ka bo mu e bo wo man Ghana kro no e fun wo man dwapade a mo beto aso yi. Ehim fa na ye ti say na Akufo-Addo family mu obi wo private jet. Enti se wo kan le sasa na Akufo-Addo enfru ni nua private jet ya ni nua be ne wo bi ni nua no enye presidential jet na no odi tukwan akoye ni business e ko ra no won ankasa business ni ti wu agi agina mu o ene ba ni domestic traveling na Akufo-Addo ankwan rent ene private jet bi afa ntukwan ena ade ne ade no sa argument we ye no no mo ye wo parliament e waste Ghana for time ene mo constituency mo beba power so be mo be cho MP before mo MPs kakra yo mo parliament say no mo be kwane pade a ene mo beba power so e be che pa because argument ni submissions o mo go no na wa mo ye it doesn't make sense. Wosa what ye chire na wotie wa mu a wo hunu se chire se nyansa bia nim wotie wa mu hunu se nyansa bia anim kwa mo beba na mame sa video na ansa mame sa video na akwana NCA boss na o ma yi nunu a onu na lead police for de o man for ekọ radio gold ho no no a and say the power to the people. Awa.
We have all the transmitter. We have all the transmitter.
Hello? Yes. After you. We did. We are off. That's why we've been told.
The transmitter is on. The link. The transmitter. Please check. You don't think.
I'll call you back. I'll call you.
The transmitter is on.
You have become unnecessarily difficult. Rather, what's being more? Take it easy.
Just check your
radio. Take it easy. That's it. In the capacity, NCA boss, take it easy. That's all I can tell you. Whoever you are, take it easy. That's it. What's not here is that today we are. Madam, wondering what I think. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow is not ours. Do what you want to do. If you want to go into the room, go ahead. Okay, and I know you. But you will see me later. I know you person.
How we change?
No be power them. Forget about how we deal with it. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow we don't have it.
Hello? Yes.
Facebook or okay.
Don't forget.
I sat here. The radio good is off. Of course,
with armed police.
Yeah.
I will take a picture screen.
Papa. Hey, Mr. Parry, are you at the end of your done? You're no more working. Yeah. But I'm not Wait.
Wase ene ya wodia ba wonim di ochine besie obi gina ho omukoya no a odi police na koya eslo wusu ena instructor no munkonko shut radio gold eye 2 radio stations na na ho radio gold muntie no na na ho ena mkoko close these 2 radio stations down but honorable Julius Debra medu ho ya pa chief station ka ho radio XYZ na chief station ka ho ena wo mu gu no target omu main target no na ya NDC stations honto na etwa video no mesa kwabo video ni bi ena mko me kasa na ba ho okay you je se menya abocho besa abo bi enti the lead team no oni eni din nie Edmond Direnchi Fianco new Director General National Communications Authority NCA
we have all the transmitter.
Hello? Yes. After you. We did. We are off. That's why we've been told.
The transmitter is on. The link. The transmitter. Please check. You don't think.
I'll call you back. I'll call you.
This leader is harmful. You have become unnecessarily.
Brother, what's me more? Take it easy.
Just check your
baby. Take it easy. In the capacity, NCA boss, take it easy. That's all I can tell you. Whoever you are, take it easy. That's it. What's the end that today we are? Madam, wondering what I think. Wait, today is what you've got. Tomorrow is not ours. Do what you want to do. If you want to go to the roof, go and finish. Okay, and I know you. But you will see me later. I know you the person. No be power of forget about that with you. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow we don't have it.
Hello? Yes.
Don't forget.
I sat here that radio good is off. Of course,
Enti just ya lobby amount NCA MPP ba power no na wudu position no wudu power wudu powers wo call one mo nkrofo gu one mo ya adwuma transmitter ye dumu radio station like Radio Gold ye dumu Radio Gold because ye be MPP ba power say omo be collapse NDC there Nyame na age NDC because the rationale behind MPP taking over Ghana no 2017 is say omo be collapse NDC party no omo di frequency kura ma omo ba James age ni buaten bra no ho Radio Gold a oguso ye kakra Radio Gold call off am afa the Radio Gold no mo ye no social media Facebook a station like Radio Gold they felt threatened. Radio Gold will honor me by how the last time no be can say 2020 say na Radio Gold one kan yan say ankwase awie mu ekọ so Ghana say omu wie mu no but they made sure say bibia ebe cross omu bia obe ha omu bia no be take you off omu be clear and am clear Radio Gold una we lead ye ene ya so KPMG enti chese KPMG no e NDC for mpanimfo dio sahimfo dio ya lobby am say ko NCA after so we kwa shut down Radio Gold no mama me ni interview no ye no wo Joy FM no wose wo ma dum no wo ma tum meaning say we chief of staff won support to da because akwa we di no NCA no ho meaning say won support to da makati ani bi odi ahwe me so no na ya wudi o by 2025 wanim guase na aba appointment no wanya but NDC grassroots to say fianko adwuma no wonya ne ne ene wa ye ne chena na ye nyina so ye be make sure say appointment letter na won saka no ebe kan paase enya adwuma obi be kan say na bia ya obosos ne soma wo obosos soma wo no abosos soma wo no wo mo soma wo na wuli di ye ene so de social media ene de bibia anyira o on say yakwa akoyidi aba on ma akoyidi apie aba apie aba wo ya ho hwea enye yie woni choice o mo so o mo mpewo ai ultimi president Mahama no awakan o so ultimi take Ghana for granted o Ghana for na ma utumi Ghana for na ma power ye true nkrofo bi adwuma den ya wo mo ye
not guarantee for example that Radio Gold will get its 90.5.
There is a chance that they could.
So it's not guaranteed. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Why? Does that mean that when they got shut down, that frequency had been given to somebody else?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, you were saying something else. I think I cut you.
So all of them are not going to be coming up at the same time.
Not guarantee, for example, that Radio Gold will get its 90.5.
There is a chance that they could.
So it's not guaranteed. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Why? Does that mean that when they got shut down, that frequency had been given to somebody else?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, you were saying something else. I think I cut you.
So all of them are not going to be coming up at the same time.
Not guarantee, for example, that Radio Gold will get its 90.5.
There is a chance that they could.
So it's not guaranteed. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Why? Does that mean that when they got shut down, that frequency had been given to somebody else?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, you were saying something else. I think I cut you.
Radio Gold for na kwara brayi Ransford bo achim se omunya adwuma pampa so kwem se omanya omubu afu ubufu ubudifu e bia betimi akase bia eye instruction ene ogigina mu no kwai no kokotu mu but wapie mu ni de no wapiem fidie na yiwu de na yiwu ai enyiwu de na yiwu entinu wo ya ho hwea enye yiye omo so omo mpewo omo mpewo ena we nso omo aka wo mo ho nso wo ma ka wo mo ho entu ya ho hwea enye yiye na de na wo hwe men makati de na omo ye be yiye it doesn't matter o say about green paper so say Dr. Kalustos na san ye say fellas kwachofo so na san ye wo mo so omo ma wonya adwuma ne de untimi nya adwuma no ji se wo sa akọ KPMG won ma akokoto wa adwuma so ye friend say aha so wa musi hon mu no President Mahama Kasai efa sansem we say hu President Mahama kasafa sa ensem we.
Two radio stations were closed down, pro-opposition radio stations. I mean, armed policemen were sent there and shut down the radio stations, ostensibly because they had not renewed their licenses. And it happened at a time when the opposition was doing a major press conference, and these stations were carrying the press conference live. And so at that moment, the radio stations were attacked and closed down. And when the authorities who closed it down were asked, they said, oh, it had nothing to do with the press conference. Two radio stations were closed down, pro-opposition radio stations. I mean, armed policemen were sent there and shut down the radio stations, ostensibly because they had not renewed their licenses. And it happened at a time when the opposition was doing a major press conference, and these stations were carrying the press conference live. And so at that moment, the radio stations were attacked and closed down. And when the authorities who closed it down were asked, they said, oh, it had nothing to do with the press conference. It was just a coincidence that they were shut down at the time the press conference was taking place. But I believe that the role of a regulator is to build, not to destroy. And so if they haven't renewed their licenses, it's your duty to remind them you haven't renewed your licenses. And eventually you must even give them notice and give them a deadline. Say, if you don't renew it by this date, we'll shut you down. If you've done all that and the correspondence is available and you show it to anybody, people will understand. But then the point is there are more than 300 radio stations in Ghana. Why those two? And those are the leading opposition stations. And so you definitely, I mean, you don't need to be a clairvoyant to know that, I mean, definitely there were political reasons behind the closure of those stations. And so it's unfortunate. The president has prided himself in being a human rights campaigner, and I don't think that things like this should be happening under his watch. Two radio stations were closed down, pro-opposition radio stations. I mean, armed policemen were sent there and shut down the radio stations, ostensibly because they had not renewed their licenses. And it happened at a time when the opposition was doing a major press conference. And
because stations be brew Ghana ha, Adentina ye Radio Gold, eye Muntie, eye XYZ. Na ankwanko ye pro and MPP station, but stations are. Yehun say aligned to NDC. President Mahama Ekasa say armed policemen stormed that radio station. armed policemen na almost stormy Radio Gold premises no. Gang leader fianko. Ene ho akire no. Ensu ayanom ne enwumunam. NDC for se men kanjo se ensu ayanom no. Ye enwumunam onum nsu a ye enwumunam. Bia wo ye NDC ni well ende ono ankasa asem so ye NDC ni so onye NDC ni de ono asem bia ewadwuma shrunku bia wo ye ya wo de ema awo mo enu enti an appointment kill ten one wa lead armed police officers ekwa shati Radio Gold down no one kwa ma me RPM na nsa na mpachona me nya na me nto aso nya sa ye kwa na ye ba sa no aya na wo be wo se mewie no na me nya hwe na me mbobo so tew na eyi aba na me ne na to aso Charles Makati a join me na me ne na to aso but me wo bibi kakraka eno President Mahama e kan sa asem we sei asem anu President Mahama kan ye no enemi si so ministers ya appoint mu nyina no all the various ministries no mama Ghana for hunu the state the affairs of those ministries ya appoint mu finance minister energy minister agric minister education minister health minister fisheries minister all the ministers local government ministers all the ministers essential crime include regional ministers. Mama Ghana for enhunu mo sector no mo ministry ni e kwaso wo hono mo because mama Ghana for enhunu a at the end of 4 years no MPP for bedi mo ho agro wo Ghana ha sei say ye hwe say no the eba be koso under President John Dramani Mahama ye fa no road sector be ye debe won pa say Kwame Agboja governance ebeka say or start new road construction because Eastern Corridor kwa mo start here mu jaye no na akufo ado 8 years oba wa anko ho ye say de mu ye nyina asai enso mo hwe ni mu ka so ekwan amena donko na no wo mo kwa pai bibi ho no mu a ekum nipa wo ho e ka eda ho no magana fo nhunu Pokwasi amasama interchange no omaye eno de musika no beto mo de aye ena afensu kwan de aka na aya busu so mo ye mo magana fuo hunu Swami interchange obusu mu na esi Swami interchange no ne omaye edi adumu magana fuo hunu ni aka the cost involved sika ye be hia de aya Swami interchange Eko road and transporter Honorable Kwame Agboja governance magana fuo hunu contractors e wa Ghana ha e ka ye de wo mo major key roads no e ka e de da ho wo sector wo ministry no brief Ghana for because ye nim se ma ye foforo se wan kasa after 4 years no 2028 no na mo start se mo project dada 2016 ka ye na akufo ado 8 years ni rosa aka egomo ya na mu wia omo de be ya campaign am se mo be mo nya akwan ba kokra e ka e da wo sector magana fo hu de hotie ne magana fo hu road fund sika dem bibia wo mu bia magana fo hu energy minister John Jinapo ma ye hu energy sector ho no mo no se de ho no mu sitie because o man na koma no nkani eduma waso be ye rough fu we shortage si Ghana ha waso be ye rough se nkrofo fra se ye kiwa kwa kope gas a waso be ye rough we starting meme excuses ena ye dum sie ena ya shut down this plant ena ye maintenance ena gas ni ho ena light fuel ni ho ena hwan ma waso be ye rough but what take you over ya we free adwuma se no brief Ghana fo magana fo hunu se wo ministry no sei ene mutie magana fo hunu eka eda ho Ghana gas brief ye eka se na da ho WAPCO West Africa Gas Pipeline eka se na da ho independent power producers eka se na mbebe to ye ato Ghana gas dem Kumasi de amukukuru ye amudi ko ye ni nyina mu brief ye bibia ma ye hunu se Esla se ni gina bia te say privatization no e de be butaye na mu gina so amu si ECG mo be ye no ankra mo ma ankra mo be privatization mo brief ye e ma ye hunu because someone yes adwuma we say ya after 4 years no and do 4 years kura no MPP for be mama ni mu aguase wo mo be use wo mo ankasa ne ma wo ma ye ene ma bone a wo ma ye sectors na wo ma se no asan so dia ye campaign e de atia mo ena esan se wo ye minister wo ba ye no ministry hono mo de atia no wan kire Ghana for say energy ministry hono no e ka se no ma ba beto e na se ni ntino wo fra se wo ka wo ni defense bi abo finance minister Dr. Kesa Atuforsen wo de wo ye minority leader sam me kra wo ye ranking member finance committee parliament brana brief Ghana for ma ye hunu Ghana ye economy no se de sitie yie ma ye hunu se de ho sitie e kano edru say your creditors and when we say for the aba say this year in 2025 ye here over 180 something billion to service our credit, our debt. I am for the buy you this year in public sector sika di betua wo moka enti say one man me brief Ghana for Dr. Kesa Atufor said there now one minority wo opposition na wo ye no a omo bebu de agbunkam de afa wo so ye here when nyina mun brief ye agri sector mun brief ye here nnuane northern regions ase de da ho kakrakai kokon sector no akofom engusa but akofom pa honorable kopoku ye hwe kwan brief ye moma ye nhunu because of enura ensem bia kwadwo opon kroma e kan wo parliament said John Gina po any excuse bi odi be yi ni ho ano e wo bra Ghana light bedu John Gina po any excuse bi odi be yi ni ho ano e wo bra fuel shortage esi wo Ghana ha honorable kwadwo opon kroma ka kire parliament John Gina po say adia MPP for hwe kwan ne say yentu nkane abuom yentu fuel buom can we imagine obi anu betu fuel 1 liter 4 cedis or no timidi call ya and then 15 cedis no and now no catch or no share minister ni ma catch and say yeah fan 4 cedis e dey akọ 15 e 16 cedis but who ni excuse e be free 15 cedis no akọ 16 cedis o en kania no a 2016 ye fie woto 100 Ghana timidi twa 1 month no and now woto 1000 Ghana but kwadwo opon kroma e catch Ghana for say ejina parliament e catch Ghana po say en kania na no obi to 100 a e take one na busuafo whole month so moto 1000 Ghana no sa 1000 na ye tua prepaid ye tua no kwadwo opon kroma say NDC aban any excuse so be kasa from 1000 no e kwa 1001 and 1050 but the kosi nyina da e ya semba ako ministers mun brief Ghana for obia yesu ye wo mere ye be kasa ma Ghana for aye me da enko busu ya sponsors for ase me kwaba ye be di nkomo kwadwo opon kroma so no ansem odi to parliament no be sa aboso ne aka ho sem ye to nsase e wo Kumasi resident Atasamanso residential area hono masase no edayie na ne bo so eda form enunti Ghana fo nyina da estate developers and sorry no organizations ahodo ya mo pensase amanso twibie ne hu ba bia wotimi nka bia no ne wo be ya no se woni mra wo de edikan me de number ne tudwa no wafa na woni papa na di nkomo wa ma obusu ni bia kohwe asase no so ho no wadi hu adanse se de mi di hu adanse wo wabrochira wo peke number no a na woni wadi nkomo no afre wo nua mi fasika nkosi obi aso Fasika nkosi obi aso Atasamanso residential area Kumasi wa mo ebe new headline educational complex ye be Mount Zion hospital Atasamanso Kumasi eti kwana kwaje wasase wo document bibia ne kama na ye de amount ensuo ni nkane a wonsase ne so e de krom fifin ye sanso e wo fie kase a ye ton e wo circle enkra ha sei e fie no ben Freddy's corner odo rice nchemu ho no mo pe dwapade kase a first floor no e wo 6 bedrooms washrooms e wo BMU bomodian Fred 0242 770304 0242 770304 and now says 0242 770304 eh Mr. Sapon what's my document no me imagine office that bay wo share me Friday oh Oh, Matobi. Mama mi for wa check masasi ama me. Ai. Enti wo so bo modern akwaje wo de 0242770304 asane da ye tabia herbal center nu papa bedwa so tabia herbal mixture obi a wanu mato a wuntimi ni malaria fever wonam duamu adwa wadre tabia herbal mixture obi nso ayam tim koko eni ye friends siade ha we fini di do sisi musa ye ha unya tabia herbal capsules wonu maduro we ye ade cha we yemu da ho rough ye tabia ta kum boost to me vitality 100% organic the taste need to say a wo ehwam kama enu ani bia no odin ti ni obi na wo so wono mo na hyene nso se okashi dragland do so pom organ ba bi eton no bia no tabia enu pa benya bi friends 0243 686861 0243 686861 na wo mo emu awusunum bi St Andrew Senior High School ena egusu a wo mo free na wo mo fra wa no mo ka kire wo se or vacancies form 1 form 2 form 3 for Abako school papa one kasano serene environment wo St Andrew Senior High School Mame papa wo beda wo be hunu se wo ba ewura ba bi papa wo da wo nwen wachi bia esan se school ho no mo afe akono akora no nso ko school na wo be wie no excellent wasi resource and our the ebe ye home economics visual arts and a business ye wo boarding hostel facilities ho no ma wo ma no wo mo ko mu didi ye form 3 nyina no admission e wo ho no ye wo teshichi blow last stop and a St Andrew Senior High School e wo day student for nyina kan ho bi 0249 832015 0249 832015 and that's 0546 048332 0546 048332 Top Choco chocolate spread chocolate there the fat bread him your Top Choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink and no papa no cocoa wom mukum sugar do here no so share wo saka krabi a team pampa wo damu Ghana has a say no one efie bia mu abusuali nyina eche na wo mo ennom 0243 033 033 0243 033 033 awiai ahoden ni ho ahoden ni ho no mo dia per rush energy drink nennom per rush energy drink nennom adroba for make mate ni bi esina no de den driver ni no so aye na kono o se je ba akoma me na pe meat pie ma me na me fam mo so se wo sorry na ahoden ni ahokani ho no mo a per rush energy drink mo a mo peja pe mo yadwuma den no mo ni ade ye tiatia mu no eno ana chese gusu ayenom FDA approved. Okay, Charles Makati adjoin me. Enti me no emfrase ene awie. Makati mahan.
Rama. Joso.
Bibi aboko de.
Oh, bibi anya boko.
Oh.
Bibi anya boko.
Ada won so yegu paper NC yegu paper na.
Oh, NC paper de. Oh, NC ni hwe ya ofono.
Okay.
But say I mean shower tea for production okay. But say o hwe ni anema kona oh na when I went into Menji I say because the mama during the campaign catch Ghana for na say o kotuna funeral was you an lesson me wa so we our lesson there na nka twi for say ye de yo
na nyo ya ya fire
sana wakano ye no an say na me say the mama ya appointment na GRA ayko Gihok Akufado appointee NC Akufado appointee how
Gihok Akufado appointee
Boteru go and check was executive secretary of that small scale small arms or no
say be your
no, you're board member
okay but you're all inclusive
the leader no monam ho PSC no monam ho kwakubo ahedu munya appointment tibani munya ya sunwobi anka wo mafiefo wi a nesa no ahwa bontifo nanama what ngomo ayedi na se
me o matias ye pa
ne twa me sunu mu kase NCA, National Communication Authority. Now I'm in trouble the reason.
Okay.
So Brantin na mububo ni dino. No new biao. Or most show be a man akoye said manu or radio good. And no yin once on the bit akoye. Do you get it?
Okay.
Okoye ye any a promo too no. Again a deputy director engineering.
Our NC.
Our NC. And I'm the director who ye. And obey director engineering.
Okay.
Do you get it? So Fianco was nobody. For NC, he was just an ordinary staff. When he became critical, see he should be a manako good stations or no, he elected himself to go and do that job. Mumbisa Fianco said, "Time many a promo too no, acquiring director, deputy director engineering." Fianco became deputy director engineering after shutting down Radio Gold and Ansah. Do you get it? Now, so we one you will be a we say at the way I school no obi go school hobby. We electronics school no nobody else enter school again. And here now will be a man in Koye Sejumano. Is that what the people are pointing? The appointing authorities telling Ghana for say of all the Ghanaians, 57% tomato abama edisi no. Omu nyu bia wo.
Ebi ewadwuma wa ye ma wo mo.
Adwuma be.
Well, say me nim because say nya sa dia say dia wo.
Onye adwuma bia ma obia. He's been with NCA. 2016 NCA District 2 Electoral Commission. Na owo hobby. E mo abe no di ma NDC. 2020 I'm not changing no ye no hobby. Other na mu misa mo say why ono na not resign na audition nsa.
2020 dey see nyina no hobby.
No hobby. He was at NCA.
Obi oni not chair ono ye director of engineer.
Yes.
Yeah, not chair resign ya ko.
Ono not chair resign ya no di man no.
Ono na not chidi na chija no. As acting.
Very good.
And the NDC appointed.
Ono na motion mukina.
Hey. And him say NDC try 4 years you am nkobi.
Do you get it? now obe catch me so what? Mama my encancer my a company be na shenachi. And now me besides our question on my Facebook.
Company be na shenachi.
Yeah.
Me call Facebook company be ya.
Uko abehu.
Me call fast.
Company see where mu station ni me yi mu asinche. Me Facebook there me amedia. Anawa. A company no. Radio station na wo Ghana ha nyina e depend on.
Kenneth.
Yeah, it depend on this company.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Radio station na wo Ghana ha nyina depend on this company. Ye ko kan na wo ye NDC ni obi ankaza obi nye ndi onye NDC ni o. But we NDC ni so na yi TV Gold. On the TV Gold fin network so immediately NDC lost election 2020. Oye NDC ni papa on the Radio Gold every multi TV was a multi choice no so.
Wow.
Because I know there. Ono na yi muntie fi so.
Okay.
Because power sisa. Do you get it? You see, when you are dealing with businessmen, no who dealing with businessmen. No, there was no parties one constituency. One man cause the speakers when sounds will be amano.
Kenneth.
And you know, do you be my NDC? What is news? No, or yeah or ha, no yeah or ha. What is the problem? And that's a Zoom lion or did he have? But you shouldn't be interested in who, who mount an institutional or regulative. I know what you say. The institution regulates your activities. A DNT. And now, who person who choose who should regulate you? Why are you so interested? Ama, me see, say, sa fianku we muda not na hwa. who say omo the DAP project be by digital audio broadcasting. Omo ye no eye fianco department they in charge. Ye misa munyabi. When Fianco was selecting
radio
and television stations for South Test project, NDC station burn a
Debbie as I said, number one, no,
me NDC station burn a
can
be natural for more yama mama mo grassroots phone size form.
Also, okay, they are come on.
Mo yama mo grassroots phone size form. I'm not changing this up Fianco deliberately. Ati Wabuti institution monitoring you. At the monitor. Meanwhile, NCA, you don't determine content. You don't regulate content. Content regulation, it is under the purview of NMC. What I say? You ban no content NMC. And regulating content and yet NCA, but we no Safianco we oni anoche boni omudi ye bi no omuti I me pedina mouse here no omudi monitor radio stations Ghana unkwa mo fa so the good stations be NCA letter 3 NCA yeah, that is what they did. You see, BMC Broadcasting Monitoring Center. Omutino na ono na hwe so. We and the hwe so. Enti mo aben na we dey amamu the din tia of all the people no this is way na mo din be go. Already mo mo kasai na nama. Osafo manfo ba deputy director cyber or director cyber NCA. Odaso. And I was half of but Senate. Odaso yes, I MD or Senate. Are they? No, what is it? The damn kwa a day.
Sir, NDC don't back power or take it time.
When you see radio station be our site war Eastern region or
mountains no.
I'm on for your co-location because who has the infrastructure? Some infrastructure don't wind there. It belongs to one company. We have infrastructure, TVRC, CRC. Are they? We want to be ready. Among the revocation letter, we want to see the letter. Because as we speak, I know said the gentleman or Minister of Communication.
Fiancono.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are they?
Only minister here meeting, so I'll prepare for vetting. Now, see what they say, and say the same me fee. Panya talk crab meaning. Yeah? Now, me sense you panya talk.
Say, see, I want minister of
let them go.
Hey, yeah, meeting.
Oh. Yeah, go.
Hey,
we know things one my young kasa
because I no kra na sa appointment ni ba out no said the Ghana for adwane ade can hear mu kran kan no pay
but this time we letter
I was a letter about out kra I was a letter about out
the man for dia go
I was a letter about out
say any abru you me dia go Inyabri.
And na President Mahama work said we appointees and take Ghanaians for granted. So and then they happen. One appointee will be mass one kasa one call for say omum pen.
The video wo boy and on one can you say I didn't see one echi. To the National Council of Elders of NDC and a press conference.
No one chi.
Me say no mo na a press conference. I will not me will show. Entina mustada muwie owie no sport ofa no muwie a na nka owie na pampa so aba na betina wo ya yi o mafie ewiem
we so ne lead armed police officers
yeah on the di o mo call the video is there
yes ya bo videos ne ya bo
video is there entina mu nya obia aba na nsi o there na what is there there And I would keep your job umbe. As a retired engineer, you know. Oliver Twist. He want more.
Sani aya no kra no keep no ho kra obesa buta.
Na me kananka monkey wo de kra de fa ho tete. No monkey people be na wo na. Nobody will come for you. But the greedy Ghanaian, he wants to be the overall, but he want to die. He want to
because big men for be tanechi a mo pushing the amano. Big men for be na. Say a big all lobby true big men for na. Kenneth na ni free.
One na didn't free. You can't no money yes I am money in today. We're there everywhere. We're there everywhere.
Na say ene makati omu ko wi obi fufuro akwa mbe sabotage ni pakro.
Ombe ye bi omunye. No more person munye bia no omunye. Omo me say they can take Fianko and go making CEO of Kenneth. Ana. Ana muntu mi fanko. We munye ni mfia na mo fanko eziwe.
But anything connected to we no de Fianko ko ho ade we ade na ye ne de. Ye twen se de be kwa akosie. Sana appointment letter na aba no ba bi
am for a kase oba revoke ye hu ye
enu de say nye ye unconfirmed. We have
not seen anything revocation ye hu ye. It's as simple as that. The grassroots is waiting. Ada we are waiting. We nye
energy hawk nso sa
I say gi hawk dia no we bia but ayi ode but apply no but apply GR dia no sa GR kwa no ICAC Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana.
GR dia no ye Anthony Sapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Institute of Chartered Accountants of Ghana. Omo council a 11 member people. 4 appointees. He was part of the appointees. And he not represented president interest.
Okay.
Yes, or what are you offending? Can say KPMG. It does not take away the fact that he was representing the president interest or ICAT Council. So what is the point? Ade, me see give up deal no I small scale small arms no small arms or governing board or your appointee no board so all these things will call website no so internet no so abu bebre yo me kan nama enra NHIS see why you meeting or no instead of bedwane akọ no ono why you meeting or regional directors will be our man appointment within the last 3 months or no faba na me confirm me NHIS akuga no mo na mo akuga betima akosho ho CEO Eliken Kotoko no are
na appointment ni ye diana because
na paper you mu yi no slow mo
because I near the 3 abegum na nkrofo kro ye bi ma wo
to CV da bebre
e wa no mo di 2 abegum e wa no mo di 1 aba betum na nkrofo so twa bi gum ya appointment ma wo mo because the enim say on say mo na we giant nkrofo na mo to office no na wo mo ye na ma wo mo pay by the time we be take over na we be ko na do person we ye no wa ye after 7 December omulusu ye recruitment a wo ma ye wo various institutions nya asem ketwa wo wa na NDC foi no mu post to be any aye recruitment wo national health insurance no see you not what wo ye dey enti mo wini power no from 7th December to January as very in no these are key appointments
I can show you videos of cars more than 50 to 60 cars. Wouldn't can age range 2014.
From Kwame Mami.
2014 or NHIS National Health Insurance cars. 2014 we are brand new cars. The cars are condemned.
For video ni Kwame Mami.
I don't know where's that. Tell my one 7
slow motion.
Slow motion. Or for you home.
Slow motion.
Or I mean, nothing. When you new appointment, and go shim. A black wako foreign affairs, I also. Until Gababa. Replace. Or Kofiwachi, COP. Or corporations. Replace. Let another person go. So I need to change one. You'll be a cononym. Fast. I'm never be a baby. I knew you.
I dear way now. Said Tapene. Your friend is a brand champion. Yeah, no be a yeah, na NDC for drive be that personal relationship and Crofobin Crofo went to know a real finance minister now on a opposition a yina a obi personal business dear honomo but a key contract now the amount opponent no run and no need Jessica good account. So does it mean say within your own circles, no, within your own, you know, who will be out this contract, never man is kind back a party.
Before because I will tender in the evidence through your producers.
Okay.
Because me make us out with evidence. I don't do.
Okay.
Me mum still moon cast.
Into the farmer.
Me will producer as me tender evidence exhibit on not my basso. Vet no mu Eastern region. Tamankevo ye nipa me pena sempa. But minimum intia. But this time on disqualify Branty.
Oh, MMDCs.
Yes. Kwasilawa. Petitions to ako. Or before be DC ya diankasa no. NS number no.
The camera me health insurance NHIS video no cast.
Video there soon.
Nti wo kasa
NS no can no am data.
O send ya ebeye yi but bomode asend.
No message ama.
Bomode asend me. Onim say NCA kura yi a wo ye kura no krofo kura bokevodin.
To say.
Say kevo kura betimi handle that ayi.
Last one no wo ho.
Okay.
He was there during NDC.
Okay, now Dr. Manebu Ama a communication minister.
No, NCA.
And 10 people back power naturally say.
I'm a clear no fee on. Or bet me, or mom found my competent hands.
Now,
I go find my way because so you be the campaign in the was a campaign done by only I came for. Omo ye omo deal be I and DB. Omanya minister, yeah. Omanya minister, yeah. Omanya minister, yeah. Obiansun call Bobie. It is two things. Either you choose this one or you leave the minister.
Because they're not careful. And a change of government by a careful free what they are. You say careful NDC.
Yeah.
Ain't one court. And a fianco car, what I say fianco year, Duma 2016. Edema MPP.
Mama, did not tell
it's in our car.
The catcher will say, or cut to the good movie, yano. And a promo too, no. I call the deputy director engineering. And the boss, a woo ye. The boss woo ye no. And no, promote to no. Another step. A no director, engineering. It cannot be the case. So if you are pet any bit my MD or NCA. NC net. NC china. And none ye better have mama basso. So or your appointment. No kwanswa. But when quadie anama when quadie emfa
okay
na me ka apamenya krobo
ba o ma honto emma weni mu ansane ya ansane yakọ
aso de no
onu na twa video no
yeah because they be ko pampa suta awia no
onu twa sa video ya bonyina
no so bambo rozo NCA for abetu station no.
Oh, okay, now we go program.
Antina no wo hono. Sina Mustafa we are no mu ye international council elders no we are. Mustafa no yes sports into break o mu we nanka. ono running up and we are taking over near bam.
Okay.
It's for us a fresh on our minds.
Okay. Sami Akwaba.
Yeah, Nana. We. Okay.
Kwa jo ya wa ha ka ne ka wi ko sa atom. Wonam kwa so ba hene mi hia no ha. O ha nka we yika yuje me so ba ntiatia na so wa. Sami Akwaba biem.
Nana me jo sina pomie.
Nyame adom abo video bi wa ha na voice na ma wo no try.
Yeah.
About NCA appointment no.
It's true. Nana ma menchia na menchia yeti fo ni ahwefo nyina. Ejide so bibia pomuye. Ye ma me ba ko no so fi UK be ye adwuma election afina ne bra so a okọ. O se men kan cho se o chia o enu kire. Ya o hwe Facebook commenter o comment pa.
Oh.
Enu kire.
Enu kire abagana ha. Abe send messages sa.
Wa be ye adwuma.
Debi after adwuma debia me reading the message no Ghana ha lenti. Enu kire. Ena adin krema same menye wa mpacho.
Enti
enkra na me
and then I'll call back
because they be me read eno chire the message is basa
enti eno chire ni di ankasa e mam Eugenia Saki enti ne oko na obeye adwuma
enti na me mpa UK fo na fofa no
ade
yentu aso
UK fo anyon ko fa no your advantage and your disadvantage UK
papa wa ba na de bia wo send me message
so ope afutu a go to them but everyone so na say ebuka mu don't go there because it won't come anyway nana mama sanche obiem na mencha producers me ba na metie mo medical damase ne enkomo amasha ase en pempeso a dia bedru na nana away I'm try me ba nyina mpa me bo nyina ne say for the first time I make show and I me beko na me bompa say God should guard my tongue
onto one na
yes like rade or onto to my anamunsi banana I don't want to go extreme.
Okay.
But certify so among fanche menye bibia because this is a very emotional issue. Let me begin the story like this. Somewhere September 2017. Sabrem na me host for a Pampaso.
Okay.
The hottest afternoon political show then. More let me show na say I can say me a then why I'm say your programs manager by say she sign out and I'm say why also this we attend you doom station to no me kura me ship na madwe say bia eja in a via and one I make catch the tea for so ye die and ho abasisi a nti me feast to me busa am say o NCA fo aba say in doom station intino or my tenure of the station. I thought it was a joke, but the reality ne true. Number shati Munti FM workers best 30 na no nyina kofie e ka me ni me producer Sabiga pe and a management yi pampa to show no from Munti anom the bar radio good and te ka me ni me producer Sabiga pe and e dey name then 9th May 2019 said na Makati Kano ure radio go do yawo production room said they be a producer CTA I no say glass say ntino Miami production
so why glass nko
glass nko Miami production awie enti me one more me revise hwe point nyama enti wa na musa won say your programs manager Richard Japan Saba by also Menkwana announcement is a radio good is going off.
Wow.
Sabrina Muftao yes post.
Wow.
Time tane me huna busan so e dia say the hu an say aposi fo mienu kutatuo.
Wow.
Plus NCA staff. Yanentem kokokoko. And I me rest studio ho. And I make announce say radio good we are going off.
And that was it.
That was it. That was it. And me free studio honom no. And I me find my phone. Me record catch a police phone catch say I can't record. Now me say no, you cannot come to my office. And me can't tell me say me intimi use me camera wa ha. And now me kuta my iPad and I use the iPad to record them. And to tell ya station call off now people started calling. And Tibra na me recording na I was receiving calls. And was this guy Fianko send me the minimum no. The guy was rude to a technical chief, Tanko. He was rude to even a programs manager. Ordering them, he even wanted to enter our service room.
Wow.
And Tanko catch and say, we are turning BBR off. And to we have video most baby, no can Tanko na so anyway because they wanted no person mo call server to make sure say Ampa radio gold is off. And when they were about to move, no, any security man and in charge, your friend that day, your friend no, or parity say me boni di wom. And to Opari Kwabena catch us no more nko be because you do radio gold dia. We juma bo, unye juma wa habio. You are not supposed to operate for them because I was expecting them say one could be a gate no mumpie. And Opari it could be a gate no koi. Sa Opari na me boni di no. Nana mama free sa da no radio good ye two mu. Opari ye jobless. Obia na wa ye adwuma radio good for several years be ye jobless. Opari be yare sika kro de beto adura no nkra wanya. Last wo
oh.
Nana if I tell you Muntie FM workers radio good workers ebinimo abrabo mu ko mu a ye kura ne esi ani edin no Nana ma
na man bi kam ho oh man panimu bi me refinity
anyimadu openya anyimadu
o de enkomekai
some of the radio good in Muntie FM workers after shutdown no ebi fie wura no to omom de omna makogu asoro dem na no omoda
Jesus Christ
me 2021 nyame nko a ke yimne magu abonte me da uncompleted building for 1 month because from that 2019 no a ombe no there was no salary kwadu ebu ani ne ye online ne ye no meti WhatsApp platform atuma mansa mamia ba ohima mesika chama David Botei nipa be 20 every month na omuma 2000 no ya de 300
wow
beba ya de 300 eto MTN data ya de 400 eto self-line data ya de 400 etria electricity 800 new security men 4 every weekend be an mo be 50 Ghana cedis. That's how much that 2,000 every month, no? And I still have the records. Omdi nipa kwa hunyehia tina we are hoping say onyame adomu a by 2020 dear John Dramani Mahama NDC be ne station beba back at least e benya bibi kakra be support ye ho.
Okay.
Enti kakra ne a wa na nke betimi e de atua e danka no. Me adopted 3 branches. Esa de misika nyina wura mu. And some of the MPs in Ukra akoya wini yokra you couldn't even call to say thank you. And tia to abani we no na me ni pa na me rent so eso eye match na na ma me simi koda on computer building with me no ma for 1 month me kra me de no nipa fasanya ma we nyina mu na o se free no abesi ne mintin se James Ajeni Mboaten kasa on na ye general manager ma radio good mintin se wo de suhini kra de so on emphasize opal omunyina mintin so mu bia kasa enti sometimes o kwa kasa na akwa ese wo kra wa no passem Nanama I left Radio Gold because Radio Gold manager was trying to please Akufo-Addo. Say, mema kobo mpaye. Say Akufo-Addo waste taxpayers' money at the rented plane. enti plane nkoto pum enko deep sea said ye be ya wo wu kra ye nya ne funu sa meto adaka meboka wasima we hye Kufuado bad na onim say national security for eba be chime enti or take me off or suspend me show no said ye be on be chime kra na be say station no etu anamon to punish me and I'm say hey these same people my ya no aduane afri ya no
after say radio go back
no
am I
online
oh okay
after so my ya no aduane afri ya no me metna ha me bompa ya ma wishe Kufuado adam abodam and I'm say no somebody want to please Kufuado and I resigned na ene NDC aba power na ye po obi amana ko NCA wanya obi ase safia nkono a olidi NCA eba be dum radio go de wiakete around 2:30 Ashati Munti FM ko XYZ ko the same thing ono na NDC for say bra ya bre for the past 8 years kwadwo ebu anie Toyota Cola we near the Namtechimai near the Namha we don't even have sponsors to give us money. It's radio soon stress and for just to go and buy airtime. Now you suffer for 8 good years. Na NDC about power. Na send the pakrono or no year no aduane e free ya no. Wono na mokofa NCA e de amano. Sebi omufi say e Jimmy. Omufi say as we don't have power to appoint, but we have power to make people sleepless. We will not only make sure say our appointment will be disappoint you. We will hunt you down. Young fat you, yeah, you bet do what meant do a boost your for time.
Now, appointment,
some joy.
I withdraw appointment in that day, baby.
Who withdraw? Share, let me tell you something. So, my withdraw appointment, so my withdraw. It's an insult. They own Ghana for an NDC media, any NDC grassroots. An apology. The mere fact to cross or accepting Nipano cry in the first place, thinking so this appointment, no, a insult. The mere fact said that guy in that sukuta position, crowd NC ho, not to talk about so called Director General, or that sukuta the position 2 weeks after NDC government, a insult. Sam George, as a minister designate, we are chatting Munti FM, Radio Good, you call demonstration. Sam George can't call for no mudi demonstration anymore. You call NC ho. You call Kromam young Raho. Omo my age na baby a Sahel filling station to a airport share.
Animuha.
And almost on my baby petition. Or mammy young call NC o home. And honorable Sam George, one of the voices are close down of media houses a year NDC. Waka said here. Mibisamo a funeral basin Sam George minister designated then wakafa. Why is it quiet? Meba, why is Sam George quiet?
My office.
Our Minister of Communication prepared to go to
Sam George, why is he quiet? He can't tell me. Yes, he can't tell me.
Perez Chapel.
Now, Meba.
Perez Chapel for a car appointment. Almost your appointment.
Now the Mama Nunsi. Sam George cannot tell us say on call Verti and Swenny Intino. We need control. Listen. Yahoo ministers designator. Omonyan converting crown or Marco ministry say appoint to omo. Yes, it's allowed. Utimiko inspection. Some of them, even Ashanti regional minister designate. Will take you over now they see Obuasino or on behalf of the government, on behalf of the party. Sam George is always loud on social media. Me and Facebook friend. Why is he quiet? Is he part of the cartel? The NCA, Minister of Communication, KNet cartel, Sam George, is he part of it? Is Slowusu not part of this cartel? Is MPP not part of this cartel? Is Sam George trying to play double games with MPP and NDC? Like now, no promise MPP, so would they measure no? Is Sam George trying to make sure say MPP for be take over NCA? No, no say Minister of Communication because only the interest in so be NPP for now. It won't happen today and tomorrow. Like I said, Nana, we don't have power to appoint. But your power, you be do a time. Now, say na Sam George be called there. But and the Sam Minister only 6 months.
But some say yes, Sam George ne make it.
If Sam George tell ordinary or danina chima NDC grassroots.
But say yes, Sam George ne yes.
See the main can mean kasa Sam George ne appointment. Mean kasa Sam George and appointment.
Okay.
But Sam George and the minister designate. And Sam George has a say. Even now young community or will say as to government agencies are hold why they call. Meaning some directors in this institutions are a ministers be asia. Yeah, appointment and ministers here we don't say in class. No, you must consult me and they listen to them. So Sam George Crow Nyambe convert man. He has to say what has he said about their cost of freedom business.
Okay.
Don't it say the silence is so loud. So when your minister now kwa kudia obi enu ni asem appointment here by ye me nya sure say NDC grassroots bi asode sudden away so long as anipa ne NDC ni no obi any problem but so ko appoint MPP ni a wadi atem ufi say enkwasiafo yantra sema esrowusu entna opposition and control the affairs of NCA. It won't happen. Say be no no ti abamu ana to opposition and na still a wunya bibidia and now the old bosu nya ketu afa come ni dinyo obi asem. But that kata it won't work today, it will work tomorrow. Yan Tasima Kenneth said that as market kind no. Radio NDC lose power 2016 less than 2 weeks and a Kenneth ye a TV gold free on platform so. You move from anything they didn't want to do anything have anything to do with Radio Gold or NDC and a power bar Kenneth Kaba with National Communication Authority and then Ministry of Communication want to tell us what please say I am
monopoly breaking
the same NCA when MPP took over Yeraba Fubani no na ye Radio Gold general manager Ansah na NDC winning power 2008 Professor Mills at the NCA man ano si debi ana president Brabe Tumefo no kwa presidential advisor ano this position ni man nua sani nua na kan ka so che fiase tebi ase wan tebi o nyina che fiase o mo ba ne sei yesi o makwa akoto afidie say yes o mo diska no
NCA for
yes misappropriation say say ye diska man say fakoto nsuo we na diska na kwakoto fun ani nyina ye de adwuma a say afidie ne afidie a ebra Ghana hu say terrorism echoes where sub region no omo person omo monitor the communication space ehun se nipa bonifo bi bo epa omo koto say the friend Pegasus no omo koto say afidie no afidie ni so amini ka say national security no mo yusu omo yusu afidie no nanso ye de sa papa no bafo bo ni nua no wodam sesi amini ka say a bafo bo ni nua ne NDC oni bra penye ne wadan benkum so ye raba babo tweda panyako papa krase oye NDC office of the president and then nua chemu a cheso owu ye kra ni nua ntima amaye because no defiase na NDC are winning back power and you want to reward Bafuboni the late wait this is how you want to reward this is how you want to honor him. This is how you want to honor him. When MPP jelly NDC for committing no crime, you are rewarding them for even taking a kind of food out of your mouth. For what reason? And to start appointment, no so my revoking. Nana, enye enough.
But officially, no, wama revoking that.
Almost slow, almost TV farm, almost Bema family. What will say what Bema no? Go ahead and appoint Fianco. You have the power to appoint, but I will say war Bema. go ahead and issue letters so I appoint Fianco as a Director General NCA. Go ahead and appoint.
Okay.
Nearest I got a bit my continue in that. Even the withdrawal ain't enough. That withdrawal is not enough. One, sub position Okutada as an engineering director of Ano. They should revoke his appointment. We don't want to see him near NCA. He is not better than NDC Fua. You free a Dumam to say he's not better than them. We don't want to see him anywhere near NC or government. They should fire him. Second, they should apologize to NDC grassroots. Because NDC media stations near Kadina and grassroots in the club, they should apologize to them. No one come here, say we voted for them. Not because so take over, not because Obintimi take over. We believe in them because you know say NDC has the men and women. How can you tell me say Oko VRE? Oko fa Kwabena say a friend Edward Eko Obeng Kenzo. Eko Fado appointee na be boss.
And when we say
congratulations and they are contemplating as on person in ECG as on fan grid cause man opportunity. Onu aku onu no choose your pay. VRA or ECG for where and then kakoso most study no honen ke nyebe kwako swimi yes nana enke honen ke be kwako swimi. We don't have any problem. Appoint who they are appointed this in our bong. So long as we end this, no end this, we don't have any problem.
Okay.
So a failure, you say yes, end this for a failure. We will not allow you to appoint or nominate MPP appointees because you have linked with them. Nana the intermediates and sometimes politicians free say or ye be na say ni party ni wo mu a the opposite will not di and won't to me nya. Until they prefer to do business with their political opponent. Say they be an interest betimi aba. If it's about your interest, you go over enjoy interest no wudo me. Nobody should try. Nana, nobody should try. What's me boa? Hey, this onante for them mununkum.
Oh, papa na me kan
papa animedu omanso wewu
aha obi na asende ama wewu omse wewu omanso mfo
atepo ni ahokyira station radio gold ni station egu ni nyina 2 years na 3 years ni do mo license mo ba ni station no bia ni wasi ni dada mu da and you want to tell us what?
Okay, Kwadwo bremu, Kwadwo.
Nana me da so fa kwanya so no ncheti for na.
Because me e didn't be crime appointment.
Ma wo se me nuanu mo me ba me zo mo ni abre. Me tie makati ma beti same.
Unim enra guy ba ku die ya mo kan. Ono ne ye hefa. They also ye didn't be call VRO se hehin. GRA no. No, not GRA. GRA dey say do na kɔ ne ye Anthony Sapon no.
Na me ba na wo ye Anthony Sapon no. E se wo se nipa mienu ne by mistake. Eni ase by their mistake. Yet na ma wobi I'm a party for any break. So I'm Anthony Sapon because no a board member NPP time. What do I say?
Okay.
And no time for Kogu Hono. Yes, I'm called Hossa Sabia Musabia Yan, Nipa no. A Nipa na ya pointing or Honama party for any break. Saturday. Yangi Sikai Yagisun Tipa NDC. We have their man, we have their man, woman community. Yagi don't mean you mistake no but here. Yagi Sika Yagi. Shasoni Van Kono, and also Nipa ni NDC. Everybody is Christo. And they send people for an offer her room, wait for her room, and them NDC men on way. Send this one man said no more can, no more position, no more can. Send people for any men, almost 1 1, and then people for no more, and Colawum, and no more Colam, and 1 point. Nana, none of them, ya. Show be to say, Kwakubahi. UTV Kotona Yabono. Ya buko akubwa ya bu na di na tam interview mi ka so ni adaka be interview bi chese kwakubwa he do be wo mo yente say inform nipa she go yes she go ai won ko ye ai samwa bi galam say issue bi kwakubwa hin no topics yen ko chide nyen say entimi bu sasa anya bia obi send and these guys no omo ye mo position entimi nye ya na say ye na de kwakubwa he de ba bi man na ye betre ham be bona baso ye de bibia ma otoku no ye betre be bona baso ya di bibia ma yi a lady chief bine ya be bona baso enti ma go ni mutwi nya position man ye chief bine o de man na ma grassroots obia be di peche wo ma kwakubu han bibia obia be di same wonto otu anu ama ni bia obia be di peche enti pese mbusa anya bi o man pani wokot mi busa question say anya bia o man pani
Wakwatra fear 8 years no. Yada bia ya see asua de ya toto enema ye. Nana me busa wo. Was start appointment ministers no. Ye betra boy ensem. Wo hye obi onum da meto oto ne ye. No obi an see on do semajai. No obi apa bi obi amfa. And obi afa ne de. And utimi se nkofo personal interest. Ye kwa election na meka. Se utiete na utie nsem wase. Nkofo ambition unu se enya appointment start here. Na nkofo ambition president next presidential candidate. Eti Kwabena mefa so beti de makati akwahye GRA na me no anwunagu ama matimi de ama de Kwabena metimi de obi akọ VRA na etimi anwunu na mafame de na weka ene da bai
ene ya wala
ene Thursday me show mampani bo
2010
se be duro china be 2 o'clock na se NCA ga na onyi ni mfi ho no mo a obehu me mema wa NCA me show mampani bo me de wono otimi appoint so etimi se no appointment the age point to be but to destroy they can destroy. I'm telling you say when you say for where you on the man about 2 o'clock kono yes yeah the mema be ko ansi abiem
but so we are inclusive government
inclusive who yet wo man pani wo fie kura na obetena edru ba bi na onya ba bi mpon konkotra emna wo fira bai ma kufuado no akọ ayi otumfo ho no manhia amos otumfo ayi akufuado na akobusa ayi say otumfo say ono nkasa wo firi so ahifa na apese ota ana also wo mpe ba bia na ate no mountain ho a akufuado sheda ko draw sa de we yo owi e pepe no friend nkrofo ne samu ni bibi do mama so pese ota ba bi ote no wasa munya ne ho agima mame
ene di drone
I'm telling you
di drone etwa
ufie hia do mama ko hide down ba bia first na mo wono akra fam na mo wono we rem wo ko hide down ho akufuado ne na busu afọ ka kire nipa no ko hide down so onim na so de dan ne ma mampani a woteto na wo ne business wo be collapse ni nyina obi a wotu aka wo hon man papa ne friend na nyumre se brana ba usika na usika na magi a de se be breme o asoja fasa na need to ba man na se ntwom ne wo di wo mampani atam za we need to obi adi minister kra na hia no ne na se ne nanti papa pai ne nanti ayi betu afam sanko bi betu awramu no need to no otima di o mampani atam sam so tie interview ona wu ni nyina kire nyankopon da roma ya ne kakra na ya bre o ya bre ni enkoni amra nka yank ya de enko bia ya nyina nka mra ya medi ade ni nyina chi na ya se ya frefre nkrofo na wakokọ fa sa akọ ya ne ko giwokwi ko fi juma dwiri mu ni nsamfu a wadi wagi wok ni nyina chi ase de obi ko obetima ko hwehwe niema watoto niema wakofa NPP ni asa akọ kata na chi ni akoya na ase ba.
E ora no mungu no e.
No ora be. E ora biem. O muta krozu. Ora no han biem. Yo munya appointment say obi an biem. Wotman no asa afa kwa we na ko honum. Na ni akoya na ase ba. Ten this for be bre na mo honum to mo fa so ne say. Emrante ne maba wo no am de rally. Enkwase asani mfuturo. Wo baba bia no nya kata. Ye wi ayapon. My goodness. Around so nipa ko ye nam kra kakra nipa nya bi. Petro wudru ba ni petro so fro bi onfa obi be sha obo so mambe wana we on fanse ne wo fre na onfa bi ya kwa ba am ye nya pa wana ena de ewie ya mo ni krofo bi na mpa mu chedi no mampani ni after appointment say ogine wo hwa na minister ne pa ne no ogine ho minister ne pa no ogine ho na san krofo na appointment oni ni mo he wo hia mo he wo te di ni bia bi mpo ni Ghana mu mpo and this will be nim na bi ni ba bia wo betena so de ne kwa wo beto ne yesi ne kwa appointment mu yesi mu ye ni yesi mo be ya ma grassroots for net me a survive wo de mu ye nyina mo point obi a nipa nka ho mo point obi a nipa nka na we yasem na GRA pass kakakaka we no akofa NPP ni akoto ho wodi 1 month enam no ka say wo ko we a senate o safma fuba no waje 189,000 Ghana cedis a month. 189,000 cedis a month. Almost 2 billion. Nana one year one. What at this place before I become 10 years per album. Then 1 month. What does this ho?
10 years the macabum and run 1 month.
And 1 month.
And the macabum that they run 1 month.
What does this ho? Near chance any power so was a mouthful. A quiet on in the muddy and grofa faso. Now point where you buy a young campana no matter what to a gunche. Na Ghana phone say yes ya juma
wam da so hihiem
ya nwino wo mpo de abuso bibia 1 month de abai 2 month na ko ya 2 year ya ansa na de ubam no wo de an so ko 1 month o ma setwa eno kwa 189 times 2 na eye golden is 2 ya da so tin krofo we hu aden na wo fra NDC fo ne bi fra wa bi bebresu en krofo bi hwa wo da hwe obi tisa papa ya otemu ha yi alaji scenario hwe do ni ayifo yi zongo fo ya bre mentesi abusa anse friend say ana to ni di wa mo dia na different ya call rounds yi zongo fo ni so kro mo dia different etumomo ye no mo nam zongo communities ono head ye musa wo bia
James Ajani ngwa ate kra minti ni di
oto no na mase ho
o manage dia radio
station oto mase chesa na wo dwene mo wo de ma menche
ko gu ni station no ena de ko
wo de no aka na mamuso asem Amadu Sorogo akokre papa sorry papa sa Amadu Sorogo na mo radio to TV nanti sa sampio mo friend na shama say ayi sa papa no papa wait 24 hours na ade on do kota wait CEO ni dey say so simple keke wo won crofo mo hye wase wo won crofo anu mo nam ade ba biem na obi ntimi ni papa shama ida bia all around ba bia ade na wampani ni papa na wo hwehwe ana pa crofo mo be hye coat agbada na opa na sekente ana wo hwehwe na no so dey be appointment no me ya ni sa no na wonim dey ya nyina ya kono aduan na aben no akire wutietie ma so appointment dey we say o person ni nipa hye we say o person ni ene se me ba na obi busa ai ma we ni boss sami honto boss sese banchi duan koko trinesi we busa no to identify difference banchi duan koko dua o wa hu difference
se Eric Opoku
da bi o
Eric Opoku
Randy
Dr. Randy Abi
omo busa oni.
It's never true.
Microphone na debate anymore.
It's never true.
Mama me kama se munwie. Microphone na ebusa.
Microphone na ebisa se de. Ya sama wa kan ya ne de ni sei. Banchi dua ne koko dua si won mo.
Wa wonim. Wa yam puanu ni akola. Make say wo come bra Kenya ase. Na akofo obi de mabaya no fishes minister. Won pumponi ma kwa fa de po. Wo hia ayi afish obedwane. Na koko ni ho no mo a. Ya se de we na eba be ha. And the next appointment, onya media sports nya hono wadi agro mo man hono ma GBC director general ni wo ye koko ni ye tie koko ka ho ye ne na do koko afom ade na wo me ka no kre ye do koko ni Randy na do Randy yensu anu ni abe enkrani oni bebe koko duasi mo man fishes are fine sports no so pe wa any sports am wo jaye na so onye GBC director
just a second yes
mama semen komo
no me sa on komo ebetima ba se Dr. Randy Abi onye koko farmer said ya woka no ba beba
me ga koko farmer
and that's why a farmer
one tissue ase about koko
Dr. Randy Abi all resign from Ignite Media board chairman and osabe CEO edema company no osa meba kwajo Ghana will benefit from the appointment of a doctor.
Just
a second. Sa papa no. Say, onunie manager. Ube diska. Ube wieska.
Obi ka so ube diska o.
Ube fe.
But dear, me chance say.
Ube fe.
Eso ti ase.
Okay. Because who say cocoa sector? Only bibi say cocoa sector ni your crisis. Because from 960,000 metric tons to 350,000 metric tons.
Yes. Nanama.
Enti said
enya krono akoso cocoa board ntina cocoa board.
Nanama enya appointment in one some yeka. Enya appointment
one some yeka.
Enti ada na ma menka appointment bi. Me ma ko for masem aba. Asem be dey na mo ye. Wo sa mo say me nkomo. Na me wira kra fi.
On talk of.
Na no ya reason ye. Or reason only position odi kakwaje ye. Brass management committee. Ada no anko agri farm. Anko director ho. So anti bibia say about farming. Eti ada ne ye chicha ne de ye mfa ne nko ba bi onim. Wotima say ni ya jani ko fa ye koko hono mon ko fa mo ti ase ka onye obi o ti ase erikopoku no mo ye adwuma na fantastic on te hia ase se de aduru ni se mo ye campaign wi a se check ye nan fofo ne ye chronics ba bi enkrofo ko betima didi aye yi ana no that again no GBC Randy go there you fan sports go there na come Kofi Adam kra wonu muram na kamata ni Kofi Adam amade Kofi first Kofi Busan say Barcelona play omo ba ko se ko jominim Real Madrid minim kwato kompo di onim chiba o say me chira na sports minister I say otimi ateniama sports niam ho was on apart from boxing ono was boxing onim
onim ka say boxing was say
boxing nanama
no wa me but to allow
me this Kofi Adam
men treasure to Kofi Adams woni madwuma wa ya boa sports aye ministry when it comes to sports una adwuma Kofi kwajo mani abru magodoka NCA nana magodoka NCA
NCA na minyamie mekoko finish
magodoka NCA
we say we go defense
David
message say be
because there be defense na obo who say Kofi Adams call parliament no they brain so that na no
who pe Kofi Adams unya na damfo nchabi o
enkrofo
ya madamfo Kofi wana juma ba bia obeya bruso
nimdia wo mu no nya nimdia ketwa
so mama Ghana fo hu nimdia Ghana for who nimdia because we don't want the situation say na po your friend is a dentist no akwa education minister ewi ache wo so en so free sin na wasai no so ahu ye fa we ni edwe yakwa Greek minister it is former Greek ye fa we free ni edwe yakwa na kwa we don't want that to happen
and GTV Animal Kingdom and so am Randy fantastic no GBC about when raise be I'm a media na kosro sports here na tete apansa wa ketokraku abeja sani wo de ne koye sports minister o tia sani mu ade no obehye ni ye kurase ni kwadwo ye bo a ye so na ada kokko board yi enwuram de tie ye na ntwe ne emrebia na ye de wakoto a wo tia de na se wotima se enti ehye ade na such a way say ye nyina ye obi abeto akoba bi ho ye correct
wotima se food and drugs authority we de ne kokko board ye hu adwuma oye Dr. Opuni na oye adwuma e wo food and drugs authority and de ne kokko board one the betting in what to Dr. Opuni performance.
Dr. Opuni ofi. Dr. Opuni
why
doctor no bull.
Oh yeah.
Doctor.
Why doctor.
Food and Drugs Authority. Ade no mo ye wo. Even fertilizer beba out. Farming niema bebre ba out.
Dr. Opuni.
No,
the experience with the free food and drugs authority. I got nothing to do with cocoa no.
There's a man on toy no. Edru ba bi obi te wono ma. Won tie wo nwie. No age wa no akosi bone. For the past by way program. No check
Randy.
Appointment is part of the appointment.
But ono nye issue sesi.
One issue.
Yem busy.
Ya ba ya see appointment. I'm on appointment. Me wia bobi abaso age obi ma ba fom. Asembe na wo ka no. Me no wo ka se mama example. Ya ti kro we mu. Wonim say lotteries. Boys adwuma. Area guys adwuma. Who you see wa who fobi fit tamale who to lotteries. Obi anim no NDC
tamale Ghana.
Oh mama che wate
tamale Ghana. Nanama. See kwajo.
Ba
tamale Ghana.
Show no yes sir. Where's am go to show so am maso bi.
Debi. Don't relax. Kwajo. Say appointment na ekoso. Your brother consultation.
Sa number ya no mo.
Nanama call man so.
Eno so dey show no.
Honto ubo defense. What na no makasa mo best 30 minutes. Allow him please.
Say brother consultation dan na ye nda fiankwe.
Nanama
brother consultation fiankwe de no manya brother consultation.
Who off. Kwajo yan.
Nanama. Sami wonto. O twintwa amanem for best 1 week. Meme. Na mama me masama na meka. What man say? Who your appointment no? Ye won for party for nim. Me say me tuoi. Who do north baby a? Ye mo appointment say wona Savannah ye dey say no. Won be show to say na we fi. Ya try na ma nyina nim ne da. Aso bia me so me adwuma ha o. Eti ho no mo appointment no mo de ama no. Lottery is a boys area. Obi a choma so typical no nkrofa ko hu de ekọ.
National Lottery Authority.
Yankasa. Na any branch ho. Any branch.
Ko for be fit am na aka ni tell me say entiam for be wan kra because the headquarters ni.
Any pan ko fa lottery do pa. Won twa bi won te ase.
Mr. Sami o say program no.
O say program. Any pan na ye boni. Won te ase lottery do pa won te ase. Please.
Ye quality campaign tamale.
Nana ma who say program.
Na obi ka
Sami uni Debi, they make can say. I say make catch now say appointment be akoso 8 years near. Ye nya challenge, ye nya problem. The finance minister. No, it doesn't be a feedback.
Tamale Ghana na ho de nya Ghana. Adwuma no bi ni ho. Lottery ni branch ho. Chema me baba ya ma ye ne kofa lottery de ma ya me ne mana ana de mo bi ha and me wo pe in politics ayeye headquarters e Greater Accra ha na we ni nyina wo ni tin ha na gira e be say ha en say ha wo fa wo bi NDC fo nyina ni mu Accra na ta lottery sia dudu nyina be benefit wo ko fo bi free saboba tipo no de ne ba ha wo wiki political party ne win via emuodu mama chao your position be also somebody way I local government nipa de ma so bi ani age
Ahmed
ya de ma local authority leader wo beto to niam wo nwura mu ni form obia be benefit afiade nim eto obi anka ho asem o ma position me nka say wo qualify o but onye party ni we party ni so onye party ni
organizer.
Oh,
Sammy, please.
Your friend is say. Nana, man, for the force unwo. Your friend is say.
Sorry,
Why organize a friend is say. Why organize a friend is say.
Why your NDC?
Your friend is say.
Sammy, or NDC.
Mention phone so. Mention phone so.
Sammy. Uni Sammy.
Now we get closer to national executive interest. Say,
Obi, Sammy, program. Wow, who catch him say regional secretary cannot be. Sammy, who no youth organizer. One national.
Sammy Makwadon Patch. Oh, Sammy
must withdraw.
Sammy. I wanna catch us on withdraw. I wanna catch us on withdraw.
But a protest. I mean,
Sammy, we are no abem. Kwadwo wie na me nko break. Mani wie ni.
Nana me dance.
Kwadwo wie.
Nana me dance. Woni masema meka. Oh ya appointment na. Wo be hwe broad consultation. Dudu na ba bia dudu nya betima benefit.
It is Malik Basintele de na ko.
Thank you youth
authority.
One microphone nyina e congratulate no. Ye ne ko fa obi fi ayi a anwen so a ene ebo ni de o
ma fi. Yenti
ni da. Onye obi a oni wo ponso e party ni wo di ni nkui wo no ho a interior ho ba bi na o hye. Eti we need this system to your point when akasia bi no ne de dodo ni abetima benefit no no pesta na de that one no wa pesta na de that one no said ye be your party no obi abetima nya atimi adidi ana obetima som ama na tima ye now your point when no ahwe ye ko fa obi osuma se no ama no wo fa obi osuma no ama no me more example the previous administration John Muhammad ye na Kwame Wada ku se na ndi wa bonte pa na nkrofo dodo na ekwekure ntumam na tarim wotima se enne ye mo ni din no dudu na ana ada money di ana o hini money di ana wa ma be de ya same hunto a wote wa wokan and anu enna giva gomasi so you converting no on Accra ha unyo ma me dokrum na hu am dokrum ai actress emre watetefo no ne maba watetefo ne kokra tetefo wo no de bo mu se adie nie o mu no ni kotwa nano
industry no wo
yes nano a ai erikopaku ko no same hunto ene ne squad ye de nie no mu dim e ho ne yesu betima didi de me pese wo ya agwa nu ada na wan kwam na de ne bi
enti na oya Greek minister no enti na oya Greek minister
very good
yes
enti pese o chere say NDC a National Democratic Congress and this is a national government it doesn't matter but any pani free okay yera kwame wo kana asem no yera kwame wo excel on na kokko revive bust Tor and go on a call reviving. But until so better keep that position. Now you said that you know Ghana politics. But of course, no,
but Sammy, Otia says there are some positions here. We hear key players.
Key player,
no, there are some positions. Only me and we are doing
so long as Nipani NDC ni na oye lawyer NDC member. We deserve it.
But Sammy,
you don't deserve MPP.
Sammy, yemfa ni se loto ho asem ya ye kan loto sa loto ye twetwe enu ni ade ni ade obi ye muslim yakofa so meda loto ano loto sa that
obi be ko ha na so nka be ye wasem
enye ne heaven ne ko
da bi ona ne ho no so e kramoni na kramofo se entwa loto no so be loto adwuma aye wasem so be ko heaven so be ko bunse aye wasem
ba nye heaven asem
de ye be gina so de abu no nkonta enye ne som ne performance
enye ne soma sem na ye ka
what I say
but the way ne
engagement
be me pese same hun tonti ase ne se nana
engagement
me pese tonti ase ne se party no e was SSR winning power biam o appointment on e be determine the next election be ko ba bia betima kokoto and Crawford be more money de wa motie and na more appointment e be kire say the next one we beto bia na ntumi bibi e tu fan Crawford no appoint o ma e say o hwe ya ansi ye dia ye kai on do NPP ni and na make us no a kire we 2 o'clock president antimi anfa letter amabontia ya the local letter be ko and dem share the ball we be share local letter serious one am ye be kire si form you be avanisa kan de ba bia o si form na bia the steps ne wa it will make sure some
members said ye Ashanti regional
coordinator no national security yeah what man say I know there at the whole pefe but me chance I do me man ko ayi no we no me man say aka ba bi ti say yam ba bi ti VR ni ade former yan crofo me say some otoku no bia otoku no so otoku no
no kra ni din mai
Fletcher Samuel Fletcher a brother needs what power no ye adwuma o VR we ye adwuma ho ko si MP before ba no mo pam sa papa we wo ho now kofo bi say emwase se kenzo say hwan say o MPP ni o de na kwa akoye me think enka akoso boda no make besu
ma me example
me patcho mo end na me ko
na no say na me ka sem bi soldier for 2016 one more no more Jubilee House soldier for no more no the president wa ya ye ba pam mo na mo nya ko camp ye mo ko gu camp no nana say omo commission mo nko bi promotion ba mo nya bi ya tag mo NDC ba ye and your from Munyan and Omi meeting, yes, I call back. You have a call back at 3 leaders, Mabu Mudi and some telephone number Mudia go back to that. One more call for more NPP phone number for Foco Jubilee House or more Yinaya, NPP phone and don't French.
You are not talking. I think now Okasa.
At the end, you never be any banco, you did for I think now Okasa. Nana, Sam for where my soldier for Mugu, soldier force will soon. Some soldier for no more got 8 years and near the new people. And no many Makati Shadako. Office baby ye busa da benam we ye ho so be ma hada me fresh be fresh ye busa so ja foni nyina ne so ampa de nkofo kan no kre old members ba ko kra no ma ne ba bi wo mo old members me nsa wo lead am senka me woni same ho ntoni we mo na ma mo so ye mpanimfo eti mu na ye be di de mako wo mo penkofo foforo apa bibi kakra fi wo mo aso mo abegu Jubilee House wo no guo na say ne ya de ho ampo na cheke eti obi an cheke bibia na awie.
Okay.
Hey, and the party better my opposition them.
I was for me first my friend give us herbal center, the give us P capsules about the kind and give us core capsules necessary the IM team near my man free system munko. You give us P capsules one more or banny bemes yes your palm one cassa who say what's your pojina will now be beer than a council. Give us about Mr. Malaria typhoid join this will be our number 2 won't minute. One so break ready. Sir, personal assistant to the executive secretary, National Identification Authority, Professor Ransford Jampo. On an appointment in here, when they will agree, okay, and Professor Ransford Jampo, personal assistant to the executive secretary, NIA. Okay, enti you will give us GC Miss Channel the capsules and so e wo dwa so rush segu atse a e man carbon ba odwo so na wo ti pains e wo mu a eno so e ha pa oba wo depo e ha wo wadru white ha wo enu anu Ghana ba bia e ton no bia benya bia to 0543 222470 0543 222470 afa Father Abraham Heaven Spiritual Hospital e won kra ha ofanko barrier asofa Star Oil station one mana or say men cancer will say ya dear be about so ya dear beer cancer stroke diabetes sexual weakness ulcer sickle cell muni BP munina typhoid munina HIV nyina ya dear beer or we be draw or fidie or best sour ya dear afa spiritual case be to say open promotion e wo adwumam case be ada wa bra bosom wo pe broni ba ma anase bia wo kunu dwane wo yiri dwane wo pe lack e wo adwumam adetom a fo ani kire ho ye wo sopa hodo bi ayaya eno so di dware siesie ho a e boa pa ma wonya favor ofanko barrier as of Star Oil filling station 0244 371695 0244 371695 and I said 0559 114122 abusia yentwe ho tew na yemra
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Everywhere you go, big go. For the friends and the family, big go. Big refreshing moment, big go. For the kids and the adults, big go. Boys and girls with them cook, big go. Everywhere they mash up, the greatest in every battle, big go. Big go. Big go. Big go. Big go. Big go. Big refreshing moment.
Big old drink. Big refreshing moment. Another quality product from Trillium Industries. This advert is FDA approved.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum biya benmemua. Kanim betutu ya na minkuma bua sesedi. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules as well. A man meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amamanya yem timotete womono. Yedro no. Manum bi amama deme ho. Give us core capsules. Mrs. Moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh yeah. Hey. Give us in no. A man nijia bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomunom dia. Na enijia ni ahwodeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. A meme wadi ifiedu wachode kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A painful abata one more menufu ne nkwada wo ni ifiedu mienu nka ho. E wodrosto bia motufonko Give us Herbal Center. Teshi Mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135.
FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atu.
Starter, too far to dance. Oh, what?
Cry is the market women.
Everybody can do what he does.
Be bold, be you, be you. Be bold. Be you. Charlie, be bold. Oh, chairman, be you. Brothers and sisters, be bold. This year, be you. Let's go. Be bold, be bold, be you. Be bold, be you.
Rush Energy. Be bold. EU.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended. Persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advert is FDA approved.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Hey, say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me ho kra dweme. Say enunti no manya award wa. Eye world best. Obian transe Emma Dompem ya de ka say anase me boya de enka nto dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esanya wan to say ne ekuro etu no. Ne enka ewana num. Oba na be mo pa wo. Ene enyar wan kaye.
Nansi ma me ka say ene spinal cord ho eka ye no. Greenfield adoromenti ene wasa so de gina na so epiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultramodern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sir. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon Estate Junction. Last stop. Frewa 0243-983-906 and 0261-651-898.
Greenfield.
God God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Now me say, a free brand me who the bia we are active, very strong and energetic.
We are 100%. Na nyina ne sɛdeɛ mehwɛ me nipadua sofa na deɛ boa me mama hoɔden mami timi kɔ bada ɛne tabia zanika heba mister
Tabia zanika heba mister what do you want dance akyerɛ me
ho dance deɛ ɛnyɛ wo nko me de dawure na ato so na media kyerɛ nipa mpempem tabia zanika heba mister ma to ne din nyameama sɛ wonom a ɛmɛnkwamu a ɛwɔ nipadua no mu a yɛfrɛ mu asogyafoɔ ɛyɛ wide blasters na hoɔden enti nipadua no nya hoɔden soronko kutia yare ahodoɔ bebree enti wontaa nyare enti na da me yɛ strong no ɛyɛ general well-being of the body enti ɛyɛ adwuma ɛwɔ nipadua no akɔ ano mu baabia
me a metumi hu ɛne ɛsɛ abusua biaa hia
ɛyɛ abusua nkyɛmfa sɛ obi de ne ho to tabia zanika heba mesa so a ɛden sɛ ɔbɛyare na ɛnyɛ na ɛwɔ baabi a tonto aduro biaa hyɛ no nso sɛ obi a wonya mfinhyia dumienu apemfoɔ ɛne abaatan a ɔma ɔmanofoɔ ɛntimi nom bi FDA ahwehwɛ saa adwadeɛ nkratoɔ mu agye atumi sɛ ɛyɛ
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Hey. When we send your police in your draw, in Busa Mesa Abama Wadeng.
Refuse to grow. Any offense will be
and what day immune. Ediani Pedriano Samoya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesta, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a man for the Duanwa, Nedi Imbusaba Mesta, Dronua dance yes, and Yarwa Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. No, Yamwa suing Yano, a way of buying every home. And now Ompa, Omuan Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesta. And more who are deep in tea. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esomo. Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kaisi, and you are may move Bia Yato in row. At to form 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Kratui Maja to Musay.
On fire.
I had every intention of keeping that promise. 14 days after I took the oath of office, which was yesterday, that promise stood fulfilled. I had presented to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament names of 23 sector ministers, 3 ministers of state, and 16 regional ministers for the approval of Parliament. So far, I've named 42 ministers of state and regional ministers to begin the urgent task of resetting.
Interviews. Now, what say what tender
me the petitions now my producer.
Petition from
Apamanya Krobo.
Hey.
My petition regional vetting committee.
What yaka?
On my petition regional vetting committee, there's this particular aspirant, Anama, or per MC Nedi branch.
Okay. Consist district be ya.
Upper Menya
Krobo, okay.
A whole branch.
Okay.
Atro petitioner Koma region.
Branch executives.
Branch executive, you know.
Okay.
Or matro petition Akoma regional vetting committee no. Another member of NDC or the Jacobiao Tamaklo or also submitted petition. Says Abrante we Nigeria onenity or in our woman, you know. Wanyama Nigeria no. Ako had die closer to DC fee. Catch your banners or Babe MC Intino. Or the near ban.
Obanu Okunu.
Yes. Onenity or more mammy, you know. Amasa aspirant we. On me jempun. Akonimu bijere. NDC neba.
Oh. Obanu wakwanyimu bijere.
Yes. Won't you say?
Oh, meti ase.
Asa wukunu na ye list over. What I say?
Na waba benyim.
Woni list over na temu wo mami you know.
Na waba benyim.
Na ma benyim. Na masa ko hada ma closer to DC office me ba be ye MC intino. Kotra na me ya na wa move up.
Oh, ya sure so obanu okunampa.
Owo mami enu mesini kunu na di petition akwo me ye sure say o.
E bia wale na egu na be ma ne na
nti. Agu ahifa. Sana mugu awa.
Na wo yiri no obi timi enyim no.
Onti bi da. Ebi na asi no.
Ebi.
Na why news? Ma evidence no wo me see we a petition.
Into obanu ku na petition original executive.
And ye one petition ni 2.
Okay.
When ye 1.
Okay.
When ye baako. The second one no branch ni see. Omunim sa guy we or the Emmanuel Kwasila wano. Say organize meetings at the my MP before. And you see more evidence. Omudi we nyina kotu committee nanim. It's expected say manama we omo disqualify no. Any pabiansa na epre. Then the regional committee in interest in tia nipa mensa omo shortlist of mensa nyina.
Nipa 3 na
epre.
Okay. But nipa na onu obi yire anyem and then other petitioner.
Onu MP no darling boy.
Oye constituency executives ani.
Da bi onye MP.
MP no darling boy.
On MP na ni wom. Mi wa asem wo no ho.
But se petition ni kwa akọ regional executive.
So you disqualify and I'm so shortlisted.
But say be a Makati. Petition now the question obi the petition.
Report now.
Be ma wo de kwa ye ntini ye gina petition so ne disqualify.
So we nhwehwemu.
E wo so mo ye nhwehwemu.
Ntini we before about vetting. You don't then pending the report you don't clear the person. Are you getting me?
Okay.
Pending momo investigation no unclear person no. Why do you clear such a person? I brought what report against him. There's a petition against him, not 1, not 2. And here I'm talking about branch, a whole branch. A petition. Mama for any in your form. Respect the people. Tamanka will be a minimum person, my friend. But when so tear her. So I say, Omun shame, Omunya ni. Well, as simple as ABC. Nipa or your most qualified, no, Mumfamano.
Okay.
I am not interested in who becomes the MC, you know. But Omunfa ye day and 2 years. Because enya fair say obia ye dia sama azamiti ana mo hwe nhwehwe na some nwie ye mpa. Why do you clear such a person? Why do you do that? That is the second aspect. Into appointment in there, I think say ya cross. What I say? Ni esi wo national no ebisi wɔ radio AFC.
Oh yeah, MNDC nso emu bɛyɛ den pa. Oh yeah, emu bɛyɛ den. List on patch brawa emu bɛyɛ den.
Because Domi Kwabena. Ati sɛ Sami Adamfo.
Ɛyɛ ɛma mo mɛyɛ Domi Kwabena enumere nsa so ana.
Sami Adamfo ko bi di ni sira.
Ensa me soja Domi Kwabena bi mu wɔ ha se mesrɛ.
Domi Kwabena.
Omo sa me so.
And the MP Asra Jan and Nassau Parliament will deliver the first statement.
Not the war.
Yes, what tea and him.
But listen, my member
history maker.
Yeah, can about in MSCC free rabbit pemune appointment be a caucus. So I feel no bentino. Mean to me any foul hosa.
Mamin church for Namincha Minion Mabiga for the 3 able men. More than willing and able. And then they may not be a listener. Now, if you see a boa, you see a bow. But me Chimuka crabby. Chimuka crabby. Or near my back community.
Okay.
Just that I'm hearing an echo. Yeah. Nanama, I'm say, am I Yosema ye? Mpempi, you know. Eya na acquire say obi a true obi question.
Okay, mami make this correction. Say, Sami mama say Professor Jampo, but ye nyina whom say a fake.
It's fake.
I mean corrective. A fake pacho. Ye onya appointment be am a fake pamacho.
Adding. And 24. I think was it Shakespeare? No, it was not Shakespeare. It's not Willis Soyinka Netro. On easy lies the head that wears the crown, or is it Ola Rotimi? Or Ola Rotimi? The gods are not to blame. Yeah, I forgot. Chenua Achebe. On easy lies the head that wears the crown. Say, Nanama. There are a few people that I don't ever want to envy.
Okay.
But you see, Assembly Bar, because the back starts with John, His Excellency, he takes it. And I believe, sir, he works on them as and when. What you say? Many a times, Yenina in him say to me, Sebio, a bar, Yakopre. Nipa dom ne kopri to me no na nipa ba ema nipa ba ko na nipa na yakopri to me na mano no ono so abeche to me na ma asoye nyina ayeso oti ase na de tie ne se to me ni chiche ni mu no edu ba bia mpanifo se odi abotredwa aboantatia hu ne so na de tie ne se Emma enye se ye de ahopepre se ye pentem se ye pe CEOs ahodo a na se bia MDs ahodo nti no na ye bobobo nipa bi din a ebema sebi the very beautiful beginning of John Mahama administration we no na sebi kutire bi na Enyoma Tuntum said William Shakespeare, yeah, so I got it right, yeah. Now Finama Adebi Baba Bema, the beauty of how John Mahama has started. Nana and from Swaba Sebi Penny Bejatum, I know His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and how he has behaved. But if you are ebia na enyem from so but ebe hia nkyeremu e man penifo ma nkyeremu nkame sebi ne manfo ni nyina ne se de me ne same hunto ne menuanom ahodo be ya adwen fianko sebi mpreduasa. There is an indelible impression bi a abeka ya adwen mu a obi enu obetimi eyefi ya adwen. Say obi catch me say fianko ye NDC ni obi na kan.
Okay.
Na abra MPP ba ben mu no omu yusu no ono so na opese wo ya ade a ebe ma omo agina di se waka omo ho na ohun se
enjo waka omo ho
me pacho tie sa nipa we no yemfa ne nya hwe wo wiasim
okay
me se me kase me do wa eye odo a eni awieye kopem da wan kasa wo beda wo tan ye di a kire me minya hu wo tan ne pe metan wo instantly minya obi a mitime pretend obi bia ho edi se mitime bie ma no se me dojo mahama enkobu se obi a se eye nokura anyanyo nokura emusa because me ade bia me ye bia ne yodo even po se ono no a me do no se wa na odadi ankyere me na me soso no ma hu se do na me do no ede oha obebre me a mekoso ado no anuntina obehwa I didn't benefit anything from President Kufuor. I haven't benefited anything personally from President Kufuor. President Kufuor mi ni ka preda. But I jealously make sure say that name no sebi o kana wakame ayodo na so no who say a free time a President Kufuor for example obe catch say Ghana for say yento abama ba omia no ama me do no say na 100 a he say aye be 40 eswate drastically enya hwe o de 40 no mane wo aka 40 enya hwe o de 40 no e ka me money 50 kura but enya hwe because the way now obe bob ba omia din after sa nyoma Ghana for ko mu nyina wa mie na no da na abenidi Ghana for di ye and the Kufuor the when bien no da no say be catch Ghana for say ye koto abama ba omia no he me di ne ho yaw unim say na obi bo President Kufuor di na oka even ade anya no kura fa ne ho a me ntimi defend it ashima kuma and that is how I love my loyalty. You can never question it because I cannot tell you me pewa sems na me ya de boni wo wechi because me so nipa da sani bia wo wiase we mu enya se bi ade wo de bi wo hu me mframa fofra na ebi aduane de wanya schedule be di aduane papa a chen me eno kran pon so aduane papa ben wo di akowu otumase enti no kran ne de e wo se e ka che nyina ye ho fianko appointment no se eyampa na enye fake news se de jampo num de ye fake news yi bi dia na eyampa in fact NDC here say omobe apologize to the people of this country because fianko ye mamboyeni any kwesi e de ne ba anywhere good governance is, and I'm an advocate for good governance. Fianko nsem fata obi a e wo say hwe nanama me na me fianko ena nka me ya so me se me nkonkodun radio gold enyem me pe ebi am NDC ni but adwuma nti no e wo say me kodum no because me boss say ena master says ena ye de adwuma me call ye no me nuanom e wom say adwuma na moye me so yasoma me ti mesrɛ mo say bia we de enyem me pe na me dum no na akoba say adwuma mu yesimi nya de me kodum no kasa de yesi anofo brejo e ma ba to etika ka say video bi sa wo ho a enka same hunto ebetimi de akoto ni page aka say yempam fianko obi a wetimi aye ade a destroy your democracy to the core. Say you're doing radio station. I'm a when you want to be radio station back. No, we say, I didn't grandpa must say, man, Tia. Movie a grandpa movie a radio station, no, Mosamo, a trauma to Muno, more Musas had the end asem. And Tia best simple for Sabi, Eddie Jam near the Swam. Minim said the cost of social media and a dozen. But Adeba Kwame Srensu say we should not lump all of them together. Say ye kafi ankwa semwa and my uncle fa for example, why cry there? Me free GRA in the basis here. Because GRA. I've seen the minister enter GRA. He has had a meeting. In fact, the media
finance minister
has gone there. You see, and yet obi bia sebi in previous kopim say ye betimi di en sa kire so say ebi anipa we wa ya ade we na ebi etia oman ne mra na say bia etia nipa fa ahodie no ye onipa bi wo hono ma te say me nua nana ya dwantoa oye adwuma under Kufo Rollins oye adwuma under Kufo oye adwuma under Mills oye adwuma under John Mahama so say Akufo do ba aban mu no omo twina bo so ma na ya adwanto aduru ba bi in fact o deal a okomu no se wotifie na oba besia ade a chine ye twina se aban bangalo otimu ye twina se pamo no tinesun tesuo ene sebi wa we ya NDC ni bi ti ba bi no adwin se na ya adwanto oba da ben Mikan, Yadama Kwabia Sunsu and Nanamo. Ebia breaking be the crap. Let me make Kama Ghana for you know the crap. But
Obianim Nanaya Janto Juma, Wayama
NDC. What must say?
Obianim because of NDC Nidwa Mahamenti.
Yes.
Why General Secretary Yokutun Wukumas. Yes. And this will be what is your born Nanaya Janto Obianim. But MPP NDC Nibi. Betimi aka se na ya adwanto obada ben obetimi aka ba obi anka
me obi aka bi akere me da me
se wo obada ben
yes okay time ofuso ampofo ne esedun kati antokwa no me Facebook in fact there's this boy me share recently e Jubilee House hey almost me enka Jubilee House we manoko kwatwa Flagstaff House boy ben big sana bibi bigs is it Joe Bigs Michiano me who na me who no because nanimu shada nya different from the old Facebook and I me smile I smiled with them obusa me question say me lose to well me buy this me da be am na be chere the onye chairman obusa me question me anyi na no because sabi in previous ebi krampa na ne hu hia ase sabi once na udidi na once na betwam e wo say brokoto ni to abi etime say
Fawa no si mame.
Me di ma no sie no. Mumie nyina ye nya abotre. Ye nya abotre paare. John Mahama de bia me ka same we say he will not intentionally get it wrong. Intentionally getting it wrong.
But this one he got it wrong.
Yes, but it's not intentional. And you say wa hwe Ghana fo anim ahwe NDC fo anim na wo say da akwa fa obi fianko bi ebi krampa video we onim ebi kura onya aware of facts say abetodwa we expect some quality leadership from him. I expect it because I won't agree and I won't subscribe to such nyoma no I will not.
Okay,
it must say much as we have every right to condemn the wrongs no yes we should also remember say we are human.
Okay,
and say John Mahama ebia ba ku mienu bi akɔkyewa yenka ni ani diemu na John Mahama is not that like Akufo-Addo or intentionally no or yet to spite your face and all that he will not.
Okay,
it mesre
kwadwo brem mame
mesre pa
na me da ase baby me no to muzan to krakra ne say no compare ai Apple ni anka
kwadwo me ba
akutu so Africa
onte say opa ko Facebook se opa ko Facebook se fa ko search button ho na hwe say obi musa say Kofi Boache Badabe but the due time I kwakwa adwuma okumase kwakwa adwuma ne de he gave his all
listo
obi busa
listo what we
me kwadwo brem patcho me tam continue ma me
no the na ya agent ade ya na the example omo ba be twa ono de abai wi aba beto no obi anu ria no wane niema what man say na we re GR de na ona no kasa support the course no
omo Jerry wa
what say what's what call
yeah okay
na ni kwa say canning na bom what say the canning na bom Jerry different from dinti and some no I different basically ko na 10,000 different by yansa for ba na person ya we say me mo no so mfa we Apple nko compare anka du Africa Apple du an mama what man say because GR guy no Akufuado na appointed no a man board member what man say NPP form mo bia dia the crom onye omunipa and NDC phone be say honorable baako oba me yenu no mo frame ne kwadwo onye NPP da na me say ademo mo kampo mo ti ase munyansa mo ti say NDC phone ti sabi obi antisika semase etiki say NPP nia Akufuado mo appointment abrekura wonu ni enko nakrana
bakwadwo maybe within NDC mo no muso ni be say wo mu nua no wo ye NDC ni wo mo de no and the answer no mo fa mo nko Akufuado nkrofo na no mo je ye de no
NDC ni be na ba bon
na pese mbusa kodwa asem baako pese mbusa kodwa asem me pese mbusa kodwa asem
be na ba bon so papa di enim ni pa ye committee
David pese mbusa me pese mbusa asem baako oh me nya NDC ni
ye film ye nyina ye film ba NDC me they say ye NDC for 12-16 years ye NDC for asem na wo kan me NPP before ye meet them twam no mo bebo me ye NDC ni by BBM what am I say NDC for your meeting let me draw no me NDC for your program me draw no me ya take it na me ya who me
by default by default
what am I say NDC na me body ning na NDC
by default
okay
we dey
makwadwo nkasa na me
the American say me mo compare sa niema we Abranto Akufuado man appointment se ko gina me din mu na ya de ma me na ba bia de ne konpo enya special place bi se VR nsuo na bia be yira be fa enkrofo no mo we no wono no eba obe ko si anu nto beto agira no ye nya obi o sa anwode no to ko cross meta no no gem se bia nya ado ye ya gigi esika na ye ma obi ono ko di na duane emra mehwe so na ne we de mo fa ma mo ko NDC national women organizer hanabisu mo fa ma no ko tra no Jare obi abeto atra ho e ho de anya hwio anya bibia asa wo ye zoom lion wo ye baller director ya prepare anya nwura ya ba bia se de baller kogu e na wo hwe se site be ne de kwakogu so asa ade ne de sense kakakraka we uni mental power ge the lowest impono oje 120,000 Ghana cedis yemre na kwa we nka ho won fa window na chi emra magiska mo benya bia di no wo frame number me honorable and we honorable so what forget your honorable let's talk the issue asema ba nka once and forget honorable aba na etoma na nya honorable omunya sa de nkra etiza kwa no ge show mampani bo so pasumdue na mamu ebe koso ya onyina ho brase mu
akwa ben
giare opon no
oba wa start adwuma
ye be pam no ochira 2 o'clock ka bi
bali epokwa ka relax
relax of what
me say enye president onu ankasa ni onu ani to me dey eye brother consultation na
consultation franco do onye nipa
nanama oni made ba kwa e wo se ye kana assembly kura se twatia o say obia e active all of them
and don't you forget what 1 month kwa no 130,000 Ghana na we dey free
so active one day kro beti magic says can
okay
but the fact is that
kwa answer mama come answer
kwadwo kasa na
me ne wo kasa yi enkrofo di disika enkrofo di dream e was some of the institutions it is only NDC ni asebia musebe o NDC ni wo ko be ko hwe niema mu akwa wo ne kwato giarea cover up o cover bia ni ya wie wo wi the same do mbesa abeka gi work ni ya ni din kura bompo emo bo abrebo te ye wo so wan edin
botay afle
ni die ni mu wa what man say obi ono so waji position Akufuado am an appointment na Kofi Juma ko di dream ni ma Kofi Juma ye wo ho enya de papa o
eno de fair
ya no Kofi Juma ni ma wa ye ho pa bi po Kumasi High Court yes it make sure say ye benya this ni bi obekotra ho no hwehwe ni emam no wakofa NPP ni wakofa Kofi Juma ni niema nyina e ho ni ma koto ogi wo nya de ketwa ya wakata so NPP ni full Akufuado appointed no na me say ya bi before ni ya politics o na nama ye nya point o ba bi say wom eni kwa say obe other group no obia ni lem ni ehun so obia ni na say na be call there ye wi brother consultation I don't know Harvard University or multiplied by 10 I don't know what call it
was once a Rollins appointee
what was it we are customer ka Gold Coast issue we are ka Ghana ka Gold Coast Satan banya Sasembe no oh Satan vice president go between Bonikoto go between Boni minister and deputy it if I wait to check it na dia me can say at the end of the day
remember say Joyce was and now where they
wokwa ya no say me ko joy bo a nya dia meti da NPP bibia kopes mewu asa me obi ahu me hu se traitor wo koda me ko minimum ni hweye wadi mo ade ma pon minimum pon be 12-16 years ago minimum ni hweye NDC eye yi anye ye ho ne ye wo enti ye ntrans ye de da bra na no ye minimum ye ne ko takwa so yim ye tesu ye program nko for na from bebo ye hwe takwa hwe futro ekura tuo ni afa na woka ekura tuo ni sekai ba be kuyen hotel e koda krampo e ya sema ye
this is akọ han e go form one be we
ye ba bi eda we nyina ya sema e ba wie ni akofa botei able botei able ku akufa do man position man di so many years no was abedi o sa position we di wo ya no Ansah sami hunto
okay appointment for Fraba men can maybe na we nsu ni mi so wanya ndis
we be research na eto wa na ye wo
ebia na we so Emmanuel Sisikwenu wono acting commissioner gaming commission of Ghana
sika wo ho no
o da appointment
ye benya no ye be hwem
say dia jamuna mo ye review ye mo investigate
yes mama nche wa de jiwo mama nche odi sami hunto ko jiwo kwa would not on the way. Some omokra say, I bet you more shot. I put someone run away the brofo de. Yan sha brofo nsaso. Na asa be no mokano. Woko we ya. Oko food and drugs border. Nana, oko food and drugs border. Chief executive na o no. One or that's all. Ne can no use no. Emran this use a winning ya no ko pake can baby. What about the normal cabin or deba? We ja ofie. E no. O confirm nkrofo. O da so siwo. Ne kana no de kwa adwuma no since NPP winning yan pa kana ira and this winning yan no
I think Nanama one of the most topical issues here or more CEOs now that so at post no for example the Ghana Maritime Authority nipa no we are appointing nipa for no aye omo confess no do so
eno na ade ha
and ye can I think the speed up or suffer for ban
should speed up
suffer for ban all of them
or suffer
for ban coordinate one head the Senate
I think it's a very important subject. It's a very important ayipa.
Eti na dia make an si anhwe ye. Na se geja niam ani bi. Enkrofo no obi ono ma wunya fo bi mponko ho a yi nipa no pam nipa no fi ho. Na ma wo nkrofo de ho no me upe o and this for obi ate onyina ho for the meantime. Ne for obi bra. Dan san nkrofo osafo ma fo nyi obi ese entertain ba one day wasafo ma fo. Who shabu kopa bunsa no osafo ma fo. Sai one of our fans are not a book home. No, Johnny Bama to 189,000 Ghana cedis. Or in a month.
Okay, what brosun?
How?
Mammy Rasa, Mr. Mammy Rasa,
Pound muscle. And you'll be a nominee, the name of Yemuntia.
Okay.
And yet, to be penny say for 8 good years. Obetro come after Sati team na abaya open a beba. Not less than 1 month. Wo criticize abai no nemum edan bia yesi a edan na ho de gina na fapem so foundation sankofo ya appoint omom ye known NPP no it's not because we don't have enkofo omom ye competent e wo NDC mo bekuta sa position no sa GR asema kwaja okan papa ekwane ko reading the background accounting no auditing wonye bibia oni wi ase when it comes to taxation. When you manage the background, accounting and auditing. Minimum will be NDC more. Okuta 32 years customs. Our yes, Jumano custom division. Yeah, did you 20 GRA now winning? Sandy Parkron, so on Sam Fata. Yeah, the Kwakoma MPP. Now, say, Kwajoka, we say, who appointed MPP ni will be our survey under Kufuado. Now, we're appointing as if you would dig grassroots for Atamunua. Sani pa kronoko ho no mo a dream o madie e de no be ye
okokover so
me no ka say ye wo MPP importers company owners tax evasion e be de $10 million e be de over 20 million Ghana cedis na no Charles Makati nie me twen e kireju a ye yi sani pa kronadi omon aye tax evasion po ma ye awo GRA sama mi ofri wo na anu ye yi de waye GRA Reverend Amishadai de waye GRA
na obey inherit
yeah at the corner ade o maye no na se ukofa MPP ni se onko ye GRA boss a ofri so ono obetimi investigate ono an MPP for it's not for anything. President Mahama the team was reset accountability. Ghana for wants to know. Yes, Ghana for wants to know the Chemo. Unkophobia no ye Gabi. Gabi loyalist. No obe survey under NDC. And you think he can get accountability. The still same MPP after 1 year. Oh, muto position energy GRA. And I'm see a US can mobile then Mutimia she. Sano Mobecatre. And inti and I was said the appointing authority. And you're very careful. Wait, Eddie. Obia Makojo Buatia, one Casama Majuma. Yenya Tiobian Walker say, Adena, your my appointment, we don't care. So by my appointment, we don't care. We care. Dear Ken say, we want committed, loyal NDC people. Organic. And yes, and to say, a failure and saying this in a quite not failure. Won't you mean Kofa MPP ni? Adentina will be a civil servant. I want to me survive under Kufuor for 8 years. Why must you continue to engage that person?
One man, I could Ghana ni NDC near Wabre, and I got to Ghana Post. Meanwhile, 500 years will be unpostulated that. Near the NPP near to GRA, Sabin Yakwasiabu.
But Ghana Post is active, pa.
Nana.
Nana.
Yes, Omo. Omo can say a TA. You won't be any appointment too. But naturally, your appointment.
What Pebiama?
Hey. You bet my didi pa. Yes.
Noise makers.
You bet my didi pa.
Board.
No mon kind MPP ba mono. Na obi ti say Okateche Kwame Frifa. Obi ti say A+, Captain Smart. Omunya no me MPP fo. Omunya na ye adwuma ma MPP ba no man na agiju omo so. E got to a point no. Ana omo dan no mutuo. Ebi betimi asi wa NDC.
Okay.
Obi en demand ade bi abroso. Dear Kufuor de beye Professor must take you over. Or my Kufuor appointees a bit now for more than a year. Cocoa board, Nipa no to one Professor Mess Ansah.
Kufuor appointees.
Yes. Professor Mess Ansah. MCs need DCs. At a mess maybe now 6 months, be quite now 1 year. But a Kufuor Biden or the Bay NDC for. Won't take you over crown or brew NDC for. Today they be one episode heaven. Ghana Constitution is fine natural forgiveness. Is there anything called forgiveness? If there's any forgiveness, I didn't accord to dance, so then could be your in their own fountain. Do me, I do you, man, no go best. Almost the end is for second crop for. I didn't will be on no civil servant or a Juma for 8 years. A Kufuor the buy. When the team survive here and MPP for Omu me and say, yeah. You show with Dean, ya kwako. You won't say NDC ni bon, you be you. To say the panel survive 8 years. Oh, fake. I didn't say the panel say continue in South Fianaka. We wish the appointing authority well. Now, some of the appointees, been minister designated, been converting. We have watched video, we have seen videos. Been much less of your mahuma so. Nipe kasano ni sabenkum hujano na nse bra wo de obetofide nu very soon. Na say the president Mahama Ghana. Yeah, President Mahama Kasa Ghanaians will not tolerate any arrogance and disobedience in this you know ati ahomaso no. Ye fear any and yankopa dum social media and the cameras everywhere. Wo asem the we be see twa wo no. Wo se na na be kan.
Me messages about Reverend Fianko no me say na NCA wo ho no. Ansa na wo kasa wo.
Yeah,
introduce as Director General.
He's still a toast. He's even a director.
Or a director?
Yes.
Director General, a director in charge of
engineer.
Yeah, or engineering.
But obviously, introducing natural staff also he's the new director.
Now the Envoy says yes.
You see, what is going to even happen is
yes.
Sammy, just in brief, what is going to happen is Fianko Ekoye substantive a year, and I say even acting crana. Baby, you free banner or Babetina in penny for so. What I say, or Babetina in penny for so. Or more year Juma, Obi or father Juma, say no Babe any boss.
Okay.
And my moral come from what I say. and Mamura call from to say the Ghana Police Service. Oh, why near Peja will be at Nakwakoye, a friend is here, promote to the bed 3 times, 4 ranks ahead.
Won't of one is in Makati.
I call you about him, Mamma's Cassa, so any senior for membership card.
For one is so I Makati.
Nanama. Appointment, President Mama, or more appoint to woman. And our President Mama Kasimbi said Sabu, Ahumaswo Kasa, Ahumasu Sunu, and ya they so better rate because Ghana for entority. Now, President Mama appointment in now here by 99.9% AU youth. Makaswa Shegana Mabunani Munyam. Yes, it's up to you. Say one Katabe prove President Mahama Emma. Eye Victoria Hama Ocean and Munyam on one or the Kono Kushi Guye. San Munyam no the ma feles for Sukachi and one of Boku Tabla and nay who are mobobre or Ghana Manusimo. Mema Timunya de say obi pro NDC media and this obey ye bibini gu NDC aban e be gu NDC aban animasia. Yakas ready fiasem NDC for a nim fiasem ka the main country of me young any Yana Namubombu ye say. Say, Okoto say no credit our mammy nantem. Now do Obama ku ya unfano. Yeah, dear Cacheno. Yet say Asantefua, dear say, Fisem Yantumago, and you see at Abonting.
When him Rashford watch your host to Pampaso, or say a minister designate has introduced Engineer Edmund Yuan Chief Yanko as new Director General for NCA to the staff this afternoon.
Okay, I'm for appointment letter.
Wow.
I'm for appointment letter.
Oh, minister.
Yeah, so kind. We buy now.
Can say appointment letter. I'm me family phones is out confirmed.
Hey,
reset agenda no. Overhaul. But I think some places are still intact. And this is for mistakes are year be 2016 media alliance now now for 4 years
MPP for
the other side I shall see you I shall see you Felix for an appointment the first stop as I say na nyumbe no call join news Ansah
oh yeah they
or Jane appointment. The first stop, Asasi. Asempa. Na nyumre I did sign no Kotana join news where we. Felix Ofosu Kwachi Ofosu, whichever way. You see, mistakes are more ya can't ya no. Ebini.
Unim Makati me ba unu be me di twam he 2016 omo ko election 2016 December 7 December unim and then your programs head almost time hu se na me na omo fredua omo pese omo ba na dua so pese oba time na wo power no a wo sori an nam Peace FM no na munim ye
entino na ma monso mon ka mo humum Accra Radio Good, Class, and Hoto, TV, SYZ. Most of them come home. I think you must blacklist these people. As I see by, as I see how many years? Less than 2 years. No one. But as I see by year, the source are open government information.
On your figure.
And to be, I would go to as I say to go and check. Maybe bar or pursue a class as you go check it. In your case, you must go to Asempa. Because Moha will be a new rep or Jubilee household. I have Flagstaff household. Director communications or Moyini or Nimuni Abusiafa. Once a Samu Subaya, these things, it will hunt you, it will bite you tomorrow. Yenim. Ni Asampa for year run up to election. A month for you, film possible. I'm going to do movie film class back room. Masanya to me a honuma. They say I as a funnel, none may call baby. Say I as a funnel, my appointment to the largest extent with the microscope shadena. Alama, once the funnel, agency, a kugu grava bakuma.
Etnesa.
The same Grawama. Asempa FM appointment. Asempa FM appointment.
Oh, how?
How? No more being walking, no more poma from Mama how.
Mama
42 no ya Bobie seen and one and eba. One. Na me sorry fi an kofi.
Ahmed Baha. And Honorable Eric Opoku Subaha. Ahmed Ibrahim Subaha. Ahmed Subaha.
Ye anya nkrasi for na nakwadwo ka asem no.
See no ye nkrasi for ntia no mo na ebo. Oh, Akando. Enti na me ka twe say ye nkrasi for ntia no mo na ebo. Ricket when ministerial ebe. Our parliament leadership, yeah, ministers.
Media front.
Oh,
media front. No, necessary. Nana. So one man building proper relationship. Na zako ye coffee shop we ya o meyi mama.
Me see here.
So muji mama ye
ma. Ye ni pakra class media group. Obi a ye no class onko Jubilee House kwan when ya challenge.
Omo
reject lady no.
Yes.
I'm telling you, so I'm rejecting lady no.
Because
class media group. Class media group. A whole class media group.
So recently,
yeah, ni pa, yeah, obi akwa represent with Jubilee Flagstaff House no krano. Okunkon ho ya reject no. Okunkon mu.
Nzena minim possible be say ho. That is big but me Felix G appointment or Kotna Sempa. Or you Kotna join am say Omasha Sibu. They have started. What did he say?
Nana.
Okay.
Nana
Nana say the chief director of the Ghana Health Service. A friend is saying, Director General.
Yeah, confirm.
Well, yeah, he's still at post.
I
think those ones are more important than
health insurance.
In fact, a vacant better than say man at one man almost send your mapa.
Nanama
almost destroying your mapa.
Nanama catch and this for no. And penny for no. Catch no. Papa na neko GRA no. So no mo akobet na na so aka chom so obibi odwe ma omo a wo munya me test ne frɛ me ni wo mu ni bibia eno ntimi me
Patrick Kumabwaji
ana no mo tete me ana no e say me was amamo link ba bi onya adwuma
Director General Ghana Health Service
yeah ada no mo ha adwene nipa ni access appointment onya wa akade amamo ya we wo check out behu eda honom ti ada no mo ha adwene ana nya hwe ana wo ka wo ne wa ho mon fa ni kwatra ho no mo campaign fo from Saba na nim dia me ya omo ka sampo a sa wona bofo no a omo na nka omo nsa nka omo ampre wuro bia wo aso dru ye wo ya promise of the nyahwe me kwa mema contract me you say
omo na
efrefre me etese me so me pese me body na wo ya na makobo di o ye tia me body che obia you move me ye
they won't allow us to fight for their interest.
Me body pa wa be rob body sa ye nyan sati campaign kra ye nyan afa na buy na ba mo do the next Friday ho adwiri be na wo mutim ma me na be ko na de na asa
me damase I was for me fast dama me nkrofo no dua ene koye kokko boye nanim ene koye ene kokko boye ya chese ye bompa ye se nyame enye Kofi Adoma ma ye nua Kofi Adoma branti ahofe oh
na obeke jama do ma hene obeta fafe ne wodu ha bari ma kujia tu Adoma do ma don tani abu no wodu ha Jama do ma hene obeta fafe ne wodu ha bari ma kujia tu Adoma do ma don tani abu no wodu ha Jama do ma hene obeta fafe ne wodu ha bari ma kujia tu Adoma do ma don tani abu no wodu ha
abia video no da so adaso enti wo awu our incident ne happen ye no video no enie this is what happened chese eye do ma hene ena chese saa ne nkrofo no a wo mu di nanim no etuo na ekura wo mu ni saa tuo no e began powder mo se fe no atuduro ena na ewo mu o enti na ye mu bi yate ya se etuo aka Kofi Adoma nani ana me se abat obi etuo abo nani de se nkwonte ase se yetuo se etuo pa se yetuo se etuo aboba na ewo mu anka wonte ase ba se na de ni nyina si ye gun powder oh Jesus Christ but ya to kwosoro ye nto nkyire nipa ye nto nkyire nipam ye kwa amampon ayie Kwabena maame ayie ahemfo mo ba ye hunu bi wo hono mi hu san kwofam to mi dwane ye de we awa ma ye wo ma nim ni de we ma hyehye omo no ohun mi oba mse na mi di America na mi dwane and then mi nim sasa de we no omo to de kwosoro omo nto mfa nkyire enipa eni ye friend ni se enipa emu omo fa nkyire crowd edomo a wo mu di achi na se edomo o mu ba no omo mu no omo to sa de we se kire enti de be na si ya o to ade na o to ye ekọ na chi sensu na nimo se na chi a ekọ wi akire a Kofi ani eba be sei so ahụ edi ebe na si ye okay yesi doma dompem hene program event na chese Kofi Adoma okodi pa okodi pa o okwa apadie ene na mani hunu eya rehosem chese da bia me kase ni penam ho ye nsa hwe o unti mu kase na wa fa se ni pa onam ya se awo dress ye nsa hwe bibia betimi ato anytime utuka akora na se wo ba dwuma obi betimi akroso anything can happen to you at any time she and you said Jesus and what see mu Jesus nani baba Ibrahim Mahama say hospital bills Sedra wa mu ye Kofi Adoma senya Ghana ha kwa na omde ne koye Dubai or the Dubai man hu ni pictures ni bia or that hospital medical we say ya ni aba she enti gunpowder na wa to a che say etimi egu hom ama hon mu nyina yesei ama obi kunu obi papa na anu ya kwa ne be ware a Kofi ahihye ne ho ne simu gire anwe ne se a wo sere na ade anche do ma dom pem hene program a wokoye wakwa gine nisuo otina akrom ha wote se president Akufo Addo nua otina akrom ha efise na Akufo Addo tina opposition eba abemu wote se na Akufo-Addo busuani ni nnua obi awura hu hiehie mu da ama wote se kanofori atase ni pakro no the hospital bills and answer ne die kra no or for to those bills oti bi da wa mo beje wa man kantan so yo mo ju wa man kantan su wa mo so de kwa mo pe fans pa ga bi wo kire da ko asante be di atuo num oti bi wa ga na ha sei da ebi to da ebi si da se na Akufo-Addo ne wo fa ase ni nnua nom emema wo mo appointment positions akese eji sika sika bum 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 no wotina ga na ha wuti bi da ebi ansi da me de me na na amade me nti bi da apart from one kasa personal interest say ya ba be pe wo man enu nti no ye mobilize ye ho ne ye nye Ghana ne ye mebo wo man ne kro no me nti bi da na anu ya baba wa bia leukemia cancer ya no wo yare a wo wuo South Africa baba wonu ankasa helicopter kura ya President Mahama kwatere mu ya mudi twa da pa di twa edi cancer mhuni ne helicopter na baba wa no yoje wo wasa pictures no na o mudi ga na ekọ no o mudi ni tum no pema me mo na mo fanto so okọ ekura nyame da wutumi say ade na di leukemia de cancer yesi wo blood mu no de eba na se redu mu sa acha ya ne ha adwen ye koye ni surgery ye no eba out say ye wom se ye kwakoya baba wa ne surgery na sika ni hwanom Ibrahim Mahama te ya pe osio bibia onu ankasa ni helicopter onu ankasa ni private jet ene de baba wa ni tu mu free Ghana ha sei eko South Africa okotua thousands of dollars so the hospital bills surgery bibia ye koye ni bia leukemia wo se wa fa de abonebo ba sa ni pa we ade abeche ama obi akwakodi ade na wo ye no ade abeche ama obi kasa papa na ono wo ye wo man no so kra no mo sanso wo hu issue musa so kura wo ho hawo na se yenya president bia na obedi president ena ni nua yesikani ni nua yo odefo ena wo ye sa na ema we ya se nkoma ne beko nanim wa hu se ni nua no ade okay lady ni nie nyame fa ne kransie nyankopon fa ne kransie onie yeje wo ne to ne jet ne private jet ni mu no fa ne nyina tototo so na Ghana fo amna mehwe na se yenya president ya ni nua nyame ahira ni nua na ni nua no nye greedy former the late president Rollins na ka se onye greedy bastard o si greedy bastards and what kind of president me osa memu abreso ye di lady ni kono anie lady no na ye de no eto private jet ni mu no ye fly ne free Ghana e de na kwa South Africa ne family members I don't know so my me na gina hono ne di awe enie ye de to private jet ni ye de na kwa South Africa ni akwa akohwe no ye ka wo boy nyina no hwe e na oda ayisu a ye de no ehye helicopter ni na ye de no aircon enie akata nani okoya wa ama okay Samuel Evans ota o say $100,000 really $100,000 e ka wo kwa akotua no no $100,000 e ka okwa akotua ame ya dia sa eno ya Kofi Adoma bills no ebi wo mo eni se Kofi ani nyasam ketua o Evans thank you $100,000 eno wakwa akotua lady nani e de ne kwa South Africa ni o onie so ahun onu an private jet onu an kasa ne jet o eno wode ko na usoro na ya Ghana ni na use wo de we ya MPP ni enti mo party no ma shanso de ayi wo sono enti wodwuna te sa aboa wo sono pa de na wo so wo sono pa mu wo sono obi a wasa asisi bia no ma yen criticize na say attack no but sometimes no one can use common sense so obi a be the president na ni nua as a businessman onye minister appointment ya ya me na appointment nim wonu ankasa de private businesses and warane o ye ni business from 19 kodoho president Kofo Abreso no ye Rollins Abreso no ye Nels Abreso no ye ni vice president no ye ni abaye president no ni ko opposition 8 years you can still na ye voter region yente Ghana hanomo ade a wo ye wo voter region no aban na ntimi anyemu even 5% kwa aban ya ntimi anye olodu niema mattress and track kasia ma ni alodu ni ade ko rice track kasia ma 10 tomatoes ehun niema wani nyina akora akọ na sika san so da so aye sika de mankrofo wani nyina akire no eniema tracks akasia to so e voter region wo mu bia via refio bia ekoso modama e flood ye twifa ankrofo so no eniema no wode kwa atata so se ya yes adan ya peland foforo a relocating nkofo anyina no odi mu akuti di mu tintiman eni emu me nkana na akofo ano se na busu afon so mu ya mambofo pa o then ade achia o kwa attack no for what reason eno no de yedan ka kire ni se nyankopon hira no because when I attack no wo kwa hu yehia mu a edipa na wo defendant wo ba attack no that person will never come to your aid o ma na se na social media so ane e ka na so ote a nipa na wo criticize ni nyuma pa no ono a na be san so ba jew ono a na be ba jew. Also for the little girl, it was $125,000. Lady na didn't call South Africa no. A car boy ni bills no. Omo didn't call sa leukemia cancer ni ade no. $125,000 US dollars. Now dressing and I want to find out that why can't Dr. Kwaku Otin pay for him, but rather there be batch on it. I wanted them Mr. If you ask, will be answered or yen near ma. We need the Dr. Kwaku Otin so yen actually. Why? A nipa etimi sorry, or be by yare. On consumano, on yen juma, by what is our yare. Leukemia near South Africa. $125,000. A Ghana cedis more, millions of Ghana cedis. So now I quacotia Kofi Adoma will be gunpowder or festival, and then the festival no koyo. One year Jumama no, on consumer in yare, 1 year shio, or 10 year, over $100,000 was a messettle BBA, hospital bills, surgery BBA messettle. Na se what is saying in a hini? Se box site was said, dear manua. Now it's a red relatives now would atem. The question is say, dear would in a china would din atem, Nana Kufadu no Niamu bomb tine, Asanti bedia Tomnican for Yata, or my baby we are gonna millions, billions. What it be da? Me who pictures, sometimes me who videos, social media, when we are 1 or 2 a year, ebia me boss, bebre. Me who say guy be crown or said, now on the true. They put to the tina sem ketwa, only the photo bills, hospital bills. Ye who there be Obi wa ho ananim we be say bibia hunu nanim yes ye be hia 100,000 Ghana cedis ye be hia almost bi no be bran so nyale ye hia fo ya de o dollars ya de no mo yale wo betie yes baba say bills ne nyina wo fote eya na da bia me ka say ye num ye nyale hia fo ya de esika fo ya de dollars so bi kra na ma mi hu bi den so no say bi ubenya obi a ya mi nshraw na mi nshraw de me kan papa na mi nshraw oma won kwatente oma wa hoden ehran le anim se bu nkama fa so ba de wo hia eye nkwatente ne ahoden yenim de wo yanim ebia na betimi atome ebia na betimi atokwa me kwache na sa wo ahoden na won kwatente a yenso watimi aboa ye ebetimi ato Eugene so ho enti se nkwatente ne ahoden wo ho a na yenso no wo aboa ye dinya me ma nkwatenten ene ahoden enhira no abu nkama fa so o ma ne nso ne hu me so why because said the enhira na no odin no de aka no kakra o de me pemu 5% me pemu 10% me pemu 5% why enhira na yakopon de ama no me pemu 5% 10% de me nya ma cheche krofo agumu wo Ghana ha Yamisha no onyo kese. You je musa ma me video ni biem. Ma me Kofi Adoma video no. Na me into aso fenfre me pese Ghana fo hu. Enkwanhia to ye nua Kofi Adoma. Kwanhia ene arehosem ya to ye nua Kofi Adoma.
Banana over to Gamma Mine, over Taffin will be her, very much just to Aduma, Gamadon to here, everyone will do her. Over to Gamma Mine, over Taffin will do her, very much just to Aduma, Gamadon to here, everyone will do her.
News no kwako sono mni ade no Nyankopon enhu ni mobo na wonje no emo man Ghana sanse Kofi ye adwuma de boa wo man no Kofi ye adwuma e de boa wo man Ghana me call parliament enra minority for ya de bi wo parliament na I don't know say who oppositioner ena say before me ba parliament so na enra nkofo frefre me na omu bisam say ade woni afia pokua da bi vim lady e mi sister penny me say beef no at this industry enkofo sorry omo set agenda no akwa Kevin Taylor because the more na bia Kevin Taylor eboni din ekeka nsem hunu no ho akwa katachi afrifa na oye popular no me that popularity no me na na ma me mpebi because me be citizenship nsem no kwaya na doso me huni a me ba be kan ma be set agenda say obi ni matema na me no obi nya beef me ni afia ni beef oye mi sister penny me kwato no wadom no na me friend sister fia obi a friend na fia but me na me friend sister fia and she knows say me share no baby am friend sister fia me ni beef bia ye adwuma na na ye enti ono kra wote ase eya emre bla me di ne ho adan se kra che madam for se afia se di osisi me so dabi afia de unimu no a na hu ni sa me ni obi a ni beef but the see yenti na bia anu anu yenti me pamacho mo anu a mo frefre me na de afia onya me hwe oye mi sister penny vim lady mi sister afia why parliament enu a minority for ya de bi wo parliament but eya na sometimes me bisa say enti no se owo opposition na ena sabe wo hu say wo represent enipa enti no ya de abu enipa na wo power de a wo de ya ne se ade ne nyakra wo be defend minority caucus that micro minority na omo parliament no omo share speaker nsabon kum so wono kuma bi kitua bi enu omo kutakuta niema e wo parliament ya eye dede se niema ekoso na omo bonyo so omo ntiase eye hu dede e kurakura niema ya twetwe so wo parliament ba eye me nwanwa because eniema esi 8 years ni no eniema Ghana ha ya witness for from 2017 to 2024 ewo Ghana ha say no Ghana fo suo mani wamu ni suo sei Ghana fo su ni suo yesu moja Ghana fo wu Ghana fo yale Ghana fo adakom. But this same MP some more parliament as they say no one more minority side no afeno markets in the nkrofo no one man you know one na so am fight am Ghana fo the only thing they did in power and government they say omo be defending sem hu na na ekoso ade ya tifre MPP MPs hu our parliament and say always no omu defend bibia enieme bia bebia no omu defend even at the time Ghana for esu no omu defend mo wo Ghana ha after 2016 general election enieme see ya wo Ghana say 2017 na mu take over power me da bia me ka say hey MPP for NDC for mani atia broso mo ye civilized hey mani atia broso because the way na me expect say we bet all the 16 regions nanka ebia NDC for atia gum na wo mo bon krofo na wo mo twe krofo pie na wo mo attack krofo no mo ne ade no ye hu ni sa because I did witness in 2017 I Ghana ha na wo kan no obi akata say we inside krofo nti IGP na mechi me say obi ni adwen a wo de dwen wo Ghana ha na obi di ma adwen na adwen ana say me tisu obi kon so nti obi ni adwen a wo adwen na abeka say de me kan me inside obi enema ye experience ye witness ye 2017 wo Ghana ha say no say na me sorry me say Ghana do say Ghana ye din say NDC supporters eti omu leadership efutu ani ade na Ghana do a eya na ye me nwanwa and then we call parliament yanara ya sasini eya boarding de maye mojana nanum hwiegu nyade to ho maye when was the 8 years mutu bi e wo bra na mo president e kum nipa wo Ghana ha e wo bra na Ghana fo eda kom edi hia e wo bra nkrofan kasa investment nkrofan kasa investment aloke nkrofo ntimi ntofi well it got to a point say we took car na we di frifie na wo ba asese Ghana ha wo enkra ha wo bia ni car obia pake ni car I can't remember Bobie mu Kumase was in Anama he say pa wo took car Kumase edamusa haship aho tira mo de ba Ghana fo so no MPP MPs mo fan chemi sabe na munyansa ni ho because more na Ghana for ebre na Ghana for so Ghana for di kom no sabe na mo nyam ho wo parliament that 137 MPs munyai wo parliament business amode aye 4 years ni nyasem ketwa business pan amode aye 137 business amode aye wo parliament no enyasem ketwa and then ade abechi in less than a month e wo NDC government wo be hwe parliament say anodom pre na your friend say no mu leader afenyo markets ejina parliament eye dede so mo condemn attacks wo mo condemn the bend whatsoever the audacity some mu bejina parliament some condemn bibi akoso in just a few weeks more condemn and then I will condemn and then I will criticize it. Ghana for we've seen it all me say Ghana that's so ya Ghana ya ku SCCC wo neighboring countries ya e bia si Ghana has na ma me chese Ghana for no all the African countries ya dem back because the opposition party to say NDC and opposition leader to say President Mahama Samre no en ka Ghana jatom Accra Van Dam yase me see me sister Penino no my nkoso aho enti no sa those you know and no ade me hu parliament asa na me say enti say wo Ghana ha say wo chesa what Ghana ha say na say wo ye politician ni say in as much as we are member of parliament we present MPP ni die just MPP din kwasa sama support you ji my video na Ansah no asori akọ say we NDC ni NDC aba power no directly o benefit eno enti no de ebekoso bia enye bia no e wo so supporting negotiation na mo negotiate ye e11 no makoji hu sika mo represent thousands out there Ghana for pempem millions out there. We constituency quite thousands. And now no mete semi ankasa me kro mu MP. Your friend say a free year doctor free year are you. A free year are you ne Parkers Parker Wilson interview wo Kumase. Ono no complain set time wa Ghana for kasa wo di levy by empe. Na wo se wo be introduce Dr. You. Time Ghana for kasa yi levy empe. Yeah, can't say be introduce no. Yeah, who minority form work out. Doctor, you now team. And I'm passing you levy bill. Mwan kasama ban man condemn me publicly. Man ba outside, man ba bontain. ama me kan kire Ghana force da ma me kan bibia kire Ghana force say yi levy no enye say the minority for kasa no ye nim de si ye ya sa me minority for work out am pass mo tena ho mo pass yi levy mo tena ho e pass yi levy. But after some ko opposition no Dr. You kasa etia say Ghana for na wo de yi levy ba Ghana for so mo mpe e no mo mpe yi levy ayu I was so opposition wo hu nyansa wo be yusu wo constituency o man fa wo da wo ma no e de ye transaction wo parliament e de gigi mu de sika for yini your friend say 8 years ni MP sika mo hwie e wo parliament nye sika ketwa transaction business nkwa na mugu parliament na mo ye 137 ordinary Ghanaian ebre wom esu wom ewu wom but business na mo de ye wo parliament e dey pass bills ahodo egu Ghana for so COVID levy levy betting tax oti sesa bre no mo de betting tax eba no MPP akasa ye condemn etia say betting tax na wo de ebia wo man kasa kwehia mo kokoso mo complain but oti say MPP ejina radio so TV so e complain ye cassette ya criticize the government say adai taxes no doso nuisance taxes no e doso oti bi da why na TV wa Ghana ha say da say MPP ade ache ye e na oti TV ni radio so e condemn criticize one kasa na ban say wo be ma ye lusu wo gu ye nimu ase wo ye hu fin betting tax Ghana for mpe wo mi enwuma e ma mabunu betting na no mo ye no mo didi enu enti introduce betting tax wo ye MP wo ka kire wa ban ka kire ne say COVID ne ehyaase wa China ekumuni pa pempem e wa Italy ekumuni pa pempem wa USA ekumuni pa pempem wa Europe na so won mo kura na e affect wo economy kura no no mo budget wo economy kura no wo ma introduce COVID levy enu nti no mu hunu nyansa na mo so mu introduce mo ka be kire mo president ene ni minister Wamo de ba no ma frem de makwa akoshe dem no ma tua sika de amamu omu tua sika de mamu a without thinking about Ghana ni ya wo sofa ya wo bre na se makwa opposition a ni ayi na mo afa de we kwatena radio so anu wo kan de we kwatena TV so anu wo kan de because manya enkrofo di machi mo ka ye onbe ti ase enu amani abre wo parliament say attacks ne eni me ade na ekoso Ghana ha the akwaso wa Ghana ha no ne se oboase mo nkrofo na plan eye se wo mo ba mo bekum wo mo e no mo ba na mo kunkum wo mo eno na akwaso wa Ghana ha the akwaso wa Ghana ha no ne se mo wo power 2024 before election mo ma mo nkrofo tnet radio ni TV so kan say NDC ba power ye be hye market centers e na mpan so mo hye kire e na mo ma mo nkrofo hye market centers e hye nkrofo investment nkrofo dwetiri eno na akwaso wa Ghana ha the say ya wa Ghana ha say ya kwa election na president na Akufo-Addo ya president na ha wa kumsin constituency wutu senya so ne na twi tu ebo wo bi o se de benwoma anipa wuye Northern region one of the constituencies mo am nkrofo ebo NDC ni tu ekun no ene na ekwaso wa Ghana de na ekwaso wa Ghana ha ede na ekwaso wa Ghana ha ah Meti are you interview me say or say that perception that people perceived say arrogance a hand time wo ye medical doctor you yeah wo ye medical doctor wo ye medical doctor Bra Ghana ha say doctors Ghana Medical Association dey organize labor union for sorry yes say omo ba be cost strike etia galamsey na yade ani wuo no ne ade dooso no o ye medical doctor akogina akumase kan yes say mo stop galamsey ne and wa stop galamsey china as a member of parliament ya we representing Nkrofo medical doctor Nkrofo wu na wo kogina no na aka say yes stop galamsey ne yes stop galamsey china na de echa ka say people perceived MPP for say omo ye arrogant e de ahanta na sensa say be nsam afiri wanum ban me ko me kwa Western region no ye free komo biase ba bia ni mine na ekoso okroma no ate agumonten so ana omo so omo na omo fie e fa ne ma ekoso me kwa ne no reporter Kwame na fin akwa akoto so e de free on. Hello Kwame na good afternoon.
Good afternoon aba.
Na apom ti say
Nyame adobo won say.
Nyame adom. E de na ekoso afa de asumduaba.
Baby o na tia na dribi e tia eti. But Andra no oja obo oni omo ye meeting. Awon so na e de ni mensa e ba se no mu stress mind to for ne che. Ne enkofo no demand no mu demand.
Enkwala nkete
si omo kwan se omo ntumi nyema omo. Na mind to form 24 ne ka che omo se omo de enema egugu akwan mu a omo hwe ekwan omo ba fa so omo betumi na omama omo etumi ye relocation omo akọ nti obo share enkrofo ne say omo mom up to 15th of next month, that is the 15th of February. Na omo nya den omo friends chances omo si omo dan na mamu and on community for no so say and then they see omo kwan say mo say mo witcha blocks na go ho dia and they mo start dining in mine nti anope nyina ye ko ho no mu go ho ewie mu no yesi share mine simpenifo no omo de letter na akọ share community leaders na say omo sign this agreement no omo say omo ni agreement bi sign mo ena eye mu case enti mo fon ko je aho no je aho sign mo ne je aho sign that agreement no na omo witness say nyame boa na say 15th of next month na mo kan say mo ntumi anye ne ye hwehwe amaye ndia ye so ne ye pe no ye beye eno ne ye pa peni bia ni ho be ka asema kire a ye betie anto so mo etu dan ni wi ansa ya eden ye fi ha akọ nti sesi ano ye gusu aye wo ho aye twen say omode letter ne beba mind to for no omode letter no omode kan dia akọ ja ho wa sign omo say omo ba we for no ho nti omo sign ni wi dia omo age asum say omo sign ni wi a omo nyina be de omo be kofie enumre no omo be kofie nti omo gusu twen but omo say omo sign ni wi kwa je say abono ntia anso omo efi ho akọ na emunumu na anope yes anso ati say another town ye for ho atakrom omo so omo ehuru ewo ho asem ni nyina ne say omo so say Ashanti Gold the Benin Limited na omo ye consignment bi ewo mo area ho no so blasting na ade ekom mfuturo kom na omo po mo asem nyina omo ye tete no omo kire say omo compensation kura ye ka say de be ma omo no compensation no kura no ai say na ka say be ma 200 a ebeba na ye 70 Ghana nti omo so si de bi da omo mo nya adwuma nti omo stop tracks ni nyina nti ntanjo for ye guso a ye kọ ho na ye di ni akọ ye di kan ni omo akasa wo phone so by person ye di ni
wo see aside baby ani dia no incident for bi so happen wo see ano so ye hefa
ano so ye another community ewo bibi ni ahia so be kwa ye pre ho atakrom almost so bibi ni mines na sa Ashanti Gold bibi ni limited no omo na omo mine was our community no na community no kire so omo compensation aye ka say de ma omo any other things omo so ye ka say be move omo nyina ni nyina nko so ona omo gusu mine blast bo omo futuro nti omo so any abra omo so omo aye omo agin say kwen bi ebe fasu bia omo be we no omo be fasu hence ye gusu aye ko ho nsenjofo ye ko ho ne di ne akọhwe ye big can de amanfo akasa akonfirm say omo wo ho a omo so omo stop track bi nyina anti ye ko
hello
okay sa woka se oje ahoho abamu nti no wa mo do omo sa hye nkrata se asomdwe beba asen when na omo be resolve this issue be wie bia no de be piem aba bia no ma ene wo enkasa ba se choka bia nya akreti bia unnecessary tension bia wo ho
there be almost so sa mo so say peaceful demonstrations on person no second bia what
Kwame na maye na wasene emfa unsie dase
na so be da wasene ne aba
okay enti enu ankoma ye di ye na ya to aso no na kire se Ghana nsase no eye gold but arehosem ne say ukọ krobia mu obehu sasase bi eda ho bia no abusua we dia we mu didi so ba de akwakoya ne say wo mu asase ne ye wo mu dia no omunya so mfaso eno ane se ya ba be sign agreement land no eye gold na kire se ye the trucks any equipment machines aba be guso na ye tu gold ni ye de ko ye tu gold no na ye de ko na kuroma na mo akasa na sase ye mo dia no mo de mo benefit hwe obetie ye say royalties yakosi school dan obetie ye say yakotu boho obetie ye say public toilet eno ano no eni krom wonu mu nipa be say bia 50 60 amu benya adwuma ni bia ye ba se kro ni mu ankasa no gold no a yetu na yetu na de kɔ no directly mu benya ho mfaso se ye kura ya chichiri kura yi ya yiyi akwan ye wi kura ye bia adwuma bi wo hankrofo anya bi ye ne de lalai eno de wunya bi da eno de ebi ensi da titem bia no wutu krom ode hye pa wuti gold so ba no adane akoa ya wuti mfuturom National Democratic Congress NDC for the release bia ba condemn wo mo nkrofo ne ma wo mo ye enura ebisi wo bole bamboy enura bole bamboy ena ebi edi kan siye say President John Mahama papa fi anim o ma kwahye car ties nom ni ade wo honom say one member of parliament enya ministerial appointment into omu buafu bole bamboy for the senke ani mu awi o hey nkamo de ho president na mu ye mo de ne de bebiem na nkaka bole bamboy for de nka de ye no nkamo de nke ani mu awi because matimi to president na mu a president na mu matimi atua eri bebiem na aka enka minister da senke ya chanka mo nka ho because ministerial positions na enoso ene ye challenge kakra na mu bole bam na first gentleman of Ghana musimunya minister nti mubuafu na se moye sa no a de mu ye de se na ne mu ankasa na mu gu mu ho ani mu ase o moye sa na ase de moye ya greedy no moye sa na akoye te se de ase de mani brade e pi no esa na ade ono de se moye de na yese moye ni brefo okay condemnation of riot and destruction at host central constituency party office enti ebiasi ho ene enra so bole bamboy ebi okay enti where your regional chairman okay regional chairman and na Ansah say release we say yasi ba me start here for bole bamboy and ra story no me na me kan 6 pm say omubuafu na ubuafu no ministers na ye eche no ye eche ne nkakra ministers no kwa ye nche nwie e na se bole bamboy die so obi abubefu amomo nka ho se obi ebubefu a mo bole bamboy for momo nka ho wonya president presido na mu every constituency osimibuafu say aside president na yenya no yenya minister enti yebuafu hye ka tai the next one ye party office okwashe party office say na se ho Ashanti region yenya president fro na yenya minister ba kokra fro no mu a e ka wan betimi atiase abonje se okwakoye protest uko protest eti awan ministers nyina sha president ase deputy ministers ni chief executive officer nyina sha president ase enti se wunya president na se wunya minister eno ye ntokwa eno no ntokwa ewo mu ne de he ka kwaba hye ne ewo mu ne de he ani biri bone sare mo anya ne sa na anya dai ena de no nya se wa cha awie ade ne ye che ye nche nwie minister si aka say wayi 43 ema 7 ya mai kra no ye ni mini ye bumfui because the president Mahama ayama Ghana ma no eso si bibia the ayama Ghana ma say a whole vice president bi esi Ghana da eye oba na no ne Ghana for man ye ni aba bebre na ye buafu ni aba be kasa say Envoy ministers 43 ene mu 7 pay ma yes ani ye ni brefo swearing in kwaso I was enra ho ene ya I was for swearing in kwaso mo me famra.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established, and that I will, to the best of my judgment, at all times, when required, freely give my counsel and advice for the good management of the public affairs of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matters that shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy as Minister of State. So help me God. Now you take the oath of secrecy, and it follows the same pattern, but this time you mention the office that you have been assigned to. So I, holding the office of, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may kindly resume your seats. Well, at this stage, we come to the presentation of instruments of appointment to the ministers who have just been sworn in. And His Excellency will do the presentations. So it's in the same order that I mentioned earlier. Honorable Dr. Kasiel Atuba Fosi, the Minister of Finance, will take his first. Honorable John Abdullah Jinapo will take his turn. Honorable Dominic Akuretenga Ayini, Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Honorable Kwame Gwabinsaboja, Minister for Roads and Highways. Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister for Food and Agriculture. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister for Education. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now the ministers would sign the oath book, and it will be done in the same order that they received the instrument of office. So the first on the list is Honorable Dr. Kasiel Atuba Force, Minister for Finance.
Enti na chese Dr. Case to force was one ko ni case or the Casiel but they said the kasa Ghana fo hu say ye wa ono na they say no all sign ni bibia enti swearing in no wa mawie finance minister Dr. Case to forcing ono eye finance minister enti ono no they said the adu no so a wo ko chia president Mahama no akọ sign eye John Jinapo onu abuka ni di no na say bunu nka ne de ho okay onu ye John Jinapo Minister of Energy onu na adru no so yese wonsem wodin yese wonse chi adin bi wonsem abrante de wonse chi yedin sa yedin bi wonsem we fine gentleman fine guy na mo kaka say wonse chi adin fataw minister se bo mu din ba ko pe na mate se yese ni se chi adin minim say o constituency dey o hwe wo mo but e constituency nkwa na wo so hwe wo mo hwe obia na obia ye be fine guys ada wo mo te wo mo ka say yes we say chia dey you shocking me that day. I was shocked. Fine man gentleman. Okay, Attorney General and the Minister of Justice Dr. Dominic Ayeni ono na ono so air signing no Minister of Justice and Attorney General we ni papa no Godfrey Dame de obeye ni hu fi o Godfrey Dame sa latter days for no de krik latter days for no krik ono ko awko so ba second time obegu ni hu ani mu asesa nti ono so na esa na wa hwe Dr. Dominic Ayeni na hwe Godfrey Dame a hu ni se difference ne so papa intervals ne wa I said they not northern region 4 is too much so hey ana wo mutaka mubarak so kwa don converting I don converting interior minister doesn't say he na eko Kwame Agboja governs or sign it there roads and transport omo drain wo appointment committee 6 hours what da so te ho omo de fa ha no de si omo de wura ha na me kura de mo na kura na wote wo no kura no expose and MPP aban ko mu ja ne ma ne kontem anka bo awo because wo ku wo mani mu ase 8 solid years okọ patch road ekọ fele potholes bridge baby adwa na akọkọ ya na waka kire Ghana for say why 11,000 kilometer road construction. Say dem aye kure nu 700. Say na minority phone nim say Kwame Agboja governs. Hey! Honorable Erikopoku. Ha Greek minister. Ya je kwa kan tenso. Se me di kanka, se me the secretary. O ba na wan fa ho nwura o. E ka kire o. Ala de honorable ho ya fe de nya sam kitu o. A Greek minister. Was signing what in session kratase we 8 years so ana the anu so the baby betwa 1 year 2 years but honorable Kopoku who yin na do ha be ya Greek minister who yi honorable Kopoku a why na do be ya Greek minister enti ono na agere de no kwatena se adwuma na frase no Hey, Almighty Haruna Idrusu, Minister of Education. Almighty. Minority for say we love you. Mumisa questions we love you. Ono so signing to adwuma na frase serious school for nkora mu be di peche. Honorable and Drusium Minister. Mubedi di peche and Kramenu and Muja idea. One agenda. I'm selling a free senior school, just as I say. I school feed and I say, but in as much as a share Ministry of Education, I say no, Ombedi di peche. As agenda. Adriana's agenda. Adriana's agenda, and they see him. Fellas, quite your for you. Or Casam, okay. Omo Bonny, Mamon Kasai. Chief of Staff are funny home. Hey. Chief of Staff, not to one when your friends say we have the menu. Some native one. Most some ministers, Mamma best Ghana. Mate one. Mate for whole vice president credit because we mate the minister and your mate. Chief of Staff is the same way anyway when you're true. Chief of Staff on Sufri ho. Is in your tray, a blossom. And a chief of staff so can one fall. And there's a moment for anywhere we. Okay, when you're tray, Pablo. And Omanebuama and a chief of staff, woman ya tray, and him where we. Ha, Momo Diano, Yanum where we because chief of staff, Ephraim ho. Okay.
Of the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asidun Ketia, and the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Fifi Fiavi Kwete. Welcome. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Pokwajimai, distinguished Ministers of State, distinguished staff of the Presidency, national executives of our party, family and friends of the newly sworn-in ministers. Exactly 2 weeks ago, I took the same solemn oath before the people of Ghana